Thank you. Morning, everyone, and welcome to the kickoff meeting of the Idaho Advanced Nuclear Energy Task Force. We're very privileged today, and I'll say a little bit more, but we've got the governor here, and so I want to be respectful of his time. But I should say that this task force was commissioned or established through an executive order by our governor, Governor Little, last September, and we're here to kick that off. We've got a great agenda, but I'll sort of leave that for after the governor departs us, because I'd like to introduce our governor, Governor Little, to kick us off this morning. Thank you for being here, Governor.
Thank you, John. I was just talking to Mark, and he says, it looks like we got the band back together. So, as almost all of you know, this is kind of a subsequent follow-up to the Line Commission that was actually started by Governor Otter, which I was privileged to serve on. And if you look at all the things, and I'm pretty proud of the work that the Line Commission did, but it's a different time. The nuclear industry, Idaho, it is a totally different atmosphere out at the lab and in Idaho today as it was when we first put together the Line Commission. One of the things the Line Commission did was we went all over the state. We went to Coeur d'Alene, we went to Sun Valley, we were in the Magic Valley, we were here, and of course we were over in Idaho Falls. But I want to thank all of you for agreeing to volunteering to serve on here, to continue to expand Idaho's leadership in what's, John and I go back and forth about a renaissance or whatever it is, but all we know is nuclear energy is sexy again, and it's talked about everywhere. You don't go anywhere, you don't talk to anybody. When we first put the Line Commission together, it was a different time. I mean, it was vastly different. And so I'm very proud of the work we've done there. But whether it's energy independence, whether it's national security, whether it's what we do in the cyber field, all the great work the lab does, it's incredibly important. My talking point said there's few places in the world better positioned. I would question if there's any place in the world, given the long history of the lab, given the personnel that's there, given the real estate that's there, given the incredible equipment that's there, and just kind of the chemistry of all those things coming together at that place. I don't think there's any place better than the National Lab. Now, there's other national labs that might argue with you, but I'll leave that for another time. But what the lab's done in the past and what they're going to do in the future is really going to make a difference in this country. Safe, reliable, innovative energy solutions, scalable, affordable. Those are all things that our private industry partners, some of them on this committee, and the country are very, very interested in. It's that thing that's driven this great country is government incentives, government participation, particularly government research, working with private industry to solve some of the most perplexing problems we have. But it's not easy. It takes work, takes collaboration, and it takes communication. You've got to do strategic planning, and you've got to collaborate with all those, whether it's local government, whether it's state government, of course, obviously the federal government, but it's also all the interest groups that are out there. To me, one of the things that's probably most important is what we do to help the lab and all those affiliated with the lab in the workforce area. Whether it's the people that are career employees of the lab that have been there forever, that have been doing the incredible work on the cleanup side, or the most sophisticated materials scientists in the world that are a necessary part of it. And whether it's the Workforce Development Council, whether it's the local community college, whether it's our 4 universities, 3.5, I would remind you that one of the highest priorities for the state board was cybersecurity and nuclear energy. And that was, what, 3 years ago, Jen, that they did that? And but then, of course, all the incredible work that Wendy and the Workforce Development Council have been doing to continue to prime that pump to have the labor necessary. So I look forward to any advice and counsel I can get from this esteemed group on what we do going forward. It's this building, I'll quote your Lieutenant Governor, he said, it's the marchiest January I've ever seen. Because of all the things, all the balls that are in the air at this point in time. But that's part of the process. I don't get as worked up about it as some of my friends do, because maybe perhaps I've been around here a while and seen things happen. But the workforce side of the recommendations from this group is going to be some of the most important things we do. It's going to drive, obviously, the Eastern Idaho economy. It's going to drive the Idaho economy. It's going to drive the world economy. And in fact, I think it's going to make a difference in the future of this planet going forward because of the good things that have been done there in the past and that'll be done in the future. I'm very gratified that the president and matter of fact, when I was in the Oval with the president, we talked about the lab. I invited him to come, so if you get a phone call, John, and he's coming, you might call me and let me know. So, but he was interested, and of course, both Secretary Wright and Secretary Burgum. I remember in the transition, I was at a governor's meeting, and Doug came and grabbed me and says, "You need to listen to this. These labs are going to be incredibly important in all the work we're going to do, and you've got one of the best labs in Idaho." So I really like where we are, and I really like the makeup of this committee about what you're going to do for recommendations. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you so much for establishing this. I'm gonna turn it over to you. Yeah. All right. Welcome again. Thanks again to the governor for establishing this, which has brought us all together today. I am John Wagner. I'm the director of the Idaho National Laboratory. Most of you probably know that. I'd like to turn the time over now to my esteemed co-chair, Lieutenant Governor Scott Bedke.
Well, good morning, everyone. I didn't think that the governor was listening when I said that it was the marchiest January, but it does kind of have that feel around the building. I'm really excited to have this esteemed group. Each of you are very well qualified. None of you are shrinking violets. And I think that that's what this committee is going to need. The governor is looking for advice. He's looking for researched advice as to where Idaho's point B is when it comes to advanced nuclear energy. And so each of you are here because you represent a certain segment, a certain view of the world, if you will. We have both branches of government here, in the executive branch and the legislative branch. We have a robust agenda before us today, but it's kind of a lay the groundwork type of agenda. So there's no such thing as a stupid question. There is no such thing as, we won't tolerate you sitting back and asking the questions that should have been asked in the meeting, at the break, or at happy hour. We want to be an effective group here. Think of, I want to go back to the tri-state agreement. We all went down to Salt Lake, and we met with Wyoming and Utah and Idaho. We signed a memorandum, obviously not binding, but I think that it shows it talked about the potential of us, of the three states working together in this space. Obviously, Utah doesn't think that the gas thing is in the space, but Everything else is in the space. If you don't think that's funny, you need to catch up a little bit on your current events. But anyway, if we were able to sit on Santa's knee, as it were, and ask for, and this is to the private sector and those that interact with the lab and with with government, what would Idaho do? What is our lane going to be going forward? What are our areas of expertise? How will that sync up with the other assets that are around us? And how do we proceed in the nuclear energy space in the most efficient way possible? I think as you look at the group, and we'll introduce ourselves a little more here in a second, but you can see that there's going to be a need for subcommittees. There's going to be a need for working groups. And so if you're on this list, then you will probably or maybe end up in a subcommittee group or chairing a subcommittee, all to the end of getting the governor the best information that we possibly can as we go forward here. So everything's on the table. We want this to be a great, a resource for everyone. And I think this is where I start repeating myself. But anyway, we're happy to kick this off. We believe that it takes a really good meeting to beat no meeting. And so you will find us trying to always have a salient agenda so that it's worth your time to participate. So thank you, John.
Maybe I would just amplify a little bit of what Lieutenant Governor said. And first of all, I'm not going to read the executive order that the governor signed to you, but it is 2025-06 if you'd like to read it yourselves. The one point I'd like to amplify, Lieutenant Governor, is this task force will advise the governor on nuclear energy policy, including used nuclear fuel. We'll come back to used nuclear fuel later. Maybe Dr. Gian will talk a little bit about terminology, used nuclear fuel versus spent nuclear fuel. You'll hear both used, and I'm sure he'll clarify that. But including used nuclear fuel, legislative and regulatory reforms for safe development, energy security, interstate coordination, and strategic partnerships, which includes partnerships with industry and universities. So this task force, the governor, as he said already, is looking for this task force to deliver advice to him on those topics. So I just say that because I'd like you all to keep that in mind, the task force to keep that in mind as we get the briefings today. I think at this point, Mr. Co-Chair, we should go around and do introductions of the task force members.
I agree.
Okay.
So let's start down there with Ed.
Thank you, everyone. Edward Lodge. I am president of the Idaho Public Utilities Commission. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bobby Jo Muehlman, president of the Boise Metro Chamber. Happy to be here.
Jennifer White, executive director of the State Board of Education.
Callie Younger, administrator of the Office of Energy and Mineral Resources.
Wendy Sechrist, the Executive Director of the Idaho Workforce Development Council.
Senator Dave Lent. I represent Idaho Falls, District 33.
Mayor?
Lisa Burton Shaw, the mayor of the city of Idaho Falls.
Representative Ted Hill for Eagle and Emmett.
Mitch Colburn, Vice President, Idaho Power Company.
Jess Byrne, Director of the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality.
Now we each have a switch at the base of our microphone, which turns up the mic and the microphone. So,
Let me do that again.
Good morning. I'm Dan Coyne. I'm the president and CEO of Idaho Environmental Coalition at the Idaho Cleanup Project at the Idaho National Lab. Thank you.
Hootie Langseth, County Commissioner for Butte County.
Good morning. Tom Keeley, Director of Commerce for the state of Idaho.
Kurt Marlowe, Senior Vice President at High Tech Solutions. Good morning. Andy Snook, Governor Little's General Counsel.
Good morning. Tom Carter, Vice President at Pacific Corp Rocky Mountain Power.
Good morning. Joy Vega, designee for the Attorney General Raul Labrador, and apologies for my tardiness.
Yes. Now, so just to temper expectations, several of us have we're doing double duty today, and so we have legislators here that will have to discreetly go in and out, as well as the Lieutenant Governor, the President of the Senate. So we will do that in and out, but the caravan will move on. So I want to reiterate the high quality of the people that are here. Our job is to help flesh out point B from where we are right now. We have engineers enough and tacticians enough in the room. Once we describe where we're going, I believe that we have the talent to get there. Our task here is to describe where we want to go, flesh out each of the possibilities as from each of your perspectives. This is a broad-based coalition, and you know stuff that the rest of us do not know. But as we come together on a point B or a destination, please give us your perspective from your sphere of influence, from your unique position. And I look around the audience and I see people that are qualified to do that as well. And so we want this to be successful. We want to have Idaho well positioned in the nuclear future that is just around the corner. How many years have we been said? Oh, it's just a couple of years now. But we are closer. I don't know the timetable, but we're definitely closer. And our activity here will facilitate that as we go forward. So, Mr. Chairman, let's just start right down through the agenda, and I'll let you chair because I'll be in and out. But anyway.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're a little ahead of schedule, and that's great. With nuclear, we want to be on time, ahead of schedule, under budget. So that's a perfect way to start. Without going into a lot of detail on the agenda, hopefully you've all seen it. I will say we have an outstanding agenda. I want to start, and I'll probably finish with a thank you to the members that have come to present information to us from in some cases great distance. I'm going to start with we're going to get an update from the U.S. Department of Energy, Office of Nuclear Energy, Dr. Mike Goff. I've known Dr. Mike Goff for many, many years, but also I want to acknowledge that many of you probably don't. So let me read his bio to you so that you all have an appreciation for what he's bringing to us. Dr. Mike Goff is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Nuclear Energy. Prior to this current role, Dr. Goff was on assignment from the Idaho National Laboratory to the Office of Nuclear Energy, where he's serving his third term as senior advisor to the Assistant Secretary. Dr. Goff also served multi-year assignments to the Assistant Director for Nuclear Energy Science Policy Advisor at the Office of Science and Technology Policy, or OSTP, in the Executive Office to the President. He's held several management and research positions over more than 30 years at the Idaho National Laboratory, and prior to that, Argonne National Laboratory. Dr. Goff has 3 degrees, all in nuclear engineering, all from Georgia Tech. And I cannot be happier that we were able to work out the schedules so that Dr. Goff could be with us today, because he is literally on the front line of the federal government in terms of their announcements, their strategy, and their policies, and the implementation of them for nuclear energy for the United States. So, Dr. Goff, I'd like to invite you to the podium, please, for your remarks.
Okay. Thank you very much. First, let me start off by adding my thanks also to Governor Little for establishing this Advanced Nuclear Task Force. I think it is very important and it's very timely with everything that's going on right now. Let me also thank Lieutenant Governor Betke and Dr. Wagner here for chairing this, and for all of you to participate in this. I think this is very important here. as John noted, I'm coming here from the Department of Energy. I'm from the government. I'm here to help, all those kind of wonderful things. Came here from Washington. But I want to add, as John noted, my perspective, though, is also as an Idahoan. I've lived in Idaho since 1991, working at Oregon West, then Idaho National Laboratory. I've kept my house in Idaho Falls. I expect to come back here. So I'm giving you a perspective as someone from Idaho, but also giving you the perspective of the Department of Energy as well. And this is truly an exciting time. The Trump administration really has put forth a bold and ambitious agenda to unleash American energy at both home and abroad. And President Trump and Secretary Wright have made it very clear the important role that nuclear energy must play. Nuclear is critical for us to meet our energy security needs, to meet our reliability needs and affordability needs of energy. As the governor said, I can't go anywhere where there's not a nuclear discussion. For us to hear the president readily talking about nuclear, Secretary Wright, that's the topic that he speaks about the most. He's really engaged in this area. This is really exciting. We really are looking forward to moving forward. I've also been one of those people that have been very hesitant to use that Renaissance word because I was around during the 2009 timeframe when we talked about having that Renaissance. But I don't know at this point, we really, I think, are going to have a Renaissance. We are going to have new reactors this year that'll be operational, and a lot of it because of Idaho National Laboratory and the communities around here. So I just want to make sure that you do recognize this is truly a different period of time with respect to nuclear energy. In doing this, I'm going to talk to you about what's going on at the department. I noticed you gave me an hour, but I want to make sure that we get questions in. So I don't know that I can ramble. This is a topic I like. I can ramble for a long time, but I will try to keep this, straight and to the point. So what we're really trying to do, right now, as far as scene setting, we have 94 commercial nuclear power plants operational in the United States, providing a little under 20% of our electricity. We want to, between now and 2050, quadruple that. We want to build out around 400 gigawatts of nuclear power in the United States alone. We also, though, want to be helping our allies and partners move forward the technology as well. So the amount of building we're talking about is truly unprecedented. And I should note, it's truly a bipartisan view as far as this. This is not just a Republican issue. This is not just a Democratic issue. This is an issue that's truly sustainable because of that bipartisan support. I don't know, the previous president was looking at tripling nuclear, which was aggressive. Now we're talking about quadrupling. So this is not something that, after 2028, things are going to change. This is something that's sustainable and going to be going forward here. And I will note that Idaho and Idaho National Laboratory have been critical to the history of the development of nuclear technology. You all know the stats on Idaho, more reactors developed there than any other plot of ground in the world, 52 reactors. We have really, from that site, really moved forward commercial and Navy reactor activities. It really has been the epicenter. It was originally the National Reactor Testing Station. It really truly has, though, that opportunity as well now to increase its role as far as in moving forward in nuclear. So we really are looking for Idaho to be a true leader in this area, and Idaho National Lab to do that as well. Because there really truly are a lot of opportunities out there. The governor mentioned there are other national labs. Want to put in perspective, though, Idaho National Lab. Okay, so there are 17 national labs out there within the Department of Energy complex. 3 of them are what we call applied energy labs. One's focused on renewable type energies, one's focused on fossil type activities, and then one's focused on nuclear. This is the, Idaho National Lab is the nuclear laboratory. The other laboratories are generally either run by the Office of Science or the National Nuclear Security Administration for weapons production. Idaho is the nuclear laboratory. We do work, though, with other laboratories. Other labs, Oak Ridge, Argonne, Los Alamos, need to be involved in this area. But this truly is our lab. So the Office of Nuclear Energy only owns one laboratory. We're the landlord for one laboratory, and that's Idaho National Laboratory. So it really does have a truly special place for the department in moving forward in nuclear. And just to note that commitment, so we spend each year, annually, from my office, the Office of Nuclear Energy, we spend between $400 and $500 million a year just to keep the facilities ready to be able to do work. So that's not doing programmatic work. That's making sure the materials and fuels complex is available to do research and development. That's to keep the advanced test reactor there operational. That's to keep the security forces there to make sure that we can operate that. So we spend that every year to make sure we have the capabilities to be able to do this nuclear work there. We don't spend that at any other laboratory. Other labs have their infrastructure and all pay for, but we spend that much to make sure Idaho's available to support nuclear energy. And I will note, our overall budget for the Office of Nuclear Energy, our budget runs about $1.7 to $1.8 billion a year annual appropriations. One thing that we've had, though, over the last several years that we've never had before, we also have sort of extra budgetary contributions to us. So money that comes to us that is multi-year funding for certain projects. So in addition to that $1.7 billion that we have out there, we right now probably have on the order of $4 to $5 billion looking at other projects, some that are going directly to the laboratory, but that are not spent in 1 year. There are things like our Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program, our Generation 3+ reactor programs, and work that we're doing on enrichment. So we are literally spending billions of dollars to be able to move forward nuclear energy to make sure that we do have that renaissance there as well. So let's talk about what are we doing on this funding in general. We in general in the Office of Nuclear Energy have 4 key focus areas, and I'll go through those in a second. But one thing I wanted to note too that's been a change, I'd say, over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years ago, the labs, including Idaho, were really focused on research and development, making sure we had the technologies to move forward on nuclear. They were not necessarily focused on that next step, getting toward demonstrations and deployment. So one thing that truly has changed over the last 5 to 10 years is we are much more focused in the Office of Nuclear Energy on research, development, demonstrations, and deployment. We really want to make sure this technology is deployed. And I will note, Idaho's been very good, the lab, to make that transition. Yeah, I know that's sometimes a painful transition from a laboratory perspective. You like to do research and development. That's your bread and butter, your core work. But to make that transition to change, to be able to say, my end goal is really commercialization of this technology. How do I change how I do operations to enable industry as opposed to just doing that research and development? The lab's really done a very good job, and I think we in the Office of Nuclear Energy have done a good job making that transition and making that balance, making sure we're continuing to do that long-term research and development activities that are needed for the next generation technologies, but also truly enabling the deployment of these technologies. And I'll talk a little bit as we go through some of these things, how they've made those changes. A lot of that's really making sure that we open up the laboratories to industry, to make it easy for them to come in, test their technologies or demonstrate their technologies so they can get to commercialization. So the 4 key areas that we focus on within the Office of Nuclear Energy, the first one is we want to maintain the existing fleet. The 94 of the reactors that are operating, we want to make sure they continue to operate safely and efficiently. And I think we've done a very good job of that. This has been a long-running program that we've had. One primarily is what we used to call our Light Water Reactor Sustainability Program. The National Technical Director of that program has been out of Idaho National Laboratory coordinating that work. And through that work, we've demonstrated first that the existing reactors that when they were initially licensed, they were licensed for 40 years of operations. So we were able to first demonstrate that they could do a license extension from 40 years to 60 years. We've now demonstrated also that they can do subsequent license renewal, so they can now operate from 60 to 80 years. We want all of those reactors to continue operating, producing the firm baseload power that they're generating for at least that 80 years. And I'll note, we have still not seen what is the limit. So there's expectations they can continue to operate beyond that. So we do a lot of work in that area. The lab leads a lot of those activities. And we also want to make sure they continue to operate safely and efficiently and improve their overall operations. I should note, Those plants out there right now run at 93% capacity factors. So that means they're running 100% of the power 93% of the time. There's no other energy source that's out there anywhere close to meeting those kind of dates. And a lot of that's come from these type programs to be able to continue to prove how they operate. And those lessons will be applied to new reactors as well. Second area we want to focus on is deployment of advanced reactors. We really do need more power out there. One of the things that Secretary Wright continues to say is we need addition of power to the grid, not subtraction right now. We need more nuclear out there. And we are doing our best to work to de-risk the overall first-of-a-kind deployments of nuclear technologies. So we have a number of programs in that area. One of our flagship programs is one we call the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program. This was started during the second half of the first Trump administration. With this program, we have a public-private partnership where we're working with two companies, TerraPower, that's Bill Gates' company. We're looking there to, under a 50-50 partnership deployment of the Natrium reactor in our neighboring state in Wyoming, so over in Kimmer, Wyoming. We're also looking on that program deploying X-Energy's reactor, the high-temperature gas reactor at Seadrift facility in Texas with Dow Chemical. So these are both very novel projects and projects that the lab really has a key role in. I know the technology that's being deployed in Kimmer, Wyoming under TerraPower is the same technology that was developed and demonstrated out at the laboratory and was the basis for the operation of EBR-1 and EBR-2 through the years. So there's a lot of work that's going from the lab to support both of those demonstrations. The fuels that were developed on them were developed here at the laboratory for both the metal fuels that are used for the Natrium reactor in Wyoming, but also on the TRISO fuels that are being used for the high-temperature gas reactors. Those were developed and qualified here at the laboratory using the advanced test reactor for a lot of testing. So the lab's fingerprints are very strongly on both of those projects. We also work with 5 other companies to de-risk some of their technology as they continue to develop as well, and the lab plays a key leadership role in that. One program we did launch last year, just a few months last year, is a new program that's, again, a partnership with industry to look at the deployment of Generation 3+ small modular reactors. So those are basically light, small modular reactors, so less than 300 megawatts electric, but also a water-powered small modular reactors. So we are working with a partnership using a milestone approach with both the Tennessee Valley Authority, where they're looking to deploying GE's BWRX 300 reactor, and we're working with Holtec, where they're looking at deploying their reactor in Michigan. Again, we're doing that with a public-private partnership, in this case, a milestone-based program. And then we also have a number of programs as well that the labs helped stood up to, again, get industry into the labs. The first one that's been extremely successful that we did in this area about 10 years ago is called GAIN, the Gateway for Accelerated Innovation in Nuclear, that is led out of the Idaho National Laboratory. What that program is just, it's a fairly simple program. It gives vouchers to industry, usually a few $100,000 vouchers, for them to go to a laboratory and do tests at that laboratory. The money just goes to the lab, and then they get the data from that to de-risk any type of technologies. So those we do rolling awards with industry, typically about 3 times a year, to bring them in. It involves all the labs, but a lot of that testing is done at Idaho National Laboratory. Another major one as well, and this one we're very excited about, is the National Reactor Innovation Center, or NRIC. We were tasked under the first Trump administration under the NECA, the Nuclear Energy Innovation Capabilities Act, to stand up a National Reactor Innovation Center, which we did stand up at Idaho. So what we're doing there is we are setting up a test bed for industry to bring their reactor concepts to the laboratory, test them under Department of Energy authorization, demonstrate those systems work well, and then they can lead toward commercialization as well. And I'll note when we're doing that, we've also brought in the Nuclear Regulatory Commission at times and embedded them within NRIC to oversee some of that testing as well, so that when you go to the commercialization stage, you can go at a much faster pace where the NRC is already well aware of those technologies. So we're very excited about that program, especially because what we're doing is we're setting up 2 test beds. One is the DOME test bed. And apologize, John, I can't remember the acronyms for DOME and Lotus. One is a test bed where we can test like microreactors, standard small-scale reactors, and another one where we can test reactors that may need more security associated with them based on the fuels that they need. The standard one, the DOME one, will be operational later this year. And we will hopefully, before this summer, before the middle of this summer, we'll test the first reactor in that. So that'll be very exciting, because then we'll also go beyond that 52. So we're hoping to get the 53rd and the 54th and the 55th reactors out here in the very near term as far as for testing in Idaho. So we're excited that should be happening fairly soon. I will note, some of that's being driven by some executive orders the president put out in May. I'm just going to briefly note that here. I'm going to talk more extensively at the end about the executive orders, because what they've done is basically taken everything that we were already focused on and really put everything in hyperdrive to be able to move forward on those activities. But I'll go into that a little bit later. The third area that we focus on is we want to make sure we have a sustainable fuel cycle. Historically, in the Office of Nuclear Energy, that meant we were looking at technologies that could mainly recycle spent fuel. That did change with Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. At that point, we recognized we need a more front-end reliable fuel supply as well. We need to make sure that we had enough enrichment capacity for uranium for both existing fleet and advanced reactors. At this point, we get about 20% of our enriched uranium right now comes from Russia. There is a ban in place on that. We're able to have waivers on that ban through 2027, but after that, there's no more Russian material. And that ban goes to the 2040 timeframe. We in the U.S. have really dropped how much work we were doing in enrichment. Okay, let's ignore these weird units. The unit of enrichment is SWUs, Separative Work Unit. The U.S. in general uses about 15 million SWUs per year for the existing 94 plants out there. Ignore what that unit is, it doesn't particularly matter. In the U.S., we only produce about 4.5 million SWUs. Everything else is coming from somewhere else in the world. Not a good situation. SWU. It's Separative Work Unit. We like our acronyms, so yeah. So we are not in a good position with respect to enrichment and uranium. We working with Congress. Congress did appropriate us two different tranches of money, but the 2 tranches of money totaled up to $3.4 billion that's separate from our annual appropriations to move forward to resolve that issue on enrichment. We were very happy to start the new year on January 5th, making 3 awards to companies to move forward on new enrichment capacity in the United States. So we did give awards to General Matters, a U.S.-based company, to deploy new enrichment for high-assay low-enriched uranium. Also to Centrus, another U.S. company, for the deployment of enrichment for high-assay low-enriched uranium. Both of those, one was going to occur at Piketon, Ohio. The other one will occur at Paducah. And then another award to Orano, which is a U.S.-based company, but a French-owned company, that they're going to deploy an enrichment facility for low-enriched uranium in Tennessee. We're very happy to be able to move forward on those major investments. But I'll note, there is more investment still needed to move forward on enrichment. That was something that at one point was looked at deployment in Idaho Falls, going back to that first renaissance. Orano was going to deploy an enrichment facility, the Eagle Rock facility, just outside the laboratory. When that renaissance failed, the enrichment companies went out of the went to the wayside. So there is ample opportunity, though, for new enrichment beyond those initial investments that we're making there as well, even though there are, again, very significant investments. So the other thing in that area is we really also want to be able to move forward on closing the fuel cycle, and two aspects of that. One, we are doing much more work on the recycle of spent fuel, reprocessing of spent fuel. That's an area that the lab has truly been a leader on. The lab has continued to recycle spent fuel. Right now, they've been processing the EBR2 spent fuel that's now being used for, I think, one of our industry folks back here. The recovered material from that's going to go into the Oklo reactor that's going to be built at the lab as well. So they've done a lot of work in that area. That has become a much more of a focused area, and I'll talk a little bit more about that when we talk about the executive orders in a little bit as well. The other thing I want to hit on, which is another topic that I think will be covered later, is we were happy to this year stand up the Center for Used Fuel Research at Idaho National Laboratory this year, being January. That work is really allowed because of a waiver that was granted by the state, by the Attorney General and the Governor, to allow a shipment of spent fuel to come into the state that was really critical for the existing industry. You know, I've talked about the fact that we've extended the life for reactors from 40 to 60 to 80 years. We also have to have the continued licensing basis for the storage of the spent fuel in dry casks. We had a good case for that, be able to store it for the higher burn-up fuel that's currently being generated by the existing plants. We have the good safety basis for that for the 40 years, and we'll be continuing to monitor that to make sure 60 and 80 are good. But a critical step on that is being able to take a cask that's been stored with that fuel, bring it, open it up, do characterization work on it, and continue to monitor it to make sure that we can do that. If we can't do that, we would have pretty much 2/3 of our reactors that are operating right now would have to start repackaging all of their spent fuel into another cask, which probably is pretty much cost prohibitive. So thankfully, we're moving forward on bringing that shipment into the state to be able to do the continual characterization. That'll be done under this used fuel center here that we're really excited about. And we're excited about the opportunities. This will support our work here, but it's a lot of international partnerships and all as well. It's great R&D for the laboratory. So our fourth area, so again, sustain the existing fleet, deploy more reactors, sustainable fuel cycle. The fourth area that we want to focus on is international partnerships. I mean, we are doing this for us. We want to quadruple nuclear, but we also want to make sure that the U.S. is the leader internationally. We have, again, like our enrichment, we've let that drop in the years past. Russia and China, Russia is deploying more reactors internationally than us, and China is starting to get to that point. We want the United States to set the standards for reactor safety and non-proliferation and security around the world. So we want to do that and through our international partnership and be able to export U.S. technology. You might think, what does Idaho National Lab have to do with that? Well, John and his team will tell you, pretty much every week of the summer, they are hosting some international delegation that's coming in here for collaboration in this area. And they are great hosts and they do studies for us to support deployment of technologies internationally. I got to admit, one of the more interesting groups that they hosted a group from the United Arab Emirates, and I came out for this one in February, that in my 30 years in living in Idaho Falls, it was literally the coldest week I had ever seen. We hit in Idaho Falls, I think 33 below zero. And we bring in this group from the UAE with their big down parkas, and they survived it like troopers, but we maybe brutalized them some, taking them out to the advanced test reactor with the winds and everything like that. But they are great for hosting and leading a lot of our international activities as well. So that's kind of our base programs. But as I've referenced, there were 4 executive orders signed by the President on May 23rd of this past year. Those were focused on, one was focused on moving forward nuclear for national security. One was more focused on boosting up the supply chain for nuclear. One was focused on regulatory reform for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and one was focused on regulatory reform for the Department of Energy. Since that's happened, everything that I've talked about here is just been trying to move forward as fast, even faster than we were already trying to do. So one of the key things that they were really trying to make sure whether we expedite and this is actually from the executive orders. The goal was to expedite and promote to the fullest extent possible the production and operation of nuclear energy. So we, like I say, were tasked to reform our regulatory processes a lot to enable. One of the key goals that we had was we wanted to be able to demonstrate at least 3 reactors critical by July 4th of this year. I will admit, having worked in the industry for a while, I was a bit skeptical whether we could do that. We did stand up a pilot program to move forward on this technology. We accepted 11 reactor developers came to us saying, hey, we think we're going to be able to do this and meet these timelines. I should note, this is not, as I've noted various times, this was not a funding opportunity announcement. This was just the department and the labs were going to make our resources available to work with them and the authorization capabilities that we have in the Department of Energy to help them move forward on their technologies. I do at this point think we will have at least 3 of those reactors critical by July 4th. Like I said, there's been a lot of work to move forward to do that. One of the things that noted that we moved forward on was regulatory reform. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission is looking at how they reform their regulations. We did as well. So some of y'all have met with Bob Ballston, who leads our Idaho Operations Office. Bob had the task to go through and look at our Department of Energy orders to see how could we reform those to help move forward the technology quicker. So I'm going to pause here a little bit and say, if you look at the nuclear press, there was some negative press about this general topic last week, and I want to at least address a couple of things. I think the negative press was basically this was being done in secret and it was eliminating all kinds of things that are very important. That's not true, either one of those. Nothing. It is true that in some of the DOE orders, we pulled out some activities. But the things we pulled out, one thing that we've gotten bad about with the DOE orders is we keep adding other folks' requirements into our orders. So EPA has requirements on water standards and such. We get them, for some reason, we kept rolling them into our orders. Which then becomes complicated because every time the EPA changes stuff, then we have to change our orders. So what we did with this, we said, we're going to stop doing that. We are going to put in our orders the thing that we have to focus on. That does not eliminate the contractors and the labs from meeting the EPA requirements. They are still required to meet the EPA requirements. They are still required to meet OSHA requirements. So nothing changed, nothing was removed to eliminate meeting, clean energy, clean water standards or worker safety. Those are still required. We took them out of our orders because the contractor shouldn't have to read here's the one requirement, here's another requirement, are they the same? They should just have to focus on the EPA, the requirement that's established in the Code of Federal Regulations. So that's why we were able to shorten a number of our requirements, because we took out things that are duplicated in other orders. Did not eliminate the requirement to meet those, it just removed them from our orders. So those were the kind of changes that we made. There was a comment made that it was done in secret. When we made these, we provided these to all the 11 companies out there that are using them. They're out there. People can see them. They're not OUO or anything like that. So we'll probably at some point put them on a web page as well, but they're public. So I just want to make sure from the state perspective, nothing was lessened as far as what the requirements for any of these companies have to go through to meet as part of the pilot program. So again, we did have 11 reactor projects. Many of them will be located at Idaho National Laboratory. They will be done under DOE authorization, so the team from our DOE Idaho office will be doing authorization on that. Some, though, are at other areas of the country. Some are ones in Utah. some in Tennessee, but they'll still be under our DOE authorization. So we'll be continuing to work with those companies. And I think you'll hear from 3 of those developers that are at the laboratory, Allo and Terry's and Oklo, later on as well. One thing that we also quickly realized when we established that reactor pilot program was a lot of the companies that are in the program, not all of them, but a lot of them were using a TRISO-based fuel. They are a high-temperature gas reactor, and they are using a certain type fuel that the only producer of that in the U.S. right now was BWXT in Virginia. We realized that that was going to be a critical path. BWXT didn't have the capacity to produce all the fuel that was needed for those reactors to be successful. So we've also stood up a fuel pilot program as well to work with companies that want to stand up that capability as well. We've accepted 4 companies into that program, and we'll note as of 2 weeks ago, we did the first DOE authorization for one of those companies. That company happens to be in Tennessee, Standard Nuclear, that had a person who used to work at the laboratory here that then went to Oak Ridge, and people in the labs move around a bit at times. Also, we'll note that in these pilot programs, we are doing this again under Department of Energy authorization. Just for folks' background, the Atomic Energy Commission that established DOE and later the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and all, they give 3 organizations within the government the ability to provide safety authorization for reactors. The Department of Energy has that authorization capability, so everything that's operated at Idaho National Lab is under DOE authorization. And general commercial operations is given to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. They have that authority. And the Department of War or Department of Defense also has that capability, though they haven't exercised it that much. So one thing that we're doing under this program is we are trying to, I'll say, harmonize more between these different areas. When I've talked about international programs, one thing that's been worked on for years is, can we harmonize the regulators? If you license something by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in the U.S., could you just take that over and use it in the United Kingdom or Canada? We have not been very successful in doing that harmonization. To me, what we're doing now is, I think, a good step forward on that is we're trying to see, can we harmonize domestically? Which, if we can't harmonize domestically, we're probably not going to do it internationally. So we are working very closely with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to make sure that as we go through our authorization process, we're addressing any issues they may have with their licensing process. I'll note we authorize or license to the same standards, but we do have different processes and paperwork. So we have now embedded 11 people in the Department of Energy that are from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in the Department of Energy to make sure that we're working together well. So, because the goal is when we do this pilot program and we demonstrate these reactors operate safely under DOE authorization this summer, we want to get them commercialized as quickly as we can. So we want to be able to use as much as we've generated under DOE authorization to support the licensing from the NRC so they can be commercialized here very quickly. So I think we have a very good opportunity to do that. We are also working very closely with the Department of War as well. In fact, the laboratory had already been working with Department of Defense in their Strategic Capabilities Office to demonstrate their program, a microreactor called Pele. So DOD was already using the laboratory as a test bed for Pele and using DOE for authorization of that reactor. That reactor is still probably about around a year out for when it's going to do their demonstration. But we already had a good relationship between DOD and DOE to do that authorization. And we're going to continue to support them as they look to also stand up more authorization capability as well. Let's see. One other major focus, too, that is worth noting here, even though it's not necessarily tied with the executive orders, is work on artificial intelligence as well. There is a major initiative that we have within the department right now, the Genesis initiative, that is really kind of a Manhattan-like project looking to move forward on artificial intelligence within the department and how we use it within the department. nuclear is one of the key focus areas. It's one of the, what they're calling the lighthouse projects to move forward on the demonstration of this technology. And nuclear has a really interesting relationship with AI. One, you talk about nuclear for AI or AI for nuclear. I mean, one of the big things right now needed is for all the power that's needed for AI, there is more and more of a need for nuclear. So we've been working a lot to see how we can work with AI developers to use nuclear deployment to provide electricity for them. But we've also tried to also look at, though, as importantly, how can we use AI to help accelerate nuclear deployment? One of the key things, we already talked about this, the transition from DOE authorization to NRC licensing. Well, that's something you could really use AI to, take the authorization paperwork from DOE and use AI to develop the same package for the NRC. So we have a number of activities, a lot led out of the laboratory to be able to make better use of AI for nuclear. We were also, though, again, wanting to make sure that we can do whatever we can to help deployment of AI, because we do view deployment of AI as we've got to be the leaders in the world for this. I mean, this is critical for our national security. So we've got to do whatever we can to enable success in the AI space. So that's why we are looking at also trying to make Department of Energy sites available for the potential to co-locate data centers with energy generation, and especially with a focus on nuclear energy generation. So we did put out a request for information for a number of different sites, Idaho being one. So we have gotten in applications looking at the co-location of energy with AI at Idaho National Lab. We've also done that for Savannah River site, the Oak Ridge site, and the Paducah site as well. So we're again trying to do what can we do, whether it's our land, resources, or people, to make AI available for various activities. And along those lines, I should also commend the lab, too, on their launch of their new supercomputer Teton last week as well. So happy with the work that's being developed in the AI space and in the computing space as well. So that's the other thing I want to make sure that folks are aware, too, though. We are still looking at deployment however we can and get new capacity however we can. We're looking at trying to make sure that we can do uprates for existing power plants. This does rely on some expertise of the laboratory as well to help existing plants do uprates to get more power out of them, where you can get maybe 10 to 100 megawatts of additional power. We're also looking at something that I, as a long-term nuclear person, never thought we would do. We're looking at restarting closed plants. And we're trying to do less from our office, more from our loans area. We are trying to look at, we're supporting the restart of the old 3 Mile Island plant, not the one that had the accident, the one that had operated for a number of years, and the Palisades plant in Michigan, and now potentially the Duane Arnold plant as well. So the department is trying to also make sure that we use all the different resources that we have for getting more energy onto the grid, including the restart activities. And I should be, I'd be negligent if I didn't say, too, we are also very excited about the deployment of large reactors like the AP1000. I know people are familiar with the Vogtle project in Georgia, had scheduled, it wasn't like John said as far as, under budget and ahead of schedule. It was over budget and behind schedule in the deployment, but it's deployed. And it's generating 2.2 gigawatts of electricity right now. And this is on a new technology. First technology deployed in the U.S. They had deployed in China as well. Those plants are already running at 92% capacity factor. A brand new design that out of the gate is just running 92% capacity factor. Again, the plant cost more than we wanted it to and was delivered later. But these are phenomenal workhorses as far as producing electricity. I do expect we will have more AP1000s also built. And I should note, those are an advanced reactor as well. They are a Generation 3 plus large reactor. So I expect we have efforts working with different companies as well to see how we move forward on the deployment of those technologies. Which I'll note, prior to the big growth of electricity that we've seen driven by AI and advanced manufacturing, I was one of those people who probably thought, we're probably going to see more just advanced reactors and small modular reactors. Because of the amount of growth we're seeing right now, I think we will see large power plants being deployed as well. Just one anecdote that I use to talk about how this growth is. I won't mention the state, but was talking to one of my colleagues from a southeastern state, and this was about a year and a half ago. And he was telling me the story that about 2 years ago, they went into their Public Utility Commission and told them, for our resource planning, we think we need about 400 megawatts between now and 2030. About 6 months later, they had to go back and say, sorry, we were wrong. It's 6 gigawatts of power that we need between now and 2030. As a utility commission, that's hard to come up with 6 gigawatts in 5 years. So the amount of the growth right now is just phenomenal. And that's why I think nuclear really does have to quadruple there as well. Okay, so I did note already, too, we were happy that we moved forward on the awards for both low-enriched uranium and high-assay low-enriched uranium for enrichment, so we're happy to have those things going forward as well. The executive orders told us to move forward on that really quickly as well. One other thing that we're doing, though, recognizing that takes a while to get that capacity online, we are trying to make resources from the department available to help some of these reactor developers. So we are taking material like the EBR2 material that's being recovered at Idaho National Lab and making it available for the first-of-a-kind reactors. So we have made a number of conditional commitments for high-assay low-enriched uranium for new developers as well. We are standing up a program also now looking at plutonium utilization. We are looking at, the executive orders did task us to look at rethink the disposition of the excess plutonium that was identified, and most of it, a lot of it is at Savannah River. We were tasked to relook at that and look at instead potentially making that available to reactor developers for fuel. I will note we've done a request for applications. Can't talk about those because we haven't done the awards yet. But when we had industry day with these companies, there's about 20 tons of material of plutonium that we identified could be made use. We did have at least 2 companies that came in and said, we want all of it. And if you have more, we would take that as well. But a number of other companies that said, we want parts of that. So we're looking to move forward again to make sure we make better use of that plutonium as well. The executive orders also really told us to look more at reprocessing as well. So look into recycle of spent fuel. And I'll note that's something that's been building for the last last 4 years, I'd say. Again, on both a Republican and a Democrat side, why aren't we recycling spent fuel? As someone that's where I've really worked most of my career when I got to do R&D, the answer I always give people on why we don't was really economics. There wasn't a driver to do it for a while. Things have changed now. There are more drivers. If we're going to quadruple nuclear, there's going to be a resource issue here at some point. Because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the cost of uranium fuel has gone up a fair amount right now as well. So the economics have changed, and there are now a number of companies looking at doing that. So we're trying to work to enable those companies as well to be able to move forward on recycled technologies. Which leads me to the final thing I was going to bring up. We did last Wednesday put out a request for information, which hopefully the governor's office was contacted on as well, on what we're calling a Nuclear Life Cycle Innovation Campus. I hate this acronym, NLIC. It just doesn't flow well. What this is, like I say, I strongly encourage y'all to look at this RFI. What we're trying to do with this is resolve the final closure of the fuel cycle. And it's the complete closure. What we're asking for primarily 2 states is, are you interested in hosting these nuclear life cycle innovation campuses? And there is one key point on this. It includes the whole closure of the fuel cycle. So are you interested in hosting and having reprocessing plants built, maybe even more enrichment plants, fuel fabrication plants built in your state? But it also includes the repository for disposal of the spent fuel as well. So that is out there. The things that have changed now is, if we are recycling, we're not just talking about putting spent fuel in a hole in the ground. We're talking about having a recycle technology that could be a multi-billion-dollar plant that's employing thousands of people to recover material from that, produce a high-level waste, produce a high-level waste that's hopefully more benign than the spent fuel itself is, and that'll eventually go into a repository. So we are asking states, are you interested in hosting this nuclear life cycle innovation campus? That came out on Wednesday. And like I say, hopefully the governor's receive. It's on sam.gov, but the governor's offices did receive that at all 50 states. We're very excited about this. This is getting us to move past the whole Yucca Mountain stalemate. We want to do this in a collaborative manner. We're not looking at telling state X, you're going to host the repository, whether you like it or not. We're wanting to look at states and hear from the states on what are you interested in doing along these lines. States may not be interested in it. And I know there's geographical issues with Idaho as far as on repository stuff, but it's going out to all the states. I will note in some of the discussions that have been had so far leading up to this, we're very optimistic that states are going to come forward and doing this. And we're not looking at just one site. We're looking at 2 or 3 sites. And I would not be surprised if we do come up with those sites. So that's out there. The due dates for responses is April 1st. Contact us if there's questions. It's run out of our office, but this is something that's out on the streets right now. So again, a lot of the investment will be private investment in the states, like the recycling. We're looking at companies that want to recycle. We would start steering them to a certain area to support these recycling initiatives in the state, but that'd be largely private investment. The repository type activity would still be funded by the government, and if we do any other government work, that would be funded by the government. But these are the potential for, billions of dollars in investments into a community in the state. So that's the final thing out there. Again, I'm excited about that because we have, as probably Idaho knows very well, we've had a stalemate on what's happening in waste. We need to move forward on that. I mean, we are currently managing spent fuel safely and securely, whether it's DOE or commercial, but we still need to go forward, the federal government, and meeting our final obligation on the disposition of the final waste on that. So we're hopeful that this is a good way to move forward. We do recognize, I should note, that whatever happens from this, the Nuclear Waste Policy Act has to be amended. And we are really looking at input from the states to know then how do we want to amend. We're not starting the amendment process until we know what kind of things states need in order to make this work. So we're very excited about that, very excited about all the opportunities across the nuclear fuel cycle. And again, want to stress, the state of Idaho and Idaho National Lab are very critical in helping us move forward on all these different type of activities. So look forward to continuing to engage with you on this, and I think I have the 20 minutes left for questions.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Goff. I have a couple of questions, but I also would charge the committee with, from each of your areas of expertise, we've heard the words expedite, we've heard the words deploy, we've heard the words that, hey, we're going to do it this time. It's upon us. In each of your areas, whether it be regulatory, the business community, the education system, the workforce system, the utilities, policymakers, policy shapers, commerce, if they drop this in Idaho's lap in the next 2 or 3 years, what do each of you need? What questions? You have the director of the Office of Nuclear Energy here, or a heavy hitter. I don't know exactly what they call you, but you have some influence. Mike off.
Yeah, ma'am.
Just anyway, but I would focus your questions in that area. If they toss the keys to these issues in your lap, in your areas, then what questions do we need asked? The timetable for what's the happy talk again? Nuclear life cycle campus?
Innovation campus.
Innovation campus, okay.
I did not come up with that name, I should note.
I think we should think about it as nuclear prosperity zones. That's kind of the way I think about it anyway, but we still have to follow the naming that.
I 100% agree. As an advisory committee to the governor, with that kind of timetable, you can see one of our tasks will be to advise the governor on what Idaho, where should we position ourselves? Do we want to play? Do we want to play? Anyway, that I think should shape our thinking. But to you directly, Dr. Goff, if you were to advise Idaho, and you've established your Idaho credentials, and you're going to move back anyway, all that. So we'll accept that Idaho bias, and given your perspective, and you know stuff that I don't know. But if you were to advise Idaho to be a player going forward, what would be the top 3 things you would tell Idaho to do?
Well, like I say, on the innovation campus, I think that's one you've really got to think long and hard about. I mean, and that one I'd also, you got to look at geology and all as well. There are challenges for Idaho to host a repository. The INL site's probably not the best site with the aquifer under it. It's not, so I don't know if that's, what the physical characteristics are for the state on doing that. But I think, to be as, ignoring the repository side, be as aggressive as you can.
What else should we do? Let's say that they put it all in Yucca Mountain, but Idaho's, what do you want Idaho to be ready to do?
To be as, for the industry that's out here, show that you're as strongly supportive of them to entice companies there. Right now, I will note where companies are going right now, they are getting major enticements from the states. Other states are out there are putting in significant dollars, millions of dollars to entice companies to build at their locations. I don't want to go into individual states, but there are a number of states that are putting in lots of dollars. I think this committee is really good too. It's standing back up the committee, continuation of the line committee, and being very proactive going forward. But I think the key thing is being very proactive as much and with whatever levers you have. Again, dollars are levers. Showing the commitment to education, which Idaho's had a good commitment to nuclear education, whether it's at training at the, at the trades level and all as well. But continuing to show and try to entice companies through dollars and investments. That's going to be a major thing out there. Companies are making those decisions right now. Some have already committed. Y'all probably read the same kind of stuff about all the deployment that's going on in Tennessee right now. The similar stuff happening in South Carolina. Some's happening in Washington State right now. There is a lot of states are putting up a lot of dollars to entice these companies in there now. So whatever you can do to be very proactive on that, I think would be very important to bring the companies along, because you do again have the laboratory here. You have the history, the workforce. You have that huge advantage. Now it's got to make sure it doesn't get negated by other states throwing dollars at it, that they overcome that advantage, that they're willing to go someplace else because they're going to get different tax breaks and investment breaks. Again, I don't want to steer you and stuff, but that's the companies that are going. When I talk to them, that's why they're going to different locations. They tend to go with the lab. They like labs and all like that as well. And I'll note, especially for things like reprocessing. Reprocessing is going to require high security facilities. So it's really would be nice, even if they're commercial, to deploy them on a national lab site that already has security. You have great security and great, 890 square miles. You have that great advantage. But again, a lot of it's still going to become with the dollars that they're going to be enticed to come there as well.
Okay. Ed, your light's on. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I am.
Copy that.
And let me make it clear. I'm telling you what I see, why other companies are going to different places. That seems to be a sign.
I hear exactly what you're saying, and Idaho's been, in certain sectors, been very successful in landing world-class, well, look no farther than the Micron thing. Our approach has never been with money up front, right, Tom? But we are very competitive here. And so as you saw the expression on my face, I'm clicking through, I'm thinking ahead of how. And but I'm going to be deferential to the rest of the panel here. So Ed, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Goff. I really appreciate what you said. I also appreciate the work of the administration on all these matters. One thought or question I have for you, and I really wanted to chime in on the word harmonize and harmony. And I think in the West, as you know, sir, we do a lot of that, working with each other in the West. And I know there are some challenges that you articulated, with my understanding. I don't know if it's current, but the NRC, says like one of these reactor sites can't be within 20 miles of a population center. Maybe that's been modernized, and of course, the challenges of NEPA and what that might mean. But one thing, because of the great work and the national and worldly regard for the Idaho National Lab, we do have a transmission line that is going to be coming in from the Southwest. And I'm wondering about the Palo Verde nuclear market and what we could do as a state because of all the things the Idaho National Lab has done for the nuclear industry. Can we partner with other nuclear sites to bring nuclear energy into Idaho sooner rather than later, knowing that there are challenges with siting and other obstacles? So when I think of the number one question I ask is what's in it for the people of Idaho, and the old economic principle of it's better to borrow somebody else's boat than to build your own boat. Maybe in the nuclear way we can take advantage of something we could use right now today.
Yes. Providing that bridging power until something's built, whether it's coming up from taking power from Palo Verde, that's an important thing. But yeah, I think adding the additional transmission lines, as we'll see in later talks, there are a number of companies that are a part of the test reactor program are looking at putting reactors on site. These three companies that are going to come up there next are going to be testing under DOE authorization. They'd probably be very interested if there was, later on, if they transition to a licensing that could be commercialization, be able to sell the power. So if we had the transmission capability, I think that would open up a lot more of these things, including, so we got that RFI that's out there for co-location of data center with nuclear or with any power source. Those are going to be constrained by transmission capabilities of the site. Because some of these data centers, again, this is continuing to shock me, these data centers are needing like multiple gigawatts. I still have a hard time getting my head around that, but they need a lot of power. So that you could have a case where someone even wants to build an AP1000 out of the site. So transmission is going to be a huge issue there. And yeah, it could be flowing to the site initially for the power in a data center, and then gradually change over as you put a nuclear plant in, because you can build the data center quicker than you can build a reactor. So yeah, I think those partnerships are very good. And I will note, I want to go back to the partnership y'all mentioned at the beginning, the tri-party partnership. The partnerships with the Wyoming and Utah, I think, are also very critical, especially as you're looking at how you respond to these different proposals and stuff. I mean, there's the opportunity to team up with these different states and figure out how you synergistically work together to put forward different proposals and all as well. So I think, yeah, that harmonization is, in this case with the states, is very important. I should also say, NRC, they are doing a lot of reform, and they right now are doing a remarkable job turning around their documentation. The Kemmer plant, they're going to do less than an 18-month turnaround for the construction permit, and hopefully that'll be coming out in the very near future. So they're starting to turn around. So it's going to be quickly turned where it's I can't blame the NRC. It's we've got, we may be the blame now, so we've got to make sure that we're ready to be able to move and execute on these things. So.
Thank you. Jen?
Dr. Goff, thank you so much. As a reminder, I'm the director of the State Board of Education. I was very heartened to hear that when you were talking about enticing companies to this state, that you mentioned the important investment in education. I certainly agree. As I was reflecting on the priorities that you identified for this administration, all I see are students, right? So I keep seeing the whole host of students and the degrees and the certificates and the experiences, the workplace experiences we're going to need to provide them in order to meet what will be a vast workforce need. And as the governor mentioned, the board has been committed to focusing our institutions on providing those degrees, and we have recently reinvigorated our conversations with INL to ensure that our degrees are actually aligned with the demands and the needs, the present day needs of industry and the lab. But I'm curious about what DOE is thinking about for the full education pipeline and the investment that needs to be made there. As we have constrained resources in the state, I start to sweat a little bit about how I'm going to be able to produce for you the workforce that you need. And I'm curious what you're hearing from the administration and what your commitments are as we think about how to make commitments in this state.
No, very good question, because it very much, the workforce is going to be critical. Yeah, as we talk about quadruple, it's at least quadrupling the number of people that we have out in the workforce as well, which is going to be a challenge. What we've done within the Office of Nuclear Energy, we've had a long-running program called our Nuclear Energy University Program, or NEIP program. And that's actually, I think, been very successful at the bachelor degree levels, masters, and PhDs. It was a commitment originally set up about 15 years ago where we were going to make about 10% of our R&D budget toward universities, focused on R&D still, but to enable those students from the universities. It's now actually evolved to where it's a line item program within our budget, which is great. Makes it much easier to administer. I will note, a year ago, we just hit the mark where we have now spent $1 billion on university activities. And as I said, it's been good, I think, we have a good pipeline of bachelor's, master's, and PhDs. What we've recognized, though, is we don't have a good pipeline of the trades and all like that. So about 2 years ago, we switched over the program to focus on also having the 2-year degrees as well, not just the 4 years, so we can start having some fraction of it going toward the 2-year degree. We're also now looking to see what can we do on the construction side, which that's largely came out of the trades in the past, like for Vogel. Vogel, when they built, they trained 30,000 workers over the time period of that construction. The unions trained that many people there to work. So we're trying to see, so that's harder for us to get into, but we're trying to see what can we do, some with the trades, to start supporting that activity as well. Because we realize it's got to cover now the whole breadth of the workforce, not just those bachelor's, master's, and PhD. So we're making that shift. We are hopefully also, we did do an award that just came out that's about a $50 million award that is focused on trade workers at the plants to improve their operational support. So that award, we hope, will come out here in the very near future to set up some universities focused on those type activities as well. We may have an additional call doing that again as well. So, but it's got to be, it's a major effort here for us.
If I may, yes. Do you have a sense for what that investment looks like in Idaho? And Director Wagner may have more of a sense for this too. I know we've struggled in the state and have really had to look external to the state to bring the workforce, skilled workforce that the lab needs. And that's something that I would really like to shift. So we're producing the people in our state for that kind of homegrown energy need.
I believe the 3 universities have done reasonably well in the NEIP program, getting awards on that. That's, but I can look and get the exact dollars on it, on where they are. And like I say, they're usually 3-year programs awarded once a year, kind of, and all funded up front. I will note we've had some issues getting the awards out this year, but we will get those out here soon. But they've done, the 3 universities there have done reasonably well, I think, in the past. So.
Thank you.
As the emphasis shifts from PhDs, masters, et cetera, down to the vocational stuff, we're there's at least one college president in the audience here.
Yep.
And I assume that, Wendy, your question is going to be along those lines as well. So, Wendy Sechrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, very, very aligned to education and workforce. I know that DOE published a report in September looking at the nuclear workforce. And from your perspective, the conclusions are that, we've decreased a significant decline in nuclear jobs with a 30% decrease from 2011 to 2024. Yet we're going to need an addition of 184,000 reactor operation jobs and an additional 250,000 construction workforce. So how might we partner with folks that develop that report to help understand how we bring that to Idaho? What does Idaho need to be doing to generate that workforce? I mean, we mentioned the Micron expansion, 2027 is anticipated to be the peak with 11,000 construction folks on that site. So as we're looking at how do we meet those construction needs across INL, Micron, aerospace, other industries, it's a challenge.
No, we'll be happy to set up contacts. Michelle Scott is our Deputy Assistant Secretary who handles the university-type programs and worked on that report. So we'll be happy to make contact there and have additional engagement for both of y'all there.
Tom Keeley has a question.
Yes.
Thanks, Lieutenant Governor. And Mike, thank you for sharing with you. If I could just play back for a minute, and hopefully it's just a minute, of what you described. And I look at this I'm the Director of Commerce, so I look at this as from the perspective of business or a venture capitalist as you look at this. And you've covered from birth to grave. And we have shortages across the whole spectrum. With demand, you're saying is 4x perhaps in terms of demand. So we got fuel, we got designs that aren't quite ready yet, whether they be the Vogel still being, but every week there's a new executive order with a new, call it, bundle of money or a need to address. And in Idaho, we could probably cover design part with lab or otherwise. We could do the test certification to a certain degree. But then licensing, of course, at the federal level and even PUC regulatory areas are being disrupted or at least challenged. We can participate in the supply chain, of course, whether in the workforce, final manufacturing, the replacement parts and the restarts, but then the real fuel recycle or the disposal in that waste. So anywhere along that whole spectrum seems to me to be gaps in need and acceleration of opportunity. I mean, it's all opportunity. Federal dollars seem to be coming in huge waves. There are some states that are very aggressive, but the amount of state incentives that I see are sort of a minuscule part of the cost that the private sector is going to have to make or the Fed's going to stand up here. So as I look at this array, I'm still looking to see where is that opportunity for Idaho to focus. Otherwise, you've got just a lot of things across the board. And can we be a part and place, call it bets or resources around that? I know workforce is a huge challenge, and I know Tennessee, but we do have some incentives. There were some that were set up because of the Areva project a long time ago that still are on the books, and we have other incentives. But it's, again, I'm looking for a little more guidance of where, like I think the Lieutenant Governor asked, where can we participate, call it early on and then over time? Or is it incrementally in every element of that business proposition? Because if I was a business owner, I'm saying, oh, where do I invest? Where do I put the chips? Either a part of it, or if I'm going to do the whole thing, that's a big undertaking.
Where should Idaho focus?
Well, like I say, you have a great resource with the laboratory already. Well, like I say, I don't know. I would probably look at what those capabilities the lab has that differentiates you from other locations. Because as you said, you are right. we need investment across the whole space. If we're quadrupling, nothing's off the table. Every space needs to be, shored up more. But again, you've got a resource in the laboratory. So I'd probably look at where their capabilities are that help, that you could help bring along. Like I say, they do a lot of work in the recycle space. They have expertise in that, and they have buildings, whether it's at the cleanup project or the lab, that could be potentially available that could help incentivize companies coming there and making use of it. So I guess I'd kind of look at, if I was looking at it, I'd probably look at it from that perspective. What differentiates you compared to other states? That comes to the laboratory, and what are their expertise that could help, help make you a standout in a certain area.
So just to follow up, the key I think of is how do I get more supply of electricity or energy to support the growth of not just Micron or others to come here, but we're running out of power. So I keep looking at how do we get more power sooner as the competitive advantage or the need for Idaho economics.
And I agree. And like I say, you have that unique advantage right now with the laboratory. One, the test beds. So there are a few reactors that are going to be working to be critical by July 4th and located at the laboratory. So those could spin to commercial, reasonably quickly. If you could get them located there, get them to stay there, that would be start providing you that additional power. Because I do think you're right. Where the rest of the industry is going to go is where the power is. And it's whoever's making that investment in the power, whether it's the additional transmission line. Because if we put the power there, if there's not transmission capability, it's not going to help us that much. So you're going to have the lab set up well to have potentially some reactors come in and they're testing. We had the UAMPS project as well. Very well characterized site. It was terminated, but you have a site there that was set up moving forward for a reasonable sized power plant. You already have that characterization capabilities there. So you have that unique ability already at the lab. And I'll toss in the RFIs that we put out for co-location of data and power. We only put them out from 4 sites, from Paducah, Savannah River, Oak Ridge, and here. So we are already in the process of trying to deploy some type technology. Again, both the user and the power producer there as well. So that is something that differentiates with the lab there.
Thank you. Remember when Dr. Wagner said we were ahead of schedule? We're not anymore. So we have a question first from Kirk Marlowe, Bobby Joe, and then our Attorney General. So go ahead, Kirk.
I just want to say thanks so much, Dr. Goff, for your advocacy for the state of Idaho, for the National Laboratory. You've been a great champion for the state for a long time. When we look at the RFI that came out, I think without a doubt it's one of the largest economic development opportunities that I've seen from the federal government in a long time. I think, obviously, as you said, there's going to be a lot of states who are going to raise their hand and say we're super interested. Getting that to make sense for a state, I know that a lot of states, certainly the western states, are going to have a difficult time meeting all of those requirements, right? Because you're looking at an RFI that lists, cradle to grave on the fuel cycle. So when, the role of the state, which is, in my opinion, not to hand out money, but to play as the advocate to lower the risk. So when you see these sites that potentially, New Mexico, Texas, other places where they tried to do interim storage and tried to close part of the fuel cycle, I think the role of the state obviously is to lower the risk. So you guys are looking for private investment, private platforms to be able to come and do this. And so, I guess my question to you is, what risk factors can the state of Idaho perform on to say, the Department of Energy has a high confidence in a regional alliance potentially to make you feel like we have a better chance. So when we think about regulatory, public information, things like that, what can the state do to improve that?
let me make sure I clarify one thing on the responses. I don't know that we would expect necessarily the states to come in and say, we've lined up all these companies here, or, it's more, are you interested in that whole concept? We, the government, can help also incentivize companies to locate. Once we decide a state is a willing host and participant, we can help on that. That we're not going to walk away from you and you've got to generate all that. We would help try to generate and encourage the co-location there. So the key thing with the state on that one is, and this is the hard thing, it's not the simple part, but is the willingness to say that you're going forward on that disposition option there as well. That you have the state support, as we learned with Yucca Mountain, state support's all very important, but it's the local support as well. Where are the potential sites and all of that as well. So I don't think you have to come in as much with having everything. We would be helping some with the additional encouragement of companies once we found states that were willing to host, getting companies to co-locate there as well. So we would not walk away from that at that point. The key thing, though, is the state, showing. And again, I am not saying the state of Idaho should do this. I'm just letting you know the general concept there. But it's the state coming forward and say, yes, I'm willing to do all of this, working with the partnership with the federal government.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Dr. Goff. We hear a lot about data centers and obviously their critical role. I don't think Idaho is unique. A lot of states are talking right now about data centers as they are large energy users in water. But I am curious from a deployment strategy and for Idaho, how critical are data centers in the deployment of nuclear energy?
I mean, they are a major driver, but I'll still look at them as separate. I mean, we need the data centers domestically onshore for our overall, we've got to win the AI race. So they are important on their own. What we're hearing, though, from a lot of the developers, though, is they need firm electricity in order to provide this. And they are identifying that nuclear is that firm base load power. I mean, and figuring out the right way to deploy that. Small modular reactors work great because you can take one offline, still make sure that you have 100% power to the data centers all the time. So they do provide that capability that they need. They are also, though, already talking about bridging, some of the ones we've engaged with. They recognize, again, they can deploy a data center faster than we can build a plant. So they're committed still to deploying nuclear for it, but they're happy to build a natural gas turbine to provide the power in the interim and then transition over. So it's very important for the long term for the data centers, but they will provide others. They'll look at other sources of power in the near term to get them deployed.
Okay, to the policymakers in the room, maybe the incentives that are based in Idaho law towards data centers, would they be better employed with other tax incentives as we, that I think that's a pertinent question to the legislators. Attorney General Labrador.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. I was multitasking this morning, so I heard most of what you said. I even heard the Lieutenant Governor say that there are no stupid questions and to ask all the questions you have, not wait till the break. So as you look at this RFI that you're talking about, I think I heard you say that Idaho at the INL laboratory area was not a good area for this RFI. Did I hear you say that? I just want to clarify that.
I should note, I'm not a geologist, but I have heard that before, that in general, with the aquifer, it's probably not the best geology there necessarily, right, in that general region.
And that's what I heard, and I think I could concur with you. Idaho has a unique role where, and I as the Attorney General have to keep, to ensure that we strongly support and follow the agreement from several years ago. How do you see this RFI competing against the agreement that we have, and what does Idaho need to do to, if anything, so we could comply. And I will tell you, I'm not a policymaker anymore. I'm not supposed to be, but as a former legislator, I'm not a huge fan of the federal government asking or any company asking for incentives. I voted against most of them when I was in the legislature, including the Arriva plan, where I was in the state legislature. So
I think that's why we described you as a policy shaper. Okay. Dr. Goff.
First, like I say, I'm not I'm letting you know on the response to incentives. Certain companies, when they work with us and tell us why they're locating somewhere, that's one thing that they brought up. So again, I'm not trying to set up Idaho policy on what that's for you and the legislative bodies to decide. With respect to the settlement agreement, I think this has a very good benefit on moving forward in the settlement agreement. We are looking at trying to, like I say, trying to accelerate the disposition of spent fuel and high-level waste. And hopefully could do this much quicker even than we were looking at under the old Yucca Mountain option. So I think this is actually helps move forward on the settlement agreement. There is the possibility that we could actually cite something here in the very near term, whatever state it's going to be. Again, I'd have to go back and think of the settlement agreement. Does it actually say Yucca Mountain, or it's out of the state, I guess, is the way it's set up. So if another state has this site set up, we could move forward. And I got to admit, my vision on how they would set it up is you'd have to have a storage facility there. Whether you're going to do the recycling or the repository, you need a pretty good sized storage facility to queue the material for recycling or potentially queue material for going into the repository. So if we move forward on this quicker, it actually helps the settlement agreement because you have the opportunity of really actually moving the waste in, by the 2035 kind of date and going either to the storage facility or some other type facility. So I think it's where we've stopped spinning our wheels as far as on discussion and actually trying to do something to implement that repository and its associated handling facilities. So I think it really helps with moving forward on the settlement agreement. Whether Idaho says they want to do it here or some other state says they're going to do it there, it helps still moving forward on the settlement agreement and getting the material out of the state.
All right. Committee, well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Goff. We certainly appreciate your commitment to this industry. We appreciate your background in Idaho and the perspective that gives you as we navigate these issues. And so, thank you.
Very welcome, and sorry, as a nuclear engineer, I got you off schedule here. So
well, if you didn't, one of the policymakers would have. So anyway, we thank you for your time here. To the committee, we're going to recess for approximately 10 minutes. It's 9:43, so my math says be back in your seats by 5 to 10. Thank you.
Okay. There'll be 3 of them, and then I thought maybe I could Yeah, it's on.
I have not.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. We continue to slip schedule. Just noting that, but I think that was an excellent discussion and did not want to cut. I'm glad that my co-chair did not cut that previous conversation off because there was a lot of important stuff there. But there's a lot of important stuff that we're going to hear from this group right now. So we're very fortunate to have 3 reactor development companies or representatives of them with us to do a panel. Each one of them is going to provide some prepared remarks, and then we'll have time for a Q&A with this group. Each one of these reactor companies has projects ongoing at the laboratory and beyond. And so I think it's a really great set of companies that we're going to talk to. I'm going to introduce them, and I am going to, even though I know each of them pretty well, for everybody's purposes, I'm going to read their bios so that everybody is aware. We're going to start with Oklo. And from Oklo, we have Dr. Everett Redmond, Senior Director of Federal Affairs at Oklo. I've actually known Everett a very long time, so there's a little bit of a personal relationship. We started our careers at a company called Holtec. I don't want to say how many years ago. So Everett, Senior Director of Federal Affairs at Oklo, responsible for policy activities and interface with the U.S. Department of Energy and other federal agencies. Everett also supports nuclear fuel supply and fabrication efforts and the Aurora Powerhouse development efforts. Everett joined Oklo in September of 2022. Prior to joining Oklo, Everett was a senior technical advisor at Nuclear Energy Institute, a primary policy development and representation entity for the nuclear energy industry, where he was responsible for programs and policy efforts to support commercialization of advanced reactor technologies. Everett was with NEI from 2006 to 2022. Before joining NEI, Everett was a principal engineer at Holtec International. He holds PhD from Massachusetts Institute of Technology in nuclear engineering. After we hear from Oklo, from Everett, we're going to, let me switch gears here. We're going to hear from Antares. Jason Andrus is joining us from Antares. He's the Director of Licensing and lead of Idaho activities at Antares, where he oversees licensing activities to support deployment of advanced reactors. He previously spent nearly 15 years with us at Idaho National Laboratory in roles focused on nuclear licensing and deployment of innovative reactor systems. We were sorry to see Jason leave us, but we were happy to see Antares get his experience. He is a native Idahoan. He holds a bachelor's degree in nuclear and mechanical engineering right here from Idaho State University, a master's degree in nuclear engineering from North Carolina State University, complementing his industry and national lab background. And then last but not least, we'll hear from Tim Frazier from ALO Atomics. And let me find Tim's bio here. Tim brings over 36 years of nuclear industry experience. I like that you own that number. I typically try to shy away from that number, including nearly 23 years at the U.S. Department of Energy in senior roles across the Office of Nuclear Energy and related divisions. His expertise spans nuclear energy and policy, the back end of the nuclear fuel cycle, nonproliferation, nuclear space power, and high-level stakeholder engagement. He's internationally recognized as a leading expert in the back end of the nuclear fuel cycle. Tim has spoken and led technical delegations worldwide. After federal service, he found TF Fraser LLC and advised nuclear startups, advanced reactor developers, and a national laboratory, later serving as vice president of government programs at GE Hitachi Nuclear Energy America. And Tim and I had the privilege of being on a panel here in Boise just December 4th for the Energy and Mineral Summit that the Office of Energy and Mineral Resources put on. So good to see you again, Tim. So with that, I'd like to turn the time over to Dr. Redmond.
There we go. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to take about 10 minutes or so and give you an update on what we're doing, talk about what we're doing in the state of Idaho, as well as a little bit more broadly, but with a focus on Idaho. So this right here is an image of what our powerhouse, at least part of it's going to look like. And if you'll take a look in the background on the left-hand side, there is the materials and fuels complex back there. And there's the dome from the old experimental breeder reactor 2. That is kind of the foundation for what we're doing, and I'll talk more about that in a second. We are a publicly traded company, so legal disclaimers. Our model, we are build, own, and operate. So we are developing advanced reactors, which we will build, own, operate, and at the end of the day, sell power. So our business model is to sell electricity, or heat it could be, depending on what the customer wants. I am not selling the reactor. As a result, though, I am responsible for my entire life cycle. So I manage our fuel, I have to fabricate fuel, have to put it in the reactor, operate it, and then at the end of the day, we have to deal with on the back end as well, storage or whatever, until such time as the federal government takes it. John mentioned that we are at Idaho National Laboratory. We have 3 different facilities out there, and I'm going to talk about each one of those. The first is Aurora INL, so that is our reactor, our powerhouse. We actually refer to them as powerhouses because, again, at the end of the day, what I'm selling is electricity, not the reactor. We are doing fuel fabrication at the Materials and Fuels Complex. Great collaborative effort with the laboratory, utilizing their expertise from the history with EBR2 and doing that work there. And then Atomic Alchemy, Meitner 1 facility. Atomic Alchemy is a subsidiary, wholly owned subsidiary of Oklo. They are going to be doing medical isotope and industrial isotope production out there at the laboratory. Their headquarters are based in Idaho Falls. Oklo's headquarters are based in Santa Clara, California, though we have staff everywhere, including within Idaho and Idaho Falls. So the Aurora Powerhouse, an advanced fission reactor. It is a liquid sodium-cooled fast reactor, very, very similar to what EBR2 was. Nice thing about liquid sodium, you can never get it hot enough to boil. And you're operating at essentially atmospheric pressure, which is a huge safety benefit and huge cost reduction. Now, for us, we're targeting we are 75 megawatt electric in terms of the design. We picked that design power because it works well with our customer base, which predominantly is data centers. I'll touch on that a little bit at the end. But the first reactor is being deployed at INL because that's where we have access to fuel. We have access to 5 metric tons of high-assay, low-enriched uranium, which the laboratory is currently processing right now from the old EBR2 fuel. We are going to be U.S. Department of Energy authorized for the first reactor I need to emphasize, though, that after startup, we plan to transition to a Nuclear Regulatory Commission license. So we are going to be putting power on the grid. So we are going to be a commercial operating reactor. So Dr. Goff mentioned that, reactors in this country have been operating for 40, 60, and going on towards 80 years. We intend to be doing the same. This is a long-term commitment on our part to the state of Idaho, to the Idaho Falls area. We will be, startup is scheduled for 27, 28, and then connection to the grid will occur sometime thereafter. At the end of the day, what we're looking at here for the facility, this is really our first of a kind. So it is a demonstration in a sense, but it is not a small demonstration. This is a full-scale, first-of-a-kind reactor for us. Next reactor will be deployed in Ohio. We made an announcement recently with Meta for providing some power to them. So reactor number 2 and 3 are scheduled for the Piketon area in Ohio. So site activity. So this gives you an idea within close-up of where MFC is, of where our site is. It's just off of Taylor Boulevard. After you make if you're coming out of Idaho Falls, make a right onto Taylor Boulevard towards MFC, and we're right there. We have done all the geotechnical work, cultural and biological surveys, working with the laboratory, geophysics testing, boreholes, and we are currently constructing out there right now. Kiewit is our contractor. They've cleared the soil site out there. They are doing blasting right now, about 4 days a week, to break the ground up and make the hole for the reactor vessel as well as the other facilities. So that work is ongoing. The weather has been great for construction. My apologies in terms of the weather for snow and everything. I'm from the DC area. It was colder there when I left than here, unfortunately. But we're also engaged with Idaho Power, which is the local utility for us, and looking at providing power to the grid. It would connect out most likely to the Pronghorn substation. There's an example of a power line shown there. The exact transmission routes are yet to be determined. Fuel fabrication, so I touched on this a little bit before. We have been granted a building by INL, building 798 at the Materials and Fuels Complex. We are in the process of finalizing the design work right now. It was an old liquid radioactive waste treatment facility. It has been decontaminated on the inside. We're finishing design work right now, and we'll begin doing construction work inside later this year. That facility will also be DOE authorized, and we're going to fabricate the fuel in there for the first reactor using that 5 metric tons of material, HALEU, coming out of INL. It's coming from a facility just nearby. Will be transported over, and then we'll fabricate fuel. So what does our fuel look like? The reactor fuel looks like this. This is actually a picture of an old EBR-2 fuel assembly, and our fuel is basically the same. Also very similar, I would note, to what TerraPower is using. It's going to be metal fuel inside fuel rods with some liquid sodium inside, bonded together. We need enrichments up to 19.75%. The operating fleet, as a reference, uses about 5%. So our design is very similar to EBR-2, and then we'll be loading those fuel assemblies in the reactor out there. Where core number 2 comes from is going to be probably the commercial market, commercial HALEU market, which I can talk more about if you wish. So touching on atomic alchemy for a second. So Atomic Alchemy Meitner 1 facility, they're going to have what we refer to as VIPERs, versatile isotope production reactors. There could be up to 4 of those located out there. They're pool-type reactors operating at about 15 megawatt thermal, so very small reactors, using reduced height existing fuel, 17 by 17 fuel bundles. And then the goal is neutron production and diverse isotope production, so think about medical, defense, and industrial applications. The United States, unfortunately, is lacking in isotope production, and our subsidiary is trying to help alleviate that issues. So their reactor will be built out there. That will be an NRC licensed facility, not going through the DOE authorization pathway. I don't have a target date for that, but later, probably around 2030. And then recycling. So I'll close out with just a couple things. So recycling is something that Dr. Goff talked about and something that Oklo intends to do. I mentioned that we have to manage our entire life cycle. We look at it that way. We're going to be doing recycling in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We made that announcement about September of last year, and we're in the process of doing site work out there. We are going to be using pyroprocessing technology, which is based on a lot of work that's been done at Idaho National Laboratory, as well as Argonne National Laboratory. In fact, it's the same technology actually right now being operated at a lab scale for processing the EBR2 fuel. We'll deploy it at a commercial scale. So eventually, we're going to start with recycling the light water reactor fuel, and eventually we'll recycle our own spent fuel. So the intent would be that at some point, the spent fuel coming out of the reactor out at INL would be shipped to our recycling facility. I mentioned this a little bit in terms of customer base. I talked about the Meta announcement. So we made an agreement to support up to 1.2 gigawatts, providing power in the Piketon, Ohio area. We've made some strategic partnerships with Kiewit as lead constructor. ABB is doing the monitoring room. And then we just recently signed a binding contract with Siemens Energy to expedite procurement for the power conversion system. We are focused as much as we can on buying off-the-shelf equipment. So Siemens is not designing anything specific for us. They're utilizing some of their existing equipment, product line for supplying power to us. One thing I should mention as well, and I'll wrap up with that, is that here in Idaho, as well as actually everywhere, what we're planning to do is do dry cooling. So condensing the steam back to water using air rather than large volumes of water. We will need water access, but we are going to try to minimize that as much as we can using dry cooling. And with that, I will wrap up, and another image of what the powerhouse could look like out at the site or in other locations. Actually, that would be another location. I see the trees there. But you saw the image at the beginning. So with that, I'll close out. Thank you.
Thank you, Everett. Jason?
All right, so Jason Andrus, Director of Licensing for Antares. I'm going to talk a little bit about our company and the things we've got going on in Idaho. So first of all, I think one of the things that separates Antares is that we think about energy not just in terms of providing power, but we really see strategic energy as something that the nation needs. And so we think that there are, if you look at the history of the nation, there are certain capabilities that can only be achieved by having the right types of energy at the right places. And so rather than thinking of us as like this big building nuclear, we see nuclear as something that has energy density that enables critical mission capabilities, right? So Department of Defense applications, Department of War applications, space applications. We think that there are remote communities. There are a number of places in the known universe, so to speak, that we need the energy density that nuclear power can provide. And so, the Antares mission is to create that strategic energy capability, to integrate really the energy with the end use system so that we're selling not just the electricity, but really the mission effect that energy capability can provide. And so we see ourselves as needing to complete that integrated solution, not just power. So as we do that, we look for factory-built, mass-producible nuclear reactors, so small nuclear reactor systems that can operate safely, efficiently, and reliably. We've got a team from a wide variety of backgrounds, aerospace, national laboratories, automotive, all focused on delivering a product that is cost competitive, economical, but that can be done iteratively to increase capability and done rapidly. We see our first customers really as U.S. federal government needs, defense first focus really, because that's where the need for energy that can be mobile like our solutions provide, we think is most imminent. And we've got a lot of ongoing activities with the Department of War and Department of Defense in order to enable that. And then ultimately, we think that our first reactors will be built in terms of the non-nuclear portions of that in our Torrance facility, which is 322,000 square feet of manufacturing space in Torrance, coupled with the activities we have here in terms of Idaho with regards to research and development, fueling, and other testing activities. A little bit about our first product, the R1 reactor. The idea is a very small deployable reactor that can go to remote or austere locations. Think about a very small site footprint. One of these, for comparison purposes, one of these silos you see on that lower grid, those are about 35 by 35 feet. And so, we can have a 2.5 acre site boundary can have as many as 6 reactors. And then really, we're talking on the much smaller ends for the public utilities folks. I mean, they're thinking these are numbers that barely move the needle in terms of like normal electricity, but these matter in terms of mission effect in some areas, right? So we're talking very small systems here, 1 to 3 megawatts worth of electricity. And then ultimately, we think that those need to be transportable, right? You need to be able to access places where you need power, where you can kind of eliminate the need for long, fuel chains. I mean, a perfect example of this is there are places in Alaska where they haul in diesel fuel in the summer, and then they burn diesel fuel all winter to keep the diesel fuel warm so that they can burn diesel fuel for electricity throughout the winter. Idaho has a similar experience with diesel gelling up once out at INL, and it gets cold some places. We need to make sure we believe that we can solve that with nuclear energy. Safety is fundamental. So if you think about how we address safety, a lot of it's predicated on TRISO fuel. Dr. Goff spoke a lot about the Department of Energy's research on advanced fuels and TRISO fuel. So our reactor is designed around TRISO as a fuel, which means that you can essentially provide the safety margins and the containment of the radioactive materials at the fuel level. We think that this provides a lot of benefits for systems that are very small and for very, very mobile. And we're actively fabricating our first fuel core of TRISO fuel at BWXT right now for our demonstration. So in terms of, well, I apologize, that seems to have not gone well in the PDFing here. So please don't try to read those words. You might give yourself a headache. But I'll talk about it. So we think that one of the things that's important is that you actually have to build reactors to design reactors. That feedback cycle is important. When you look at the history of nuclear, and the entire existence of the Idaho National Laboratory was around designing and testing and demonstrating reactors, and then understanding what needed to be enhanced, improved, and demonstrated so that you could have a much more reliable and robust product. And so we heard earlier about the Vogel units, and all of that light water reactor technology is really benefited from the testing and demonstration that happened through about 60 years of R&D development to get to that point. We think that with regards to advanced reactors, that needs to continue. And so part of our strategy for starting small is that it's much easier to build a very small reactor than it is to build a huge reactor, right? So we think that it takes that risk off the table in terms of development, and it provides a solution that the nation doesn't have today. So we are on schedule to have our first reactor demonstration go critical at Idaho National Laboratory before July 4th of this year. That'll happen in the building that you see in the top right, which is the 793, now known as the Reactor and Critical Experiments Facility. This was historically a building that was used to support the EBR-2 operations for a number of years. We engaged with Idaho National Laboratory. They were accommodating enough to help us find a space and have been wonderful in helping us clean that building out and get it ready to support our reactor demonstration test. And at the end of the day, we're super excited for the opportunities that Idaho creates. I think what we see as a company is we would like to build upon the legacy of 52 reactors. And in a perfect world, we'd have 52 of our own that get designed, tested here in Idaho. And then if you really want to see us, screen on LinkedIn to see what's happening, because things are moving very quickly right now.
Excellent. Thank you, Jason. Tim Frazier.
Yeah, so I don't have any slides, but I could use some of Evert's slides. Kidding. So Tim Frazier, I'm the VP of Government Programs at Olive Atomics. We are a brand new company. We've been around, we'll be 3-year-old, well, we were 2-year-olds and 2 years old in December. We've gone from April of 24, I was employee number 8, now we have like 120 employees. We're headquartered in Austin. That's where we're establishing our manufacturing center. It is, I always say this, and I said this if you were at the Energy and Mineral Summit, you heard me say this. Our headquarters is in Austin, but our heart is in Idaho. We have a large part of our engineering work, in fact, almost all of our engineering work is done in Idaho Falls. Some of those guys John was gracious enough not to fight to keep them at the laboratory, so we took some lab folks. Our CTO, Yasser Arafat, was the lead engineer on the Marvel project. When he left, I think he took some of those people with him. Anyway, it's a good group. It's now grown. I think there's probably 55 or so engineers now working in Idaho Falls. Our reactor is sodium-cooled thermal reactor, so we're going to thermalize our neutrons with graphite. We are using LEU and LEU+. I'll mention in a minute about ALO-X, which we're going to build out at the site. We'll go full power crit towards the end of this year, end of 26. It will be regular old LEU, but we already have an order to be placed for LEU+, which will probably be 8.5%, 9%. For those of you who don't know, Urenco, probably thanks to some urging from Mike, they got their authorization to produce up to 10% enriched material. So you could go as high as 10. The problem with 10 is some of the fuel fabrication people that make the UO2 pellets can't go that high yet. So it's a kind of a chicken and an egg thing. I mean, if we ordered it, they would be happy to make it, but that's, additional cost, additional time. So we're going to use LEU+. We bought 3 metric tons from Urenco. We're going to use basic UO2 pellets, just like they in every light water reactor, boiling water reactor across the United States. Sodium cooled. ALO-X is going to be 30 megawatts thermal, 10 megawatts electric. We're going to do some work characterizing the loads from a data center, like a portable small data center, to the power generation on the back end of the nuclear plant, because as we all know, nuke plants like to run nice and steady. Data centers are a little wiggy on their power intake. We're currently under construction in between where Everett is and MFC, so we're right outside of the MFC fence. We're in the process of building a critical assembly facility where we'll use our fuel, our design, our graphite to do zero power crit by July 4th. Next to that, we're doing a sodium testing facility, and then on the other side of that is where our ALO-X will be. And once again, it'll be 10 megawatt electric that we will, in discussions with the department, we can turn some of it back. We're trying to use the EBR2 model, because EBR2 was on the site, generated about 20 megawatts for a while. Let's see, let me look on my list. Oh, I should have mentioned that we're 100% private funded at this point, not asking for anything. We have raised about $160 million, all in private investment. We'll probably start our Series C sometime towards mid to late this year. I should note that some of our kind of major focus has always been data centers. 75 watts, 50 megawatts, that seems to be kind of a sweet spot for them as they build up their capacity at wherever they're doing it. Like was mentioned before, they'll probably bridge until we can get on board. Our big selling item to them is what we call an ALO pod. It's 5 of the 10 megawatt electric versions in a connected, not one facility, connected facilities, closely connected. We may use 1 turbine, we may use 5 turbines. We're still working out what impact that could have on the capacity factors that Mike was talking about. And I should take just a second to say, I'm glad Mike brought up capacity factors, because as these new first-of-a-kind reactors come online, if we could do 92% a year the first year, would be remarkable. And I don't think anybody that has a technical background will tell you that's going to happen. But when you look at, I think the best we ever did with light water reactors in any one year was just a little bit north of 95%. And now that's with 60 years worth of history, and it's just, and I caution my own folks, by the way, to not promise these outrageous, reliability numbers or capacity factor numbers. I think that's about it. Happy to answer any questions. I should mention DoD, Department of War. They are really kind of spinning up, if you haven't followed the Janus stuff that's out there. They're going to do that under their own authority, which also Mike mentioned that they have under the Atomic Energy Act. There's a competition, it's not really a competition, it's DIU, the Defense Innovation Unit, kind of took it and ran with it. So you provide a solution brief, then you can get called back to do a pitch and talk about whatever other questions they might have. So we'll see how that goes. But there's a big push. They have their own authority, which is nice. And I will mention, just to backstop what Everett was talking about, of transitioning from like a DOE authorization into an NRC authorization. It's going to be really pivotal for us at ALLO, because ALLO X should be full power the end of 26. We're going to follow that up with an ALLO pod, maybe late 27, early 28. And oh my gosh, I forgot to mention, the manufacturing facility, if I didn't say it, we're going to make a 95% complete reactor assembly. So when we ship it from our site, it's going to go wherever you're going to install it rather than build it there, kind of a shift in a paradigm. Gigawatt factory's coming. That's 100, being able to make 100 of our reactors a year. We're going to site that in late 27, get it built in 28, and then operational. So thank you for your time. Happy to answer questions.
Well, thank you, panel. I'll kind of kick this off if you will allow. So the three of you were here since we started this morning. So you can kind of get a feel for our charge, and you are broad-minded individuals and not siloed, right? And so as we try to wrap our collective mind around the possibilities, the potential, our assets here in Idaho, our restrictions or our limitations here in Idaho, mostly self-imposed. But as you would help us advise the governor and the other policymakers in the building, and you three are here, and you chose Idaho for a reason. I don't think we need to rehearse all of that, but as we go forward, what do you need from this august group, and how would you help us complete our task as to picking a lane, and where does Idaho fit in this in the future? So Tim, you're warmed up. Why don't you start?
So I think the level of support that we've gotten, ALLO has gotten here in Idaho is amazing. I have been coming to Boise, gosh, Doug, about a year, right? Where's Doug Taylor? Yeah, about a year. Talking to people, and everybody's very receptive. All the staffs are nice. We haven't seen any barriers yet that are going to be hard to break down to move us forward. I know that we signed an agreement with Idaho Falls Power. I have to remember to say that. And they to potentially do a pod, 50 megawatts electric, in Idaho Falls. So I think when we get so we're fine. Thank you for the support. Keep it coming. Applaud us every chance you get. Talk about us, how wonderful. We all are, because I am of the boat of rising tide floats all ships. Also, I've started saying a nuclear renaissance again, thanks to John. So I said at the Minerals Summit, I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. And well, now I'm a little stitious. So I'm getting better. It's just, every time I say it, it's like, sorry. Just continued support at the state level. And of course, DOE will take care of us there.
Thank you. And like I say, Everett, if you take a shot, and then Jason, and then I'll open it up.
Thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, for the question. We are committed to Idaho and think Idaho has a lot to offer. There was some conversation this morning that I think the few things I'd like to highlight, transmission being one. There are certainly some challenges within the state, certainly in the area we are in terms of transmission and being able to put power onto the grid. So that's a particular area. I would note that Idaho is in competition with other states, and Dr. Goff mentioned incentives. That may or may not have some appeal, but there are other states that are certainly trying to attract folks. One thing that I would suggest as a possibility is, as you're trying to get companies to come in and say build nuclear, say reactors, for example, in areas that are not the laboratory, some sort of Sherpa, if you will, because other states are doing this, that can help manage the regulatory in-state. So somebody that can help lay out for a company like us, for example, here's all of the regulatory issues that you need to deal with so that we don't have to figure it out on our own, that sort of stuff. We've been working with the Department of Energy and Idaho National Laboratory on the laboratory side and kind of figuring it out jointly as we go. The state could help solve that problem if we're deploying elsewhere. And then the other thing, last thing I would suggest is
When you say elsewhere, outside the boundaries of INL.
Yes, correct, correct. I mean deploying, so for example, we're on INL, but we're within Bingham County. But the county does not have a huge amount of jurisdiction because of where we're located on the site. What I mean is outside of that. Because then you're trying to figure out all the county rules, you're trying to figure out the state rules and all of that. If you can just lay it out for us, for somebody, that would make life much easier.
One-stop shop, as it were.
Exactly. And then the last thing I would suggest is there are different business models out there like ours, like, Antares and Alo, thinking about different ways of doing things. Explore that, see what the options are. There's a huge opportunity now with companies like all of ours and the others to be deploying nuclear now closer to where the customers need it. But there's different business models coming. So that's what I'd like to conclude with. Thank you.
Jason.
Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity. I agree with, pretty much everything Everett and Tim said. A couple other points I would highlight is I do think that the conversation about, recognizing that Idaho is in competition with other states is an interesting one, right? And I mean, the libertarian streak in Idaho runs deep. And the idea that, I'm not going to give government incentives to a company to come in. I mean, it's just kind of almost feels like embedded in the culture of the way we as Idahoans think. I do think we have to recognize there is some level of a competition here and decide where we want to be in that competition, right? And what do we want for that? I mean, and maybe it is data centers. We need to become a very energy intensive state. Maybe it is that we want to have nuclear energy come in and support the mining interests that already exist in the state so that we can maybe simplify, right? We talk about some of these reactors actually create the opportunity to avoid the need for long distance transmission into some of these remote areas where we might have mining operations.
Well, if you can get them on a semi, then I think that we'll find a place to use them.
That's the goal. That's absolutely the goal. I would say, that's just something to consider. I do think the other thing that maybe is one of the unique things to Idaho is the legacy of nuclear in Idaho is deep, right? I mean, you can't go wander around and understand what has happened out on that desert and not appreciate what Idaho has given to the nation with regards to nuclear. I think when we look at the way the nuclear Renaissance 2.0 is shaping up, there is an interesting challenge in that we are asking for private industry to maybe lead more than we ever as a nation have done before. And I think one of the challenges is that to some degree, state policymakers are going to have to recognize that those private companies may not be exactly the way or structured or operate in the same way that the Idaho National Laboratory does, right? Mike talked about it earlier about how the department and the INL have had to adjust and adapt to how to deal with private entities. I mean, 4 months ago, I was sitting on John's side of the fence. And just the change I've seen in 4 months has been massive in terms of like the perspective and the interests and the things that need to happen from a private developer perspective. And I can't not commend really any of the folks we've dealt with. Is everything all right?
Yeah, no, I'm just seeing who's queued up to ask you the next question.
Okay. I have to commend the work that those folks have been done, but I mean, I think John and his leadership team would say that we make them all at least a little bit uncomfortable, which is our goal, because that's where growth happens. But they also, I think that may be one of the risks that we have to think about, that I think this task force could think about, is how do we enable the next generation and allow both the lab to flourish, but also allow private industry to flourish, and recognize that those fates and those interests may be on occasion not competing, but certainly different.
I appreciate your comments particularly, and your noting of our collective Idahoan DNA when it comes to incentivizing. Yet Idaho has been quite successful where we do incentivize, and I see that happening again. The former representatives' votes on certain things notwithstanding. So I'm seeing Wendy's light and Mr. Lodge's light. So ladies first. Go ahead, Wendy.
Thank you. You mentioned maybe a little bit of stealing employees from Dr. Wagner, but where are you currently getting your workforce, and what do you, for each of you, where do you anticipate that coming from in Idaho? Do you see bringing people into the state? Do you see already that perhaps we have a pool of individuals that will be able to meet the needs of your companies?
There certainly is an existing pool in Idaho, and we see that pool increasing with some of the graduates. We have a lot of interns in the office, in our Idaho Falls office, that are doing engineering. Don't forget, Mike mentioned the trades. I mean, the trades are just as important. I've got a 19-year-old who has no intention of going to college. And the question is, okay, your second gap year's up, what are you going to do? And so talking to him about trades, talking to him about stuff, there's just, that's important. But certainly the pool here, we're fortunate in Austin that there's quite a good pool. And fortunately, some of the manufacturing people that we've picked up from Tesla, we got a couple SpaceX guys that are, big thinkers, and they've really been helpful. But they're helping to bring along, the younger folks that we're bringing in. I haven't looked at what our age demographic is for the company, but I bet it's low. I bet it's not very high. But great question, Wendy.
I would just say we get them where we can find them, right? I mean, and I think that Idaho has certainly a talent pool when you think about both the universities from the engineer's perspective, but also I do think that the skilled manufacturing, when we think about why did we set up, headquarters in the South Bay of LA, it's because, you can throw a rock and hit a machinist that's really good with advanced materials, right? I think that's an opportunity for the state when you start looking about the manufacturing needs. Like there are definitely opportunities here that are inclined with the type of folks that are in the talent pool, but maybe we're not necessarily training them explicitly for those opportunities at the moment.
And I would just conclude with echoing what my colleagues here have said. One thing I did not mention is we are building a manufacturing facility or a receipt facility in Idaho Falls, and we're already engaging with some of the other construction firms, manufacturing firms in the area. And we have employees throughout the U.S., so we'll pull from wherever we need. There's a huge interest in this area, in the Idaho Falls area. So I'm confident that we'll be able to find the employees we need, but we'll just have to grow them as we need them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I think the state of Idaho is most successful when we communicate, coordinate, and collaborate with the private sector. And I just want to extend the invitation to you or to someone they'd recommend to come and communicate to the Public Utilities Commission so we know what support you need and at what point in the process. And I would just want to extend that invitation to you so we better understand how we can help you be successful.
Thanks.
I appreciate that. We'll reach out. Thank you.
Representative Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the function of this task force is to create incentives. We need to have incentives, collaboration, however we can, politically, environmentally, publicly. That is the function of this organization. And I have to agree, incentives is our primary function. We're competing against Texas, Utah. They're going to smoke us when it comes to money. We're going to have to provide a great environment to have them come here, or we're going to lose. That's what I see this function. We can pursue that. That's our objective.
Thank you, Representative. Dr. Wagner.
All right, sorry, Callie. Let me just jump in here. And that's a great lead up to the question that I had. So thank you for that, Representative Hill. I'm going to direct this to Everett. I could direct a similar question, but there's a lot of discussion going on in the state of Idaho right now about the opportunities around nuclear fuel recycling and whether or not that's a good opportunity for the state of Idaho to pursue. Oklo recently decided to site a recycling facility in Tennessee. Perhaps you could share some of the attributes or parts of the decision making on that selection that might be helpful for us in the state of Idaho in terms of what a company thinks about when they make those selections.
Sure. There's only so far I can talk, obviously. But we did a nationwide search for a site. And then there was, when thinking about siting a facility like that, or reactor for that matter, but really when thinking about siting a recycling facility, you're looking for communities that are very supportive of nuclear. Obviously, Idaho Falls is, so are many other communities within the United States. The Oak Ridge area absolutely is. Then it's a combination of looking at what the state and how the engagement with the state will be. I'll stop short of using the word incentives, and that sort of interaction. So we did, as I said, a nationwide search to find and site that. We're comfortable with where we are down in that area, with the community, the area, looking at land, so when you're looking at things, you're looking at land, you're looking at infrastructure. For example, is there rail access or not into the area that you're talking about coming into? Is there power? Is there power that can be provided? What's the transmission capabilities? It's a lot of that. It's not just simply land. Land is everywhere. It's not just simply that. It's infrastructure. It's the power, water, rail access in our case, and then other things that the state might offer or the local community might offer. The educational system, we talked about that as well. So it's a combination of things. At the end of the day, Oak Ridge is where we chose to site that facility. Does that mean that we're not going to do anything out at the laboratory here? No, we're certainly committed to doing more work out at INL and look forward to it.
I just wanted to put in a little bit of a plug for my office. You mentioned having a Sherpa to kind of help you on the state side, and that's what our office has really tried to facilitate in other sectors, mining and other energy projects. So we work closely with the state regulatory agencies, and we've had some preliminary discussions about how to get ready for you all as you transition to that part of your process. And so I think we do feel ready to go in terms of helping you walk through that regulatory process. And this is maybe something for the group to think through and investigate as well, but I think our impression, our initial thoughts is that there aren't additional regulations that any of these regulatory entities need to be ready for you all. So just don't reach out when you guys are ready so we can, and we never want to be the reason that a project is behind or moving slowly. So as you go through the federal process, as much as we can do in advance too, we want to partner with you. So
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are there other questions? I think that part of the reason there's not a lot of questions is the comfort that we all feel towards you. And I hope that you will all three feel that same way. Office of Sherpa, And the rest of us that will play a role there, whether it's policymakers, whether it's the legal regulation. Idaho is open for this business. There's a custom culture here that needs to work and fit at the end. But gone are the days where we want to point back to the light bulb, the first light bulb lighting by atomic power in Arco, Idaho. That was 75 years ago. Moving forward, we have a great facility here. We have other things that we can draw. And I'm sure that our backdrop doesn't help or doesn't hurt you when you're recruiting the workforce to come here. Again, that's a given. We can't rely on that, and as policymakers, we're very committed to that. So, thank you, Dr. Wagner. Do you have your light is on?
Well, Mr. Co-Chair, I just would like to close and say thank you to all three of you for being here, but also for the maybe I'll put my INL hat back on. Thank you for the partnership with the laboratory, the uncomfortable aspect that we're all going through in making this move more quickly, but still safely and securely on behalf of the nation. So thank you all three for what you do.
So John, we really, I'll speak for all of them. We really couldn't do it without support from INL. Everybody there has been nothing but supportive. And where's the Mike and the Department of Energy and Bob Boston? I worked for DOE in the Office of Nuclear Energy for over 20 years. I've never seen this kind of willingness to help move mountains. When the order came out, most of us thought, there's no way, not by July 4th. Well, now there are, because everybody jumped in and DOE's on board, the lab's on board, all of everybody's engineering staff that's trying to do it is, working ungodly hours. So it's as much you all and the department in the great state of Idaho.
I will add to what Tim said. Thank you to John, to the laboratory, the department, but thank all of you. Idaho has been very welcoming to us. We are here for the long term. The fact that you have stood up the commission, that you're looking at this, you're interested, is outstanding. And we are looking forward to continuing to engage with all of you. So thank you very much.
Yes, amen to all of that, and I'll let us be brief.
One of the things that I would just plant seed with the policymakers in the room is that the Office of the OEM is an executive branch, or it is under executive order. We maybe ought to look at formalizing that as we want to be a player in this area. That needs to be formalized, in my opinion, and elevated, merged, whatever you guys want to do with whatever you're doing. But this will be the front of our Idaho's attempt. Thank you. All right, so our agenda here, where I'm not keeping up here, so go ahead, John.
Let me step in because I'd like to introduce our, as we do a quick change. Thanks. So just within the last couple of weeks, an announcement was made by the Department of Energy for the laboratory to be the Center for Used Nuclear Fuel Research. And so we thought, and by the way, the title, Center for Used Nuclear Fuel Research, raised questions of folks that don't live in this space. What is used nuclear fuel versus spent nuclear fuel and so forth? And so the timing of the announcement, the questions about what is this center, we have the perfect opportunity, timing-wise with this task force, to hear from the interim leader of that center, John Carmack, who I can't see behind this podium, is going to talk to us about the center, what it's all about, and what it means for Idaho. Thank you for being here. Well, actually, I didn't do an introduction of Dr. Carmack. I actually don't have his bio in front of me, but I've known John for a very long time. John had a very distinguished career at the Idaho National Laboratory. before, similar to Dr. Goff, doing assignments in Washington, D.C., and as a senior advisor to the Assistant Secretary and then the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Fuel Cycle and Supply Chain. I may not have that exactly right on the title, before he decided to retire from federal service and now is back with us in a capacity supporting the Idaho National Laboratory as, I believe, the interim director of the Center for Used Nuclear Fuel Research, but correct me if you need to. Welcome and thanks for being here.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John, for the introduction. And I should point out for the educators in the room that don't sell your state short, my PhD is in nuclear engineering, and it's from the University of Idaho. So that can happen. And it's my pleasure to present to you today the introduction of this Center for Used Fuel Research. I have retired from both INL and from federal service, and am back consulting for a variety of different things. And Jess and John asked me to act as the director for this new center to help get it started and help get it up, the execution of this center up and operational. For them, I think it is a very important center. I like that Dr. Goff explained it in the context of GAIN and NRIC, the centers that were set up to empower the development of new nuclear technology for deployment, and that those would be centers that would be led by the Idaho National Laboratory. And this is very similar. If you think about what some of these companies have to do, and in fact, what our current fleet still has to do. Our current fleet still has to manage all of its waste. And much of that is stored in containers on their sites. So, but let me first do the disclaimer, which actually has the definition of used nuclear fuel and it's the difference with spent nuclear fuel on it as asked. So we, as nuclear technology people, we rarely find a used piece of nuclear fuel that we can't figure out there's additional energy left in that spent fuel rod, irradiated fuel rod. It all has material that could be recycled and additional energy generated from that item. But legally, much of the terms used for describing this material have described it as spent nuclear fuel. So being a technology PhD from University of Idaho, I don't consider it spent. I consider it still useful. But we have a disclaimer. So the center was set up on January 14th, announced by the Secretary of Energy, to be led at Idaho National Laboratory. And you can tell that it's a new, fresh center because my slide is kind of wonky. With department with a 9 and energy with a capital Y. That might be the PDF maker, I think. But there's still some spelling errors in certain places. But I did bring some handouts and pamphlets to leave with you to do a better sort of description and leave you with information and as you try to describe it to other people as well. The center will focus on coordinating the efforts in developing innovative technologies and solutions, primarily focusing on the applied aspects of this for long-term spent nuclear fuel storage. Most of our fuel in the nation today has been in long-term storage in casks and containers around the country and mostly at operating nuclear reactor sites, as well as many of our national laboratories. And so there's a lot of support and regulatory compliance requirements that are needed to keep the fuel stored in safe conditions in regulatory compliance. And to also give the public confidence that that storage and potentially transportation of material around the nation is safe and secure. So the center itself will focus on those, on coordinating all that work that goes into making sure that we have safe and secure storage around the nation of the used nuclear fuel. We will be doing some transportations. As I think we've talked about, there is a cask that's at the North Anna site that will move out to Idaho in 2027, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But one of the big goals is to reduce DOE's contractual liability and that it has for taking back all of the fuel across the nation. Leveraging both all the entities in the United States that do work in this area, because it's not just DOE. The industry does work in managing their fuel. There are NGOs that do work in this space in the U.S. to make sure that our fuel is stored safely and securely, and we intend to work with those organizations in the U.S. domestically, but also with international entities who work in this space as well, because it's not just a storage in the United States issue. Many of these containers and products are commercial products that are sold to international entities who are storing their used nuclear fuel in similar conditions. And so there are opportunities to not work just domestically, but across the globe in ensuring the safe, secure storage of used nuclear fuel. And then ultimately, we'll be furnishing data and analysis to support the extended storage and transportation. I think Dr. Goff referred to, I believe the number he used was 2/3 of our fleet will have to repackage fuel on their sites if we don't do some certification and data gathering on casks and the fuel stored in them to ensure that they can continue storing that fuel for several more years. Let me turn to the organization itself, and I'll have an ask for the group on this, because this is the initial organization. I'm still in a process of setting many of these positions up and these interactions up, and in fact, much of the diagrams and the communities and the entities described here have not necessarily even been contacted. So we envision that the director will report to the deputy assistant secretary in NE for spent nuclear fuel storage, who at this time is Paul Murray, in communication with environmental management, the Office of Environmental Management in DOE, because EM has a number of interest in long-term storage of spent nuclear fuel and waste, high-level waste. And so there are cross synergies between this organization and some of the activities and actions that EM is pursuing around the nation. But the director will have an executive advisory board that will include the lab director of INL and a number of other organizations and representatives from those organizations. Much of the work occurs at INL, but there's also work that occurs around the nation at other locations and other national laboratories. So there are other national laboratory representatives that will be on the executive advisory board. We envision having tribal communities as part of our advisory board, and so one of my asks is to ask the Shoshone-Bannock for a participant in the advisory board. I don't have a good description of the exact person that I would expect, but I'm completely open to how that looks and what tribal communities would prefer to see in such a role. We envision a person from the state of Idaho to also be on the executive board, and so we'd be interested to know and what the suggestions are for who that person should be as well. EPRI is the organization that does a lot of work here in the United States, the Electric Power Research Institute. They have a lot of work and responsibility in this space, and so we expect to have a representative, a technical representative from their organization, as well as the Nuclear Energy Institute, NEI. They do a lot of work in this space as well as the politics in DC. And then the rest of the organization is really pretty much the execution piece of the center, a deputy director for applied research who looks after the day-to-day technical work across the program, some legal expertise and compliance, of course, communications, and industry and international engagement people. We envision having a series of observers, of course. We always have an observer in these on these centers from the Office of Nuclear Energy itself, so Dr. Goff or one of his designees, someone from Department from the Office of Environmental Management, and then also, as we've talked about much today, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So that's the sort of draft organizational structure that we're envisioning with this center and how it will be organized for execution and advisory. We talked about casks a little bit. So there is a cask at North Anna Nuclear Power Station that will be moving out to Idaho in 2027. This cask is a very important cask because it holds fuel that was utilized to a very high level. And so it's some of the highest, we call it burn up, the highest utilization fuel that we have in the complex. And we have to understand and monitor what the condition of that fuel is in this cask, such that it will empower the utilities to achieve a utilization of all their fuel at this level and increase the utilization and economics of their operation. And so we'll have to generate data off of this fuel and provide it back with analysis to the regulator, which in this case for all of the NRC sites would be the NRC. And then really the only place that this can be done is at INL. INL has the post-ration examination facilities where this cask can be set up and monitored and continue the monitoring on it, but also open it and extract some of the fuel from it that it can be examined in a detailed manner in the hot cells of INL's facilities. And that capability doesn't really exist in any other place around the nation easily without building many new facilities to support that. But the center itself is focused on working on technical issues that are near term to support the industry and continued storage of fuel safely and securely, giving the public confidence in that. But also, I think in the long term, it will begin to look at some of the storage issues around advanced fuels. And so we've talked about the advanced reactor companies that are planning on operating. They will have storage issues as well. And do we use these same casks? Can we use these same casks? How do we use these same casks? Will all be questions that will be asked, and data will have to be generated and information provided to the regulator, both if that regulator is DOE authorization or NRC coverage. We'll be using this high burn-up cask. I think I've covered most of this, so I'm going to get us closer to lunch by skipping it. And you can read about it in my pamphlet, our brochure that we brought along. Economic impact. So the Energy and Water Development Related Agencies Appropriations Act of 2026 provided $10 million specifically for the center. So it's an immediate impact of about $10 million. That will either be spent in Idaho, probably most likely along with operations associated with the high burn-up cask studies, but also in hiring a full-time director and staff for the center operation. That director posting, the job posting is actually out in the public today. It's been out for a couple weeks now, and we're actively searching for a full-time director for the center for the long term. And I've talked about the tribal collaboration. My first thought was it would be great to have a couple of interns who are sort of full-time with the office and sit in and hear the day-to-day sort of technical issues and learn what that looks like. But again, that's my idea, and I'm open to suggestions otherwise. I've alluded to that there's a sort of a lot of different activities around the nation that may pass through this center for coordination and management. And so we envision this as a hub and spoke sort of model. All of the activities will be directed out of Idaho National Laboratory, but they might be actually located and executed in other places. For instance, there is another cask study that's taking place in a marine environment because the dry air of Idaho doesn't have much salt in it, but these casks are used in a variety of environments around the world. And so there is a monitoring system that's being ultimately deployed in California at the Song site, the Sacramento power station that's no longer operational. but it has a lot of fuel still stored on site in a marine environment. So we have to provide that kind of information on the performance of these packages to the regulator, and so we're out doing those kinds of things around the globe. It'll be accountable to the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Spent Nuclear Fuel and High-Level Waste Disposition, NE8, and the Executive Advisory Board with lots of external membership for providing strategic guidance to the Director on the execution. EPRI, I've mentioned. We still envision quite a bit of relationship with universities and university activities and research through the DOE NEUP awards, and then also with small companies with their efforts on SBIR awards. 2 weeks ago, I went to Japan the week after it was announced to try to encourage the Japanese to join our program. Because if you look at the challenges facing the United States in terms of long-term used fuel storage and those facing Japan, they're very similar from the context of the type of material that they have to store for long periods of time and the type of material that we have as well. So I'll leave the last slide for you to read because I think all of it is in a previous slide, and it's also in this brochure that I'm going to hand out, and that way we can get to questions and lunch.
Thank you, Dr. Carmack. Looking around, I don't see any lights on yet, so I'll start us off. The ability to send that high burnup cask to Idaho was enabled through a waiver. Can you speak to that at all?
No, that was very consequential in actually being able to do work with that cask. The cask holds a full load of fuel that was irradiated, I believe, to about 72 megawatt days per metric ton, which is a number that's less uncertain than SWU that was used earlier. But currently the fleet today typically averages about 60 megawatt days per metric ton. Going to 72 or even maybe 80 will give utilities the ability to run their reactors anywhere from 18 to 24 months on the same load of fuel, but it will result in a higher burnup on the fuel. That higher burnup results in potentially more degradation of the cladding, more changes in the phenomenology of the cladding and how it ends up at the end of the irradiation cycle. And so we have to be able to fully model that as well as describe it to the regulator and how that affects that fuel's behavior over the long term while it's in the storage container for however many years it may be in the storage container. So right now the utilities are licensed for, I believe, up to 40, 50 years for using these packages, but some of them are about to start exceeding their license limit for storage that's been allowed by the NRC. So that's the importance of this cask, is it will generate a lot of the data needed to prove to the NRC that it's safe and secure to continue storing that fuel for longer periods of time, and fuel that's at higher burnup for longer periods of time. So I hope that answers the question, but that's the importance of getting the waiver and getting the cask into Idaho.
Okay. Thank you, John. Ed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have learned and kind of know the challenges of spent fuel siting in states like Nevada and New Mexico and Texas. But I understand there's maybe some international success stories, maybe in Finland and Canada, and I know you're bird dogging those. Can you share with us some lessons learned from those
So I
efforts?
think the biggest lessons learned is really community engagement, and I think that's what the department's been trying to do over the past several years in terms of outreach at the community level, to trying to first find communities that recognize the benefits of having such facilities and the reasonable safety of these facilities in their communities, the jobs that these facilities can bring, and the long-term economics that can be had by hosting such facilities. And that's what's given them better ability to have a continuous sort of assessment of the geology per se in a specific location, and then bank on having that same geometry our geology when they get to actually digging the hole and not having it disrupted by, a community deciding in the middle of the process that it's not a good idea. So I think that's that experience internationally we can take to heart here in the United States. I think we probably have a relationship working with Canada because of where Canada's actually citing their repository actually pretty near to the border. And it may actually impact more of the United States than it does Canada. So that relationship is still important to have with some of these international entities and understanding what's driving them to locate and site their facilities in certain locations. Japan hasn't really chosen a place in Japan, but it will be a severe challenge for Japan to convince some of its communities to trust having either a deep repository on the island that's prone to such earthquakes and how they're protecting that facility over the long term. So working with the Japanese is important to us as well for that reason.
Thank you. Behind me, Kurt Marlowe.
Dr. Carmack, can you maybe just talk a little bit about the interface between your new center and the RFI, the Innovation Center RFI?
So I didn't specifically mention, it's a good point, the center doesn't include recycling in its purview. I think as the department goes through the RFI process and any new programs that are set up in DOE to pursue that, the center will naturally interface with from the point of view of storage and condition and transportation of material. So I think the center will have the sort of technical expertise behind what the fuel looks like in current condition in casks around the nation and what it takes to get it to a centralized facility for processing, and then how to get it out of the cask, how to handle it coming out of the cask, and those kinds of issues. But we don't have specifically recycling activities planned into the structure of the center today.
I'll take one more question, and if anyone else has any questions, please turn your light on while I ask mine. John, what I was really getting at with the waiver was trying to lead you to talk a little bit about the fact that the Idaho settlement agreement would not have permitted this cask to come in because of the massive material, but that the governor and the attorney general, who actually is on this task force, agreed and discussed with the Department of Energy a waiver to that agreement to permit this, and which is enabling all of this. So I don't want to answer it. I guess I've just sort of said it for you, but I just want the task force to be aware that that is incredibly important to enabling this work and this center to exist here in Idaho. So I don't know if you have anything you would like to add to that.
The only thing I can add to that, John, is I think I was actually with the team in DOE at the time when the addendum to the settlement agreement was negotiated with actually a previous Attorney General's office. And I'm a very technical person. 400 kilograms of material a year for me was tremendous at that time. And I thought I could do huge amounts of work in Idaho by attracting maybe special post-ration examination jobs from the commercial industry, 1 or 2 assemblies to be brought to Idaho for research purposes to generate data for licensing purposes and such things, maybe irradiating fuel in other reactors and how it would get to Idaho, all that covered under the 400 kilogram limit. But I'd never really envisioned that at that time that we would need to bring an entire cask full of commercial spent nuclear fuel. But realizing now that we do have the limit on storage of material in the commercial industry, and it's coming up on that sort of lifetime or that limit, we do have to have this cask to get the data back out of it, look at the condition of the fuel under post-ration examination, and generate that data and provide it back to the NRC so that they can be confident that licensing the casks around the nation is still safe and secure. And so that's, having that ability to talk to the state about that issue was tremendous in getting this work done.
Thank you. Mayor Burtonshaw.
Yes. Dr. Carmack, do you see the potential path forward to be able to expand your center, to be able to handle recycling? Do you,
Well,
is there
it's
a
a good
path for
question
that?
because in my previous life, I worked for Dr. Goff and I ran the NE4 office, which was responsible for recycling. So we have thought about establishing a center, and I think that's actually the point of the RFI, is to establish what would a center like that look like.
Very separate from what is within.
At this time, it's separate from this center.
Okay.
This one is really sort of focused, you'll see, on, fuel and how it behaves in storage. It's not how we get it back out of the storage and process it for recycling purposes.
But scope creep might happen.
It would have to happen, yeah, with a lot more money from Dr. Goff's office.
Thank you.
Jess?
So my question, I think, has kind of been answered. It's along those same line of thoughts, but maybe attacking it from a little different angle. The innovation campuses, do you see anything that they would be doing to potentially either duplicate or replace the work that your center would be doing?
Well, the department does have an activity looking for an interim, a collaboratively sited interim long-term storage facility for consolidating the fuel from around the nation. I could see this center working definitively with that facility in sort of establishing the licensing, a lot of the data that would be needed for its safety basis and how it operates, and then also informing maybe how that facility is designed to facilitate the transport and the handling and the long-term consolidation storage in such a facility, in terms of a long-term storage facility. I could see, this center working with a strictly recycling center, informing them of the condition of fuel in the casks around the nation, because we have a very good database of the current condition and history of fuel in each of the casks. And so we can provide that kind of information to a facility that's dedicated to recycling that would inform it on, what cask to start with, which one to open next. You'd be a lot into the technical details of how that recycling center would be choosing its fuel, transporting its fuel, getting it to the facility and opening it, and what they would find once they got into it, and how they would need to process it into the recycling process.
Okay. Attorney General.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. I asked Dr. Goff this question earlier, and there's some discussion about whether the site would be a good place for a permanent storage facility. Do you have any thoughts about that? And what do you think we need to look
First, I'll go to my disclaimer.
Yes.
That any technical opinion I have is not necessarily reflective of a future DOE decision.
And I understand
I'm a very
that, and I
technical
appreciate
person,
that.
and I
Yes.
think these facilities are already running out at INL. You have one hot cell that's dedicated to recycling, and it's currently recycling the fuel that was irradiated in EBR2 over the years. And once that's done, we'll need to decide what to do with that facility next. And it might be starting to recycle other types of fuel. And there's only one other recycling facility in the nation, and it's not the same, and it's difficult and expensive to run, and it's located at Savannah River. So from my perspective, having a PhD from the University of Idaho, I think Idaho probably is the best place to do something like this. I think that INL has done a good job over the years of protecting the aquifer, and if we can figure out together how to best do that, I think you have a good opportunity to have some very instrumental facilities located here in Idaho in the future dedicated to recycling nuclear fuel.
Okay. So the three panelists who were just before you talked about private facilities that are using INL, some INL resource, I don't know what to call it, but they're working with you. Once the once they remove their fuel from their reactors, is that fuel considered the property of the DOE, or is that considered their own property, and what's the interaction with the agreement?
You know the answer to that question? So I think that's still up for negotiation with each of the developers, because they have to come to agreement with the department on signing the standard contract and in what form that is. I don't believe any of them have actually gone through the negotiation and signing the standard contract yet. So I think it could go either way. There could be some that the fuel returns to DOE as DOE ownership, but I think there's other fuel that could become their property for long-term storage under the standard contract with the same sort of return requirements and return agreements to the department. But I don't think it's all been decided yet.
So if it becomes their property and long-term storage, where would that be stored? I mean, would that be subject, in your opinion, would that be subject to the current agreement then?
In the near term, it would be at their site of generation, like we've done with all of the currently operating light water reactors around the nation. You would have to provide, most likely, for a interim storage pad on your site where you can store your used fuel in containers. And then the standard contract, through the standard contract, you would have an agreement with the department upon taking that material back. But then I think there's also the question of how much a fee is collected on the new advanced reactor developers for that.
So I've heard both you and Dr. Goff talk about the cost that moving these things around would be. And I'm going to put my pitch again that I always hear from the government or from private entities that Idaho should be paying to store these things. I think it should be the other way around. It should be, we already have the facilities. If we're going to open up the agreement or we're going to do anything like that, the question should be, how much should Idaho be paid to do this, not the other way around. So that's just my pitch. As a person who's going to be signing onto these agreements, I think it would cost the federal government billions of dollars to move it somewhere else. And I think we already have places here where we could be doing it. I think some rethinking needs to be done as you're pitching these ideas and you're thinking about new states doing these things.
I will take that advisement because I think it's an interesting, just the way we talk about the benefits of having these types of facilities in locations, and it's more jobs, it might present tax base, these types of things, how all those roll together and how we're using the term incentives, because I think it's not just, a payment. I think it's also, there are other ways to provide incentives.
This is just me speaking as, again, not a policymaker, but we should be using our taxpayers' money to create jobs. That should be the private sector's business, not the government business, but that's just me.
Okay, I don't see further questions, and we are up against lunch, and actually a couple of minutes ahead of schedule. So thank you very much, Dr. Carmack. We will adjourn for lunch now as a task force. We will come back together around 1. For the task force members and staff, lunch will be provided at the Capitol Dining Room just down the hall here. And again, we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you to everybody that spoke to the task force prior to lunch. Very much appreciated. We're adjourned. and I don't know if he's going to come back or not.
If he does, maybe we could just on the side ask him if he'd be willing to
Okay.
I hate to have people take that.
Yeah, I thought. Okay, welcome back from lunch. Let's resume. And over the break, there was some questions about a comment that was made by Dr. Goff, and I think Dr. Goff has agreed to come to the podium and clarify. Is that right? And Senator Lent, do you have anything you want to preface it with?
No, other than we just want to make sure we're clear about the INL. There's been some talk about the aquifer and different things and how that might affect what we're doing. So would appreciate it if you could just clarify your comments.
There was a general question earlier when I was out talking about the discussion of a repository, so a deep geological repository at Idaho National Laboratory. I made the general comment, though not a geologist, that I would think that that site would not be a great site for a deep geological repository because of the aquifer. Let me make sure that it's very clear. That's not saying it's not a good site for recycling activities. You know, that site has been used for recycling activities and is continually being used for recycling activities right now. It could be used for storage of spent fuel. It could be used for all kinds of different activities, reactor deployments. That does not preclude, the not being able to do a repository does not eliminate it from all of the other type of activities within the fuel cycle. All the surface type activities, it's a great location. It's a well-characterized location. It has, like I say, it has a lot of those activities ongoing, reactors, recycle. So it has a lot of opportunity. Again, it's 890 square miles. There's a lot of things that could be there. The comment was a repository. A deep geological repository is probably not the best location from a geological perspective. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
All right, thank you both. Let's move on to our session about the Idaho Nuclear Request for Information results. To speak to that, I think many of you are familiar, but I'll do a brief introduction. Callie Younger, she currently serves as the administrator for the Governor's Office of Energy and Mineral Resources. OEMR works to ensure that Idaho's energy and mineral resources are developed and utilized in an efficient, effective, and responsible manner and sustain the quality of life for its residents and enhance the economy. Prior to joining OEMR, Callie worked at the U.S. Department of Interior, where she served as both a staff attorney and the deputy solicitor for land resources. Callie has also had the privilege of serving as counselor to the Bureau of Land Management director. She also served as legal counsel for Governor Otter and for the Governor's Office of Species Conservation. Callie holds a law degree from the University of Idaho College of Law and a bachelor's degree from Northwestern Nazarene University, and she's also obviously on this task force. Callie, thanks for talking to us. I'm actually quite interested to hear about the results of the RFI, and so to you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yes, our office put this out late last year, and we've had a lot of questions about what we got, and so I'm really excited to share with this group and the public what we've put together. So, basically, our goals were very broad. We've had a lot of questions, particularly in the last year, about what we should be doing in this space and what type of projects and sectors in the nuclear industry we want to attract. And so this was a very 30,000-foot request of what companies think about when they choose a state to do business in, and what prevents them from doing business here, and what types of, again, companies do we want to attract. So you see that we're looking at how do they choose a site and what are their infrastructure. A lot of what we heard already from the companies earlier this morning, it's very similar to what we saw or what we were requesting in the RFI and what we saw in the results. So just big, broad goals here of what it would take to do business here, and that again would be information for you all, for the governor, for the legislature to take, whatever action seems appropriate. So these are just pulled right from the RFI itself. The type of information that we asked for. We reminded them all, again, that everything that they shared would be subject to public records, the Idaho Public Records Act, and so to just only share what they were fine with being made public. So again, these are some of the criteria or the parts of the response. So, like I said, so a summary of the key. So the response to this RFI kind of confirmed a lot of what we already knew. Companies were and again, a lot of what was confirmed by this panel before us earlier today, that companies are looking for incentives to do business here, and the lab was also a huge reason why companies would do business here. So that was really a lot. Over and over again, we heard one of the key factors was what kind of incentives would be offered, and that the lab was here. So we also asked about the company profile and their experience, and we had quite a mix of companies that had been in business for hundreds of years and companies that had just started. So we had, I think our total response was 12 or 13 companies, and like I said, we had all levels of sophistication and growth there. So, 15 responses. So you can see here, we had 15 responses and a mix of truly nuclear companies. We had construction companies, and like I said, quite a diverse mix of folks between old and new companies. And I think all of the folks that participated in the panel, I don't see them listed, but I think some of them also participated. So, like I said, INL was a huge reason why these companies would consider doing business here, and some of the companies do business with some of those other nuclear companies here as well, and then some are connected already to the community. So then we asked about what type of land do you need? What are you looking for when you're choosing a site? So here is just kind of a ranking of all of the factors that they presented in the RFI. in some of the sections, we asked them to physically rank a list. And for some of them, we had a varying responses where some of them listed those types of factors in order of importance, and some actually assigned numbers to the existing factors that we shared. So you can see here, and Oklo identified this as well, regulatory and environment and permitting efficiency were one of the top factors in considering a site. And so that's where I think Idaho, like we talked about during that panel, really has a huge advantage, because we are already the lowest regulated state in the country and really are continuing to work towards reducing those regulatory hurdles. And like I said, really trying to facilitate nuclear companies and others in that as they go through the state regulatory process. A lot of this, again, we heard from the reactor companies as well, that they're looking at transmission and water as well in their consideration of doing business here. So these are some of the other just more detailed factors or requirements for infrastructure. So again, this is all just, in our view, information as we think about, is this the type of project that makes sense or not here based on the electrical infrastructure required, based on the water needs, those types of things. This is information we really didn't have in a concise way before, just sort of one-off. And so this is, I think, really helpful to us to see, there may be projects that need, 100 plus megawatts that may not be the right fit here. And so we can, focus our attention on something else. I think workforce down the bottom also, I think, reflects what we've heard and what you all know, is that we have a mix of skilled labor, of engineers, and that all of these, we need all of it, for the whole process. So again, we asked about the regulatory priorities and the challenges. And so I think, again, this is all things that we knew, and again, reaffirms that really, that strong coordination throughout the process, having someone to help them kind of walk through both the federal and state process was really compelling and really important. So I promise I'm not just advertising for our office. This isn't just a trick to get you all on board with what we're doing, but these are things that people are asking for, is this one-stop permitting shop. And this is, again, just kind of confirmation of what we've been hearing individually from companies from all various different sectors, that this is a priority for them, and something to probably think about as we think about, what other states can offer in terms of monetary incentives versus this regulatory certainty we might be able to offer as well. All right, so these were the types of investments that they would plan for their particular project, or maybe generally. Again, we asked them to be very broad and vague, and so for us, I think they're thinking about any project or a small modular reactor or a large project. These are kind of the ranges we're seeing. So you can see there's quite a variance. We asked about reactor types, and obviously, nth of a kind is preferred to first of a kind for investment. So you can kind of see, I think, like I said, these are all lining up with things that the reactor company shared as well, that, these permitting times exist, but NRC and DOE are trying to increase that, or decrease the permitting time, increase the operational lifespan. So I think these kind of things confirm too that those are priorities for these companies. These are the economic impact. You can see that the indirect employment multiplier from any of these respondents is 1.5 to 3.5%, or 1.5 to 3.5 times the job growth there, and the indirect economic multiplier 1.8 to 3 times. So pretty significant for a community, particularly those rural areas near the lab, where I'm sure a lot of these companies are thinking about that this could be significant to those communities, or any community in Idaho that was open to some sort of nuclear project. So this is, again, we asked them to rank these things. So this goes back to, this was one of the highest factors, were tax incentives, which should not be surprising based on what we've heard already. But These were just, I think we asked these questions. I think some of them listed specifically the types of tax incentives they would be interested in seeing. So you can see kind of a mix of things. So some of these are ones that I hadn't seen before, or companies hadn't told me in particular. So personal income tax considerations for relocated workforce, income tax reductions. But I think all of this is sort of unsurprising to you all that these are things that are compelling to companies coming in. So this is, like I said, direct financial support. These are also things that are compelling to these companies, grants and direct subsidies, low interest loans. And I think we've seen a lot of these opportunities provided, or different options through the federal government, through DOE, and frankly from other states are doing things like grants and low interest loans and those types of things. So these are consistent with what's going on nationwide. Again, the expedited permitting is at the top of the list for non-financial incentives. So this is exactly confirmation of what we suspected. And then working through, and I think some of these workforce development programs, I'm sure some of those respondents are responding to work that we're already doing in many of these areas, not just nuclear. So marketing, I think that should be marketing and promotional support, I think was kind of an interesting response that we would help with their public relations, but that's, I guess, another incentive or something compelling to them is offering that support. So these are the partnership opportunities that they were interested in. INL obviously at the top of their list. And then working with those university, state and technical schools as well. Infrastructure partnerships, again, this is all, I think, pretty standard responses, pretty unsurprising in terms of what they'd like to see for partnerships. And the regulatory support, again. So this is all things that our office does already on the federal and state side. Helping them facilitate that. And like we've talked about, I think on the nuclear side, again, based on the projects we know are out there or potentially working at the site already, we don't feel on the state agency side that there's anything additional we need to do, any sort of new regulations we'd need to create. So it really would be helping facilitate or helping an entity walk through our existing permitting process. The PUC feels that maybe I'll let Ed speak about this himself, but that there's nothing extra that the PUC needs to do to be ready to regulate a nuclear power plant or company, that they could follow their existing process. All right, so this is again just looking at if we asked them, okay, you're looking at Idaho, you're considering doing business in Idaho. Well, where else are you considering and why? So you can see these are the reasons. So you see Texas, Tennessee, Utah, Wyoming, Louisiana, and Washington have workforce development grants. South Carolina has a streamlined permitting process, and there's private-public partnership funds as well. And then the national laboratory states also are a factor. So top of the list is those aggressive financial incentives, mature nuclear workforce, which we talked about earlier as well, existing nuclear sites, and then this demand from large loads. I think, again, we heard from the reactors that they're looking primarily at data centers because of that large load demand, because that's really what they're gearing up for. So this is, again, just kind of confirmation of everything we suspected, and that none of these states really are surprising that they're considering them as well based on the opportunities they've provided. I think Texas and Tennessee have additional incentives aside from the workforce development, but pretty significant investment, as I'm sure most of you know. So their decision timeline, again, their federal permitting process is a huge part of their timeline, but all of this is influenced by how much support they get and the permits from the state and federal government that they would need to be online. So, all right, so here are the barriers and challenges that they've identified. So again, regulatory permitting challenges, huge. I think for most of these folks, it's just a long time on the federal side. And then these are all things that were confirmed by the companies this morning. And yeah, concerned about liability as well down there. And then you can see just the risk mitigation, things that they're doing. So this early site de-risking, this is something that I know IAEC has talked about too, is doing some of these site feasibility studies. And so really doing some of this work for interested cities and counties, I suppose, too, about being ready. You know, if you're an area that wants certain types of nuclear projects, to identify that you have done this site selection work. So that's something that, alongside, I think, the kind of Sherpa role that our office can play is thinking about through those things, about how do we identify some of these sites, de-risk some of these sites, and identify ones that are ready for particular projects to kind of, again, offer some more efficiency and streamlining. All right. So again, this is all information that we have, and we will share the kind of unfiltered results of the RFI for you all to dive in deeper as well. But really, like I said, it confirms a lot of what we know, and so I think that turns, you know, to us in this group to say, now where do we go from here? We know that what the challenges are, we know what the opportunities are, we know what these companies want and need to do business here, and so where do we pivot from there? So like I said, I think we're very in a very good place to offer some of that regulatory support and coordination, and I think some of the other ones are worth continuing to discuss as well. So with that, I'll ask or stand for questions.
Thank you, Callie. I will keep an eye out for lights, or I see you, Ed. Let me ask one first, and I actually would feel compelled to say that Callie did not ask me to ask this question. But when I think about the one-stop shop, the Sherpa kind of capabilities, and also you said your office is already doing this, do you have the resources to do this at the scale that would be needed? Because it's a question.
Yeah. No. So our office, like I think Lieutenant Governor said earlier, is created by executive order, and we exist primarily through grants from DOE, but they're focused on energy resiliency and efficiency work. So we provide a lot of subawards to small counties and cities to do energy efficiency upgrades. But within that scope of our grant work, we have long been the nuclear energy policy shop. We've supported the Line Commission, served on that, and also now are serving on this group and helping facilitate its organization. So one of the things we've been looking at, and we mentioned this earlier, is be kind of leaning into this coordination role that we have taken over time. And so what that looks like now is we coordinate among state agencies, both for federal projects, so to make sure that we're speaking with one voice to the federal government on projects that happen on federal land. And then we're also coordinating with state regulatory agencies so that we can streamline that state regulatory process. Because like I mentioned earlier, the federal permitting process for, not just nuclear, but for any project takes such a long time that we really don't want to be the holdup once it's finally through that process. We want these projects that are aligned with state priorities and values to be ready to go. So as we try to, and again, we hear from every sector that this is what they want. They want something like the FAST 41 at the federal level, that permitting council that gets all of those regulatory entities in a room and says, these are all the permits you need or needed for this project. Let's line them out and put everything on the schedule so that we're not wasting any time. So our office is really trying to do that, but part of what we need to do that is resources. And so one of the first steps we've decided to take is to try to merge our office with the Office of Species Conservation. Might be kind of a confusing idea for you all in the nuclear space, but we really do serve parallel functions. And so it really allows us to be that one-stop comprehensive permitting shop, because aside from nuclear, well, it could be two, but almost every federal project has an endangered species component to it. And so it really is a holistic view of helping entities go all the way through. So we're hoping to do that. I think it allows us to have a little bit of flexibility in the funding we do have, and potentially looking to other sources as time goes on. But really, to do this work, we do need more staff, more resources for sure. So.
Thank you, Kelly. Ed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to state that I've had such the PUC coordination with OMER has been so fantastic, and you guys have really helped us understand where we need to be, getting ahead of these potential nuclear projects coming in the state. But I wanted to sing your praises that you've. I was just in a meeting in D.C. with Mark Marie, who is the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, and he was singing your praises and said, if you guys have any questions, just have Callie holler out. So I felt very comforted by that. So thank you for all you do. And I think there's some opportunities to regionally. You have relationships in other states, obviously with the administration. So what can we do in Idaho to partner with other states to achieve our goals?
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, Mark was a good buddy of mine in my interior days. So, we were just talking about this at lunch, that Utah and Wyoming and Idaho signed this MOU earlier this spring. And as we look at some of the opportunities up ahead that DOE has been announcing, and some of the numerous executive orders that they're doing, we really do need to figure out what our roles are going to be. And so I think that Utah and Wyoming have, I think, different strengths than Idaho. And so I think part of our work here is to say, this is where we fit in that region. And I think for me, my homework is to continue to kind of reach out to them and say, hey, where are we all going? Where do you guys want to fit? And how do we all work together instead of competing in that work? So.
I'm just wondering, as we discuss siting locally, when do we start talking about then transmission? I mean, if we're not just going to co-locate with a data center or co-locate with somebody who's really using it, at what point in the process then do we really start discussing transmission and hooking into the grid?
Yeah, I think right away. I think, when we have companies coming to our office, one of the first things we do is ask them to connect with the relevant utility to talk about that, because they are planning out, years and years in advance. And so knowing what's coming, and again, this is, I think, part of this question too, is it feasible to do something based on what the transmission capacity is, and how far out they are from enhancing those lines.
That's actually why I wondered why that might not have been as part of their questions and concerns up there, is just thinking about really narrowly about siting and not thinking, it's just something that I thought, I wonder why that didn't show up as one of their concerns.
I think it was among a broad list of concerns, but yes, I think, and again, we weren't asking them to give us specific details about specific projects, so I think it was probably mentioned, but depending on how much people know about Idaho, how aware they are, it could be that they, from what they know in other states, it maybe they don't know to be concerned about it.
Maybe I'll ask one more question and see if anyone else has others. So next steps, you used the word unsurprising a couple of times. Do you feel like you've got what you needed out of the RFI, or will there be a next step to seek clarity, or how would you characterize that?
Yeah, so I think our next step is, I feel like we have some follow-up questions for some of these companies too, is to say, okay, you've shared this information with us, we'd like to sit down, and a lot of these companies have asked for that too, is just to sit down and maybe go specifically through and say, kind of talk through their RFI responses individually. But I think the other thing we want is to just, have you all have this information so you can start thinking about, what are the workforce things we should be thinking about in light of what we heard, or, what, just kind of take you to look at, what are the infrastructure gaps or the water demands or any of those things, and are there anything that some of maybe our working groups could start thinking about more detailed of, we definitely want to focus on this type of this sector of the industry versus another one, and maybe close the door to some of these, high energy need projects. Or some of those responders were data centers too, and so I think thinking about that, like, okay, now we know really what their demand is, and how do we kind of combine that with the nuclear possibility. So,
Thank you. Director Keeley?
Sure. Co-Chair, thank you. Callie, thank you. Just to help the task force and to provide some level setting, the state does have a variety of incentives that have been around for a while. One was tied to the AREVA, which was a property tax cap. If the investment was $1 billion or more, then there was a cap at $400 million being the property valuation for the purposes of taxing in the county. So if the project was done in 7 years, $1 billion or more, it was fixed at $400 million ongoing. The tax reimbursement incentive is tied to a 30% credit on your sales tax, income tax, and your payroll taxes paid for the number of employees, with a max of 15 years. It's subject to being applied for and approved. It's out there, and it's got that incentive piece to it, which, as long as it's a high income, job creating, big capital investment wanted by the communities, it's existing. It's been out there for about, I think, 2014. So let's say 10 years it's out there. Production tax credit, which most of these would be in either production of energy or data centers to some degree. There's a sales tax exemption on acquisition of production equipment. The data center bill is a standalone. It's either TRI or data center sales tax exemption, so that's available specifically and only in a narrow focus for data centers. There's a business advantage tax break, which is tied to any investment $500,000 or more, and for basically small companies or large, so it's available on top. I think Wendy can talk about workforce development credits and benefits, and then there's some infrastructure grants that are available that are around for businesses, either federal-based grants that might come through Commerce, or a local community that oversees those kinds of infrastructure grants, and a little bit of other types of infrastructure grants that the state provides. So just to give a sense of some of the options that are out there that are incentives that have been utilized by companies that have expanded here in Idaho, whether they be existing or new to the environment.
So, Director, thank you for sharing that. I was just going to say, one of the things our office has talked about doing in this effort of being a one-stop shop is kind of handing these project proponents some tools that have that type of information of, here are all the existing incentives we have, here are the permits you're going to need, and just kind of almost like a handbook to do business in the state. And so that type of information, to the extent any of these companies didn't know about those, or maybe they were just, we don't know that they were affirming, these are the things that we like about the state, or these are just things we like, not knowing what's offered, but making sure they have that so that they aren't missing out on opportunities that already exist. So,
Thank you. Kurt?
Kelly, you mentioned that you didn't believe or were aware anyway of specific policy changes that needed to be made or legislation. Would your office or the state be interested in like the industry's point of view? And I guess is there kind of a mechanism for that, for if we discuss NRC agreement state status, or any of the other things that maybe you can talk to how that feedback would be received, or what's the mechanism?
The mechanism is really to come set up a meeting with me and tell me about these things. We have very briefly looked into, we are not an agreement state, and we've had conversations about why, and I think there's, lots of reasons why it makes sense to continue that status now. But I think one of the things that, we would love as the permitting shop or the facilitation shop is to hear from nuclear companies of what are those hurdles specifically, what are the regulations that you find challenging or confusing or that maybe do need to be adjusted. But absolutely our office is the place to go for that. So.
Okay, next I'd like to go to Attorney General Labrador.
Thank you. Callie, thanks for your presentation. I missed the first part, so if you already answered this question, we can talk offline. But looking at our current needs in Idaho and then our prospective future needs, do you have anything, a document or any kind of information telling us what we need to bring to Idaho, what would be our needs, where nuclear could help us, what we're doing with our existing, hydro and all that stuff, and really where we are and where we need to be in the future?
So one of the things that our office produces is an energy landscape, and it kind of sets it, and I think we had them out here for you all to take, but kind of talks about current energy use and the makeup of what we produce versus what we import in. But nuclear really hasn't been a part of that conversation in terms of how it might address our existing need. I think because, for such a long time, it's been speculative. And so I think that's something that is a gap in what we have talked about, because I think if there was, nuclear online available to purchase, which I think was a comment that Ed made earlier, of getting that power here, I think that would give us more information about is it realistic for us to purchase? Is it consistent with our current low rates? But I think that's just still speculative of how it might impact our current demand and needs. So.
Okay, seeing no other lights on. Thank you, Kelly. Our next speaker is also from the Idaho National Laboratory, from the National Reactor Innovation Center, Sam Reese. Sam manages the National Reactor Innovation Center, or you'll hear NRIC as the acronym, team of 15 technical program managers and configuration management specialists at the laboratory. He was previously the technical program manager supporting NRIC's reactor developers, including Oklo, BWXT, ALO, and Nano Nuclear, before being promoted to the manager of the group. Prior to INL, Reese spent 7 years developing products and doing customer-facing engagement work at 3M. Reese earned a bachelor's degree in nuclear engineering and a master's degree in nuclear engineering and engineering physics at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He's currently pursuing his MBA from the University of Indiana, Bloomington. Sam is going to talk to us today and give us an overview of the National Reactor Innovation Center, discuss the responses to its recent request for information, and provide key themes and trends from that information. Welcome, Sam.
Thank you. Went down, should have went up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for being here and taking some time. See some friendly faces, some new faces. Excited to talk about what we do in NRIC, how we support private industry and deployment of technology at Idaho National Lab, and kind of the trends we've seen and I think what we'll see going forward. So brief background, National Reactor Innovation Center is a DOE program. It was launched in funding year FY 2020 under the first Trump administration. It's authorized under the Nuclear Energy Innovation and Capabilities Act, and it's now housed at Idaho National Lab. We're a subset of NE5 under Riam Baran, if folks are familiar with the DO headquarters structure. And our remit is to partner with private industry to deploy technology. Our goal is the deployment of advanced nuclear reactors, fuel fabrication facilities, fuel recycling facilities, real nuclear facilities at INL and beyond. And the graphic here kind of shows, there's that gap between design and commercialization. Our goal is to help companies cross that gap using the national laboratory expertise. We have a big portfolio. I boxed in red just kind of a few things I'll go through quickly. I want to get more towards, what the future looks like rather than what we are right now. But I'll talk just a little bit about advanced reactor test bids, where we are now and kind of where we've been, experimental facilities in that same boat. We'll talk a bit about siting advanced reactors, right, where we are now and where we're going, and then the future of what siting advanced reactors may look like at Idaho National Lab and beyond. So DOME, the demonstration of microreactor experiments, I think folks are probably fairly familiar with this, but this is currently what our number one priority is, right? This building the dome, getting it operational this year, getting a reactor into dome and getting it critical as the first, criticality of a non-zero power advanced reactor. It'll be a huge step in the right direction, right? In doing so, we're working closely with Radiant and to do their Kaleidos reactor. And I guess I want to say here that it's, I think people think about reactor deployment and they think about the reactor, and that's rightfully so, but there's a lot more that goes into it. And we've built a whole ecosystem here, and this ecosystem can serve as, a touch point as we go forward into siting more advanced reactors at Idaho National Lab and beyond of what's really necessary, right? And it's not just the dome and where the reactor goes, it's the TRISO fuel manufacturing, the fuel shipping and storage before it goes into the reactor, getting the reactor into the facility, fueling that reactor, loading, shielding around that reactor, and then, operating that reactor. Step one, that's kind of what everyone thinks about. But then, beyond that, there's also what comes after you've done your reactor test, right? 3 months in to set up, 6 months in to test, 3 months to cool down. Well, and then what do you do with what you've just tested? We want to continue to use this asset as a national asset for other reactor developers. To do so, we need to remove the reactors from dome, place them somewhere where they can cool down, design and implement a process for defueling of these reactors, and implement interim storage of that spent fuel until the time that it can go to a long-term repository. So you can't just build a structure and hope that developers will come. You need to build the ecosystem around it, whether it's physical or, as we've been talking about today, the financial and regulatory as well ecosystem that needs to exist. I'll just mention that before you build a reactor, you do a lot of things like test componentry, and we have a number of test beds that we fund through the DOE program that are used by a dozen plus reactor developers, right? Most of these located at Idaho National Lab, with the metal facility being located at Argonne outside of Chicago. Okay, so let's get to what I think most people are interested in talking about, which is developer support and siting, right? I'm going to kind of go through the touch points of, it started with ARDP, right, which wasn't full reactors. It was more, there were the two reactors, Natrium and X Energy, but there was concept development, there was risk reduction awards. We've supported these in NREC since our founding, and we've supported reactor developers such as Westinghouse, BWXT, Holtec, Kairos Power, TerraPower, and Southern Company with McCree, et cetera. And this was a step in the right direction, right? And I think, the $200 million 7-year programs, these are ongoing. We still do a radiation test with folks like X Energy and others and support them in their deployment of these advanced technologies and the things that need to get there, like a qualified fuel form, right? And then beyond that, now we've moved to reactor developers who have come here to site at INL, right? So you've heard from Oklo already. I'm not going to go into great detail, but it's a great story in terms of spent nuclear fuel being used for the first reactor core, and the reactor and that fuel fabrication facility being located at Idaho National Lab. Additional folks like ALO and their deployment of the ALO X reactor, in addition to a zero power crit test that they're working on here at Idaho National Lab. We work very closely with them in terms of support of that work. And numerous others I'm not going to go through here, but folks like Antares and their race facility. It's no exaggeration to say that there are new developers. I think I get a new inquiry at least once a month. Sometimes more. They seem to come in droves. I'm not sure what drives it, but we get new developers coming in every month, and we need to be able to support this increased desire for reactor testing here in Idaho. That led to the pilot programs, right, which are ongoing. I think this has been a great success. We work with pretty much every one of these companies you see here on the pilot reactor programs. A lot of them doing technology deployment at INL, some doing technology deployment and reactor deployment outside of INL. But the goal here is, again, finding the right place for them to do this work. And that goes, too, for the nuclear fuel line pilot programs, right? Oklo's at INL. TRISO-X is not at INL, but we're doing their fuel qualification efforts, working with Standard Nuclear, who will be setting up a facility at INL, doing some fuel storage efforts with Valor, right? I mean, we support all these folks. And that's the question then has kind of come to NRIC, right? Of, okay, so we've done ARDPs, we've done test beds that can do one reactor at a time. That's great. We need to be able to support multiple reactors, right? And there is a huge growing need for multiple reactors who want to come to INL. And this gets into the idea of Launchpad, which Dr. Wagner has been a champion of and greatly appreciate his support there. And the idea of how do we make it desirable to test these reactors at INL, right? How do we make it desirable for them to come here and use our infrastructure? And the Launchpad seeks to do that, right? The Launchpad will be a centralized location for advanced nuclear deployments that allows for the shared use of physical and support resources, right? Like we just heard about power, water, sewage, security, fire department, RADCON programs, radiation protection, right? All these things are things that people may not think about when they think about building their first reactor, but they're absolutely necessary. And Idaho is uniquely positioned at the Idaho National Lab to utilize the existing resources to allow these developers to come in quickly and deploy their technology. And I think this is kind of a logical next step as a follow-on to the DOE pilot programs. We have a proposed site at Idaho National Lab that we're working on getting full clearance to use. The first steps on this will be, like was previously talked about, how do you get people on? Well, you got to clear some regulatory and hurdles and barriers, primarily National Environmental Policy Act work for cultural and biological resource surveys. We want to get the site fully characterized, get some engineering work done to say, hey, where are the existing utilities? You know, I like the question earlier about power lines. It's a huge concern. I mean, it's maybe the first concern that these reactor developers will tell you about too, and it depends too if you're DOE authorized or going to be NRC licensed, but we need to characterize where all these lines are, how much power they have available in the near term and long term, and then work to make sure that all the other existing utilities and infrastructure is there to support. This site's also desirable in terms of limiting the impact to core lab operations as proximity to utilities. We have rail line access and a very large footprint of 2,000 plus acres, such that multiple developers can share these resources while having the correct standoffs and spacings to make their work successful. So we did our own mini RFI for Launchpad too. I know the state's done a much larger effort, but you know, in NRIC we work with some 20 plus companies, so kind of reached out to pretty much all of them who are at a somewhat serious state in terms of their level of deployment, and asked a standardized set of questions around what makes INL or land desirable, right? Even beyond INL, what makes land desirable for your deployments? And we had 10 companies, 9 reactor developers, 2 fuel fabricators, Oklo being the overlap there, talk with us. You can see the list there. And we also ran a 1-month RFI on SAM.gov that got, I believe, 3 or 4 more pieces of input. So, you know, on the order of a dozen plus pieces of input that we use to try to characterize what would make Launchpad successful. And I think a lot of these things are what was just previously spoken about. So I don't want to go to a huge amount of detail, but I will say access to basic utilities, right? And that's not, you need to run a water line up to the site, right? But for there to be the right amount of water, for it to be usable within the regulatory structure of what that developer needs to do, and for it to be somewhat, you know, within a reasonable amount of distance so they're not running miles of line. Same thing with electricity, fiber, roads, et cetera. These things are necessary for developers to deploy. It's interesting, you know, when I first started doing this work, I think there were a lot of developers who had this idea of we're going to build a DOE authorized reactor and it's going to be a power producing reactor, but it's just going to be DOE authorized and we're not going to make any money off of it. We're just going to use it as a test. It seems more and more that folks are very interested in having end users for their electricity, right? And the idea that you can't do it with a DOE authorized reactor, but maybe if you could convert your license to an NRC license, or maybe you just do a DOE authorized reactor as a zero power test rather than a powered test. I think the arithmetic has changed there. There's something else going on at INL, planned proving ground with end use applications that would be co-located, so there's some good synergy there as well. And then back-end management, right? There needs to be, I would love to bring some fuel recyclers into Launchpad. I think that would be very exciting, and it would kind of round out the ecosystem. But there needs to be back-end storage, interim waste storage, et cetera, types of solutions there. With the fact that we can do this all on non-commercial transport outside of the DOT space, it's a huge advantage, and it makes things markedly easier. And then there were other things that were nice to have, right? Those were kind of the must-haves. The other nice-to-haves, right, is this NEPA environmental permitting, right? We're going to characterize the site. It's the right thing to do to keep things moving forward. Access to INL facilities, personnel, safety programs, safeguards, and security, right? You know, there's I don't want to get into too much detail here, but a lot of these companies now have other transactional authority agreements with the DOE that gives a lot of latitude to what these companies can do, but it also requires them to have a lot of these programs or to contract with INL to have these programs. And they're time consuming, they're expensive, they're difficult to set up, and they require a large amount of expertise, right? We can utilize those things that we currently have to expedite the deployment of these developers. That goes hand in hand with the idea of regulatory support. The SMEs, the subject matter experts that INL already has, can be utilized to help quicker deployment there. Streamlined contracting, something we're constantly working through, both with the folks here at BEA and the folks at the Department of Energy, and making sure we can move these contracts as quick as possible. And then just on-site transportation and handling off of commercial transport. It's a big advantage, and it makes things markedly easier and less expensive. So that's all to say that Launchpad is the idea to enable us to move forward, right? NRIC and INL want to continue to be able to support advanced reactor developers. Personally, I moved to Idaho to do this work. I'm not from here, but this seemed like the place to me to actually see a reactor built. That's why I'm here. And I think Launchpad is, DOME will allow us to, I think, do the first, and Oklo, Alo, Antares, the folks that we're working with, beyond that, we'll do some of the first, right? But beyond that, we need space to do more. And we need space to have reactor testing that is ongoing and allows these developers to iterate upon their designs and continue to be successful as they scale their businesses beyond the first-of-a-kind plants, right? That's where I'm excited for Launchpad. Kept it fairly brief, but I'm more interested in discussion, I guess, than just lecturing.
Are there questions for Sam?
Sure, I got a question.
Kurt.
So when you were talking about the launch pad, so for a particular scenario, let's say you have a traditional NRC licensed reactor that wants to come build, produce power, sell power, maybe co-locate with other off-takers, whatever that might be. Is that a role that you see NRIC playing in that launch pad space?
Yeah, I mean, I think the role's more limited in an NRC context, but I think it's still there, right? I think there's, folks who will build NRC reactors who would potentially want to use some of the INL programs, right? We have a menu of services and a rapid response team we're putting together to benefit those developers so that they can quickly access those services, develop interface agreements and contracts to get access to them so they can put in their NRC applications that they have these things locked down and they have the surrounding infrastructure that they need. I think the launch pad itself can absolutely house NRC licensed reactors. Where on the launch pad, maybe it's a little bit more of a question depending on the size and what the needs of those reactors are. There's just regulatory considerations when it comes to water use, power, et cetera, that DOE authorized reactors and NRC licensed reactors just fundamentally operate under different regimes and need different infrastructure. But absolutely, the goal here isn't to be choosy or to disclude people. It's to ensure that every reactor developer, no matter their needs, can come in and be successful for some of those first-of-a-kind deployments.
And I just follow up to say that obviously that infrastructure piece is the most critical part, right? So that ability to say, do you have water? Do you have interconnection? That is the, taking advantage of the security system, taking advantage of the existing infrastructure, first responders, all those things, right, that somehow kind of faster to market, cheaper to market opportunities for those companies. So obviously, I think the more parts of that NRIC can support, I think the better, market you'll have.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd say that, public-private partnerships have always been around, but to this degree and to this level of nuance in nuclear is certainly something that's been growing over the past number of years, maybe decade plus, right? We're getting better at it. I mean, every single day we improve our processes, we improve our systems, and we improve our understanding of what we're able to provide and how quickly we can provide it to these developers. And yeah, you're absolutely right. When, the reactor is the cool part, but it's often not the long pole in the tent when it comes to making sure that the systems and infrastructure is set up for success.
Other questions? Dr. Wagner, do you have a question?
I do, but I was waiting to see if anybody had one before me. Sam, there's taking in what you and the previous speakers have talked about with all these different companies doing all these different things, who's paying for all this? So maybe you could just give us some of your experience interacting with companies. Where's the money coming from? And just help us understand that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just to kind of contextualize, right? NREC as a program is on the order of $30 to $60 million a year. You know, if you look at the news of these reactor developers, right, they're closing Series A and Series B rounds of $100 to $200 million plus, right? So we have a limited amount of investment that we're able to allocate that benefits everyone, but the amount of private investment in nuclear right now is, I don't know, John, maybe you can speak to it more than I can, but it's the craziest thing I've ever seen in terms of how much resource is available. And I think even the messaging has changed, right, in the last few years from, you know, there were a lot more concern. Cost is still a concern, don't get me wrong, but I think speed has become the primary concern rather than cost. And the money is often there for these new developers to deploy quickly if they can find the right structure, location, and support network so that they can deploy quickly. So I guess to answer your question, it's unbelievable amounts of private investment with some limited support from, I shouldn't say limited, with support from the DOE for infrastructure that's utilizable by all.
Since I carved out at the very first that stupid questions were in order, and you referenced, you know, that you can do DOE licensed or NRC licensed. I don't know exactly where the line is between the two. Can you just give me a short paragraph on DOE licensed
Sure.
versus NRC licensed?
Yeah, and in my maybe simple explanation of it, right? DOE is authorized to, well, there's three entities in the U.S. that can authorize a reactor: the NRC, the DOE, and the Department of War. For the most part, the Department of War has historically relied on the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy authorizes experimental reactors, right? These are often first of a kind, new technology, new designs that need to be proven out before they are scaled up to second, third, fourth, fifth, nth of a kind. The other caveat, though, for a DOE authorized reactor is it cannot put power on the grid, cannot be used to make profit in a commercial application. It is truly an experimental reactor, right? The NRC is the sole entity that is allowed to authorize commercial reactors.
Well, as a linear thinker, I've got to have the pieces in place or that doesn't stand at the end. So the three companies that were here today, they are all DOE licensed.
Yes.
But they referenced that could roll into an NRC license.
Yes.
Quickly. And you told us that the NRIC is equipped to test and to facilitate the getting these up and going. And you can do three. We'd love to do more. Or can you do all three at the same time, or do they have to take turns at this point?
Yeah, so all the companies that are here today, right, Oklo, Allo, Antares, they all are going for what's called another transactional authority agreement with the Department of Energy, which gives them a lot of latitude in terms of operation of their reactors here, right? So each of them has a bit of a nuanced scenario, and I don't want to speak for them in any way, shape, or form. But generally speaking, you know, in their applications to the DOE, they are putting in what they have in terms of support infrastructure from BEA. We have agreed with them that we can provide that level of support infrastructure. There's nothing limiting multiple reactors from being operational at the same time, as long as the resources are aligned from the companies and where they might need it from the INL.
Okay. All right, well, that exhausts my questions. So thank you, Sam. That was informative, at least for me. And I'm just starting to get acquainted with the breadth and depth of the resource out there in John's shop. And so I think that was, anyway, that was good. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Go ahead. Do you know him? Go ahead.
Okay, we're actually headed, or now ahead of schedule, but I would propose, Mr. Co-Chair, that we just keep rolling along.
I second that.
Okay. All right. So we've heard actually a number of the speakers talk about what various states are doing related to supporting nuclear. Our next speaker, Dr. Jess Gian, is going to talk about state policy supporting nuclear. I think many of you know Dr. Jess Gian, but just a very brief introduction. Jess is our Associate Laboratory Director at Idaho National Laboratory over nuclear science and technology. And so you can kind of think about all of the nuclear research programs that are coming into the laboratory come through Jess's organization. So therefore, you can ask him any question about any nuclear work at the laboratory, and he'll know the answer. But Jess has been at the laboratory. Actually, help me out, Jess. How many years now?
Let's see, 7 years.
7 years at the laboratory. I've known Jess a very, very long time. Jess has a PhD in nuclear engineering from MIT. Don't hold that against him. A phenomenal resource for the Idaho National Laboratory, a phenomenal resource in nuclear and reactor and fuel cycle technologies for the entire nation. Again, actually, I'm going to invite you to listen to the state policy work that he's going to discuss, but he literally can answer any of the other questions that the task force may have related to nuclear reactor and fuel cycle technologies. So please, take it away.
All right. Thank you, John, and thank you for having me speak. It's a pleasure to be here, and as John said, I've been at INL for 7 years. It's been a fabulous 7 years. Amazing what's happening in Idaho and at INL. So I'm going to give you an update here on state policies. I didn't go to MIT on policy, so I'm going to do my best. I do have at the bottom of the slide some good resources. So these are the topics I'm going to cover: overview of state-level nuclear support policies, best practices from leading nuclear states. Idaho accepted here because we all know about Idaho. Tools, regulatory streamlining, permitting reform, workforce development, and then Q&A. And again, at the bottom, there's some resources there. I'll just point out that it was mentioned earlier, Gateway by Dr. Goff. Gateway for Accelerated Innovation in Nuclear is a DOE program led by INL that does a lot of state engagement. The Nuclear Energy Institute does a lot of work on state engagement as well. There's a very nice report that they have that's a good resource for you as you dig into state engagements. So I'm going to start just sort of, a view of how states are perceived. This is the American Nuclear Society, which is a professional society that's focused on nuclear energy, how they say what the top states of nuclear are. Just sort of give you an impression here. So there are 10 states listed there, and there's sort of a tagline. Tennessee, as you can see, is seen as the epicenter, because if you actually look at the facilities that are being cited there, enrichments, reactor, fuel cycle, you heard about some of this morning, a lot of that's being built in Tennessee. Texas is number 2 here. They're investing a lot, as you'll see, in that state. In fact, they've got some very large projects that they're proposing in Texas. And then Idaho, we just heard from Sam Reese from NREC, a great place to test, and actually is a great place to test. We're testing a lot of reactors here. We have the capability to do that. And then you can go down the list. But just to give you some idea of the perceptions of the different states. Now, there's some honorable mentions as well. Neighboring state there, Utah, for example, Wyoming. Maybe a little surprising to see California on that list as an honorable mention, but they kept their plant running, and if you actually look where a lot of the developers are, Antares is a good example of that, located down in Southern California. So they're keying off the tech infrastructure that exists in that area. So just a little bit of landscape. Now, if you look at the activity, of the states, it's been tremendous as far as legislation that's been introduced. You can see sort of this map laid here. Hotspots are Texas and Utah, very active, but 279 bills, 73 enrolled into law in 2025. This is just ramping up as we go along. These cover all sorts of things from, as we go through, it related to eliminating nuclear bans. Believe it or not, some states still had bans on nuclear, and others are incentives, others are streamlining, their permitting and those types of processes as well, as I'll get into it also. So a lot of activity. Again, you can see the uptick in activity going on to support nuclear across the states. Now, if you look at what policies they're implementing, this sort of gives a high-level view, establishing new permitting and licensing pathways. So setting, to set or direct rules that enable nuclear permitting and licensing. A good 2 example states are Maryland and Kentucky, and I'll talk a little bit more about this. Citing and permitting. So expediting permitting processes, again, a couple states working on that. Easing zoning and siting for small modular reactors. And then, supporting development through cost recovery. I think, Director Keeley mentioned some of the opportunities in the state of Idaho, but a number of states are increasing their ability to attract companies. And I should say it's important to differentiate, what they're attracting. Some are attracting reactors and reactor development. A number are attracting, the companies that will build those reactors in their states, reactor factories, those sorts of things. Allo is an example in Texas is going to build their factory in Texas. You heard another company called Radiant that's going to test in Dome. They shifted from Wyoming to Tennessee to build their factory because they're looking for a more less friction or more accommodating environment for building that type of thing. So these companies are looking around for where they believe they can move the fastest, have the best environment. I'm happy to talk about that more. Now, when you look at the state policy used by states to enable nuclear energy development, again, this is both on fuel cycle, fuel supply, enrichment is an example. The companies that are developing the reactors and deployment of their financial incentives. We talked about that a lot. So you can look at, as far as direct appropriations examples here, Texas, $350 million that they've allocated. Tennessee is up to about $70 million right now. Utah's made money available. Tax credits and exemptions. I won't go through all these details. Construction work in progress. I think that's what CWIP means. So typically when you build a nuclear power plant, the utility commissions or others don't allow you to actually charge your ratepayers for that plant until it's operating. There's been historically a good reason, because there's been plants built that never got turned on, and it was felt that the ratepayer shouldn't have to pay that. There are consequences to doing that, though, and that, those companies will then have to take out loans, and that plant will cost more. So if you look at the Vogtle plants, they were allowed to do limited, charging to their ratepayers to try to keep the cost down so it didn't escalate. And then, some states have zero emission credits, so those aren't top of mind right now on many of these activities. Regulatory and permitting, I mentioned the moratorium repeals across a number of states. Those moratoriums were tied to a number of things, but one of the primary things was waste disposition. The DOE had the plan to open Yucca Mountain, and these were tied to some place to go with the waste. I think the need for power is driving this, but also the confidence in long-term storage. When you heard from Dr. Carmack on the Center for Used Fuel Research, the ability to store fuel for a long time with confidence, I think, has helped with those. Public Utility Commission's PSC modernization and rules, and then clean energy definitions, actually moving nuclear into some of the states had definitions of clean energy, which were primary renewable focused, and moving nuclear into that. Governments and planning, you see development authorities, task force, such as you all and commissions. Feasibility studies, I'll have a slide on that. A lot of states get started actually by coming to organizations like GAIN and saying, can you help us understand what the feasibility for nuclear would be in our state? When you look at our mix of energy generation, our businesses, and what our plans for the future will be, to look at that. Advisory councils also. And then workforce and supply chain, university funding, there's a couple examples there, training partnerships, supply chain investments, workforce studies. There are actually some companies that have chosen states to go to states that have committed to helping to develop the workforce that they're going to need for their facility. Best practices. So again, the construction work in progress, advanced rate recovery, you see states listed there. That reduces the finance cost during construction. Many of these companies, that's like the peak at which their expenses are coming, and any help they can get there helps them get to move on. Tax incentives for generation and manufacturing. Again, this speaks to, manufacturing reactor components, reactor systems, even supply chain on the fuel supply. And that attracts investment in the state by these companies, but also manufacturing jobs that can be sustained under a sustained deployment with the high demand growth, trying to triple or quadruple nuclear power. Then just direct support. You've seen some of the funding numbers that some of these states had, where they directly support and provide institutional support to get reactors developed. And there, again, are some of the numbers. Indiana is very interesting because they've done a pretty holistic look. Indiana may not come first to mind on nuclear because they don't have a nuclear plant. I was at a workshop, when was it, 6 months ago. They've gone all in on trying to lay out a holistic approach to attract nuclear companies first, and then deployment in their state, manufacturing jobs. And you see some of the examples that things that they've applied. Tennessee, it was the epicenter. How did they get to where they are? Obviously, there's federal assets there, Oak Ridge National Laboratory. There's other DOE and NSA facilities, Y-12. DOE-NE does work in Oak Ridge as well. They have a utility partner, TVA. They have 4 reactors in the state, so they're already a nuclear state. TVA is just awarded to site a GE BWX 300 small modular reactor, 300 megawatts at the Clinch River site. And then Kairos, which has got good backing from Google, is testing a reactor in Oak Ridge, and they signed a power purchase agreement with TVA for 50 megawatts. That's tied to Google's power demand. So they've got that type of demand there. State government, I already mentioned a number of these things. They stood up to their advisory council. They've got state funds and include nuclear as clean energy. And then private investment. There's a lot of private investments. Again, the few listed here, Kairos, which is building their reactor there. Radiant, I mentioned their microreactor factory. Centrus, enrichment. TriSo-X was mentioned earlier. Orano plans to build their enrichment plant there. Some of those have federal cost or federal funds in, but most of this is private sector funding. So if you look at Tennessee, and again, there's a lot of parallels here. You can sort of see on the right there, Idaho comparison. Anchor federal nuclear infrastructure. We're similar. INL actually even more so. We're the nuclear energy lab. And so if you look at these the testing that Sam Reese talked about, that's happening here, not happening in Oak Ridge. And of course, that means we have a number, including those folks that talked today, relationships with us in Idaho. So there's a huge advantage there. TVA is a utility partner. We have Idaho Power, Rocky Mountain Power here. Advisory Council, of course, we've had the Line Commission. In fact, the Line Commission started before any of these other task forces started, and now we have all of you working on this. So we're right there. I've listened. It's been very interesting to talk about incentives and perspectives on incentives, and that's not my job. But Tennessee has chosen to put incentives in, and then what they really are developing there in Tennessee is you can see here fuel cluster. So enrichment, fuel fabrication. There will be reactors deployed for TVA, and there's no reason we couldn't do something similar here if we decided to. State regulatory, streamlining permitting reform, just a clear, the federal role is reactor design, certification, construction, operating licenses, safety, security oversight, NEPA. Of course, I didn't put the federal role of DOE here. That's been talked about a lot. DOE authorization for pilots and tests that can occur here, not commercial deployment. NRC is the regulator for commercial deployment. And then state role and PUC, PSCs, all the certificates. I'm not as familiar as you are in this. You can talk about it, but obviously plays a huge role in what happens. And you brought up as well and was discussed not only the power generation but grid generation. And when you have a large state like we have that tends to be rural, grid generation is like front of mind. We're living that at INL right now. State approval timelines. You can look, sort of traditional, and when things weren't moving as fast at the state level as well as the federal level, 1 to 3 years is normal. Indiana's got a mandated timeline of 240 days for their decisions. In fact, the NRC also, through legislation, has mandated timelines, and you can see some of the specifics for each state on what they adopted as far as regulatory streamlining. Tools and resources, another ask, to talk about this. I mentioned GAIN. GAIN does a lot of state engagement workshops. They do regulatory gap analysis, feasibility studies, a large number of feasibility studies, and I'll show that on the next slide. Of course, the NRC, they support pre-application meetings. We mentioned already agreement state program, advanced reactor licensing. And then there are various other organizations, National Conference on State Legislatures, National Governors Association. NEI, strongly supports state deployment as well and has a lot of resources. Of course, not, listed here last but not least is DOE's engagement and support through funding reactor projects, the demonstration programs, and lab partnerships. So at the bottom, it sort of gives a decoder a little bit of what you're looking for, where's the best place to go, like feasibility studies, things like that. Okay. And then these feasibility studies, just to give you an idea of the scale, 31 feasibility studies have been done on these states, are underway, I guess I should say, because 20 have been completed. 2 have been completed at the end of 2025, 8 in 2026. There are active working groups across a number of states trying to understand the feasibility of deploying reactors. Many of these states are first new to nuclear, and so they want to understand, is this something they should really consider, and just to get a start at it. Okay, and then regional profile, we're very familiar with this. Utah, obviously, Operation Gigawatt, funding. They have funding for nuclear deployment initiatives, establishing nuclear governments, research and coordination, from their universities, as well as engaging with us at Idaho National Lab. Montana, working on their regulatory pathways for spent fuel storage. This is one of the states that has laws on the books related to addressing spent fuel storage before deploying nuclear. Washington State, state funding to support licensing new deployment. X-Energy is looking to deploy in Washington State. They also have fuel cycle facilities in Washington State as well. And then Wyoming, as you're all familiar, a lot of activity in Wyoming. You've got TerraPower building in Wyoming. You've got BWXT active in Wyoming, particularly tied to mining there, as well as, this example that I mentioned earlier where Radiant was planning to build their facility there and decided, Wyoming, which I think has been very proactive, Radiant wanted to move quicker and went to Tennessee. And then nuclear workforce development, that came up earlier as well. This gives some of the whole range of nuclear workforce development. And at INL, we start with K through 12, and of course, we work all the way through universities as well. You can see examples here in different states, STEM programs, workforce studies, the community college activities and developing, the trades that are needed to build things. If you look at a large reactor, 500, 800 jobs per reactor. That's not during construction, that's during operation. And, there's a potential there to build on workforce development. We're building a lot at INL, and between that and large projects in the state like Micron's big facility here, we just see a lot of risk of these big projects sucking up a lot of the workforce, and that's going to be a limiting factor. If you actually were to ask me, the limiting factor would be supply chain, fuel supply chain, making fuel, as well as just the workforce that's going to build all these things. And then you can look at all the other states that are planning large, big things as well. So I think it would do well to invest in workforce. Okay, and then this was just a reminder on the RFI. It's already been talked, already about this. So this is an opportunity. There are continual opportunities for states to consider what they can do, and here's an opportunity. Okay. So that I went through quickly items there. I'm happy to answer questions or discuss what they mean.
Thank you, Jess. Yeah, you did go through a lot quickly there, and a lot of great information there. So let me see if there's any questions from the task force. Senator Lent?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Guillen, thank you for being here, and thanks for your experience and contribution to our state. Could I just go through a couple of questions with you? And maybe if
Absolutely.
we could go back in slides. Could you go back to the previous slide that showed the different states and the education?
Education, let's see,
Which the
slide?
second to the last, I believe. There you go.
Yeah.
I don't see Idaho listed there. Am I not, is that correct?
I primarily focused on non-Idaho information. So Idaho, of course, we have the three universities that we work closely. In fact, we have what we call super agreements. Don't ask me to spell that out because it's some convoluted acronym. But we work closely with the state universities. We also work very closely with the College of Eastern Idaho to develop workforce. So, and we have some other, I'm trying to think of the names of the programs on developing technicians and those sorts of things with Idaho State University. So we're very active in the state with the universities.
Thank you. And I would also mention that our future tech building that
Yes.
we're building at College of Eastern Idaho, contribution from our contractors here as well as the state, we've contributed a lot to make that happen. So
Absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure that you highlighted that we are really moving forward with our launch program and efforts we're making to modernize our K-12 education in the same light. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
You did mention in your words, you said, talking about clusters of nuclear clusters we're discussing today, no reason we could not do this here.
Right.
But yet we're not.
Well, I would say we do have a cluster around testing. A lot of reactors are going to be tested here. We have, Oklo commented on some of the pilot facilities they're going to be building. I think largely what we haven't seen here is like the large production facilities that would be located at Oak Ridge. Those facilities need power, it was mentioned already, power, land, workforce. And then, I don't know the details of what, say the state of Tennessee had offered, but, I expect there's something there as well. But those, we, as discussed earlier, we were planning AREVA at the time to build a large enrichment plant here that's comparable to what's being built elsewhere. It could be built here.
Thank you. Follow up. So you did mention that the AREVA plant that we had projected to build here, we had progressed down that, and now that's Orano, of course. It's the same company, just a different name.
That's right.
Then there's X Energy that's happening over at the Hanford site, and TerraPower, of course, over in Wyoming. Is there a reason why? I did notice that a lot of those states have legislation that are moving forward, many of the states around us. Is there a reason why you think Idaho has not been able to generate legislation in the same way?
Yeah, I don't know if I could answer that question. I know there were, I'm looking at the sort of what I recall from the history in some of these states. There were people that were very proactive in the legislature that saw a future, in nuclear energy. And some of the states like Wyoming, history uranium mining, they were looking for power to power some of their mines, for example, and establish business there. And they were very proactive legislators that moved out early. The governor of Utah, declared his Operation Gigawatt and wants to deploy more energy to attract business and data centers as well. So there was that sort of a vision for this, I would say.
Okay, thank you. And just one final one, if that's okay. When it comes to the number of reactors that we're looking to start up here in Idaho, startup authority sometimes comes into play as to who's in charge of the safety operation of those. Could you just walk us through briefly when these reactors become ready to start up, who has the authority and who will declare them safe operating facilities?
So the majority of these reactors, not all, but the majority of them are under this reactor pilot program that DOE will authorize. So DOE, the Department of Energy site office, oversees the operation of our laboratory. We have 4 reactors operating at the laboratory, plus a whole host of nuclear facilities. There's a lot of experience there in authorizing nuclear enterprises to operate. So the majority of these will be under DOE authority to start up and to operate in a pilot mode fashion. We already heard from Oklo that they would transition then to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission for commercial operations. And there's, Oklo also has their atomic alchemy reactor that would be under NRC authorization. So the Atomic Energy Act, has provisions for DOE to authorize reactors for their purposes, which includes research like we do, but also testing development, which is what these reactor pilot projects are doing. If you look nationally, there are, you look at TerraPower, it will be authorized or licensed by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, in Cameron, Wyoming, and so because it's going to be a commercial reactor. So that's sort of the differentiator.
Just
there.
one more comment then. I just want to add that I've been in startups both on the DOE side and the NRC side. These are very rigorous operations that have to take place both in the people and the procedures and policies involved in these operations. So these take months to go through, and they are very rigorous and very demanding to ensure that the safe operation of these facilities are met before they're started up.
That's correct. And the example I gave you about the site, we have unique facilities on the site that require a lot of experience regarding the safety, and so it's something that we and the department's very well versed in.
Thank you for that. Kurt Marlowe behind me.
Dr. Jane, thanks for coming to visit us. Back on the feasibility question, one of the topics that's come up pretty regularly is we have communities in the state that raise their hand and say, I'm interested in nuclear. And I think that question of having a solid strategy between this task force, potentially subcommittees, the state of Idaho, Idaho National Laboratory, GAIN, do you think it's, putting together a strategy for those communities to say, what's a pathway to work on those feasibility studies? Because my guess is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of these feasibility studies were not site-specific, right? This was not a specific piece of property that they were looking at.
Some of these, I'm going to get to that slide here. Some of these were site-specific. It varies a lot. Some are general. For the state, what does nuclear mean? What would we have to develop? Some are more specific on particular siting. I won't go into examples here. Sometimes people are sensitive about saying, hey, it's going at this site until you've actually done the homework. So it varies a lot from the different states. These feasibility studies, most of these are exactly the case that you're talking about. Somebody new to nuclear trying to understand, is it going to be a benefit to their community? It'll also get into things like jobs, revenue, tax revenues. If you look at sites where reactors were shut down, it's been devastating to the local communities because they were, relying on tax revenues, and so it can give that, the benefits of siting a reactor as well as, okay, when you site a reactor, here's what comes with it.
Yeah, and I think we're excited, both the task force as well as, Idaho Advanced Energy Consortium. We just have a number of groups who I think can act as resources.
Yes.
And so I think clarifying, what that separation of scope looks like, and what role, so that, we've had Mountain Home, Rexburg, there's a number of communities that have kind of raised their hand and give them a
it's intended to be a more holistic look, so you can raise your hand and say, we'd love to have nuclear, but what does that really mean for the conditions, whether it's a local community or a state?
Okay, I'd like to go over to Ed Lodge now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir. I wanted to ask you about regional coordination a little bit. One of the, as you know, in Idaho, we have many of our utilities, in fact, our biggest utilities also serve neighboring states at the same time. Right. And transmission, we've talked about today quite a bit, and the importance of it. And as we know in Idaho, the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line from Oregon into Idaho has been 21 years in the permitting process. And China can build a coal plant in about a month. Right. So what have you seen to where you have a state like Idaho, which brings the Idaho National Lab and many resources to the table? Wyoming can bring a lot to the table, and Utah coordinating together, especially on the permitting side of the thing, where we have 2/3 of Idaho's federal land. Most western states are federal land, but we have to worry coordinate at the federal level, the state level, and the local level. Yes. Are there other examples throughout the country where states have coordinated like that?
probably not qualified to answer, but I can say if you look at TVA, for example, they are multi-state as well. And I think all I would say is there's a lot of benefits to coordinating and having consistency, because you can probably ask these reactor developers that, they don't want to go to each state and have a different set of rules, right? And it's going to be in everybody's best interest that if the rules are similar, then they'll want to deploy. So I can see the advantages of it. I don't have admittedly, when I presented this, you're seeing individual states. I'm not aware of a lot of cross-state engagement, but I think that could be a real advantage given the three-party agreement that we have to do that. Some of these states are also larger power users. TVA is obviously a large utility that has a lot of resources that they can put towards this. So, spreading the resources out as well would be useful. And, some of the application, I mentioned some of the application, of course, there's data centers that we've talked about. From what you hear, there's going to be like data centers in every state. I don't know if that's really going to be true. But then some of the unique aspects, which I think are really interesting, like for mining, off-grid applications that would be more applicable to rural parts in western U.S. than might be in other places, and that would be common among several states to work through that.
All right, to go behind me here. Did you turn your light off? Okay, all right. Actually, I was looking forward to seeing what Pacific Corp was going to ask, but
sure, I'll go anyway. How about that? Tom Carter with Pacific Corp, Rocky Mountain Power specifically. Just a couple questions. Well, really, so we operate here in Idaho, but also in Utah and Wyoming. And one of my thoughts, or my question is, have you seen some of the legislative movement in the neighboring states? It's been my belief, but I'd love your thought to kind of bring those other states more in line with some of the things that are happening here in Idaho, and that's been my perception, but I'd love to hear your thought.
Yeah. I may not be the best informed on this, but some of the evidence that I see, particularly for Wyoming, and actually making changes that I think resulted in the ability to site reactors or like TerraPower and moving that on, addressing the spent fuel storage issues and enabling these plants to be deployed, because that's being addressed at a commercial level. I don't know if Idaho's that, and I have to tell you, I may not be aware, but of what Idaho has done in those areas to enable that type of deployment.
Well, is it all right if I elaborate a little bit? So one of the things I'm seeing as well, kind of as I operate in some of these states, like Utah has legislation this year. Most of them are resolutions about manufacturing and energy. Last year, Utah ran a bill to create a consortium and a council similar to this, which is, I think, in response to the Line Commission as well. So, and they changed a couple years ago, they changed their code to move it from renewable to clean, which is, I think, something that we have here, so they could get the benefits of nuclear. So my perception, there's a lot of great states doing a lot of things. My perception is, because of the lab and because of the great work that's happening in Idaho, some of the regional states are chasing what we have here. And I think as we look, though, at potential legislative options, we should keep that in mind.
Yeah, and I think you're right. As I think through this, Idaho has already been set up to enable these things. So when you see, like the map that shows legislation around other states, I think Idaho has already managed this, right, and is prime for business if depending on demand and those things that we talked about. So I think that's a very valid point.
Thanks. Sorry to put you on the spot there. I'd like to move over to Mayor Burtenshaw.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate all of your information that you're giving us today. I am wondering about workforce again, as I see that it is clear that most people recognize that our strength, at least right now, that's what we're talking about here, is trying to get other strengths, but that our strength right now is testing. Would you say that we have the workforce ready and available for what we are currently good at, or do we need more training within that? And then how would you categorize where else we should go with workforce? Is it in construction and the trades? Like, how would you order those?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think on any given day we have the workforce, but we have turnover. We have, when I started the lab, very few of these companies existed. Oklo was there. I started working the day I showed up here, but that's grown dramatically. It used to be if you particularly in the advanced degree area, your place to go was a national lab. That's no longer the case. So there's more and more demands. If you think about nuclear quadrupling, the demands on that's huge. But just nearer term, we have the needs for not only researchers, but technicians, continual need for that. And we're always chasing and hiring talent in that area. When you get to the excuse me, if you get to the build out, that's a little longer out there. And one of the challenges of workforce development is the chicken and egg problem, and that when you finally start building a plant, that's too late. If you start training too early, they won't find, the people won't find jobs. And so you need these things to figure out, and I don't know how best to do that, to get these things aligned at the right time, create opportunities for them. Some of the you look at these pilot projects at the lab, they're doing exactly that. They're creating an opportunity to develop a workforce. But, as far as planning and schedule, that's not laid out yet. So if you just start training people, in fact, I had the opportunity to go visit Ghana, and they've done a lot of work on workforce training. And at the end of the meeting, I had a long line of people looking for jobs. They were trained, but they didn't have a reactor project yet. So it's really important to move on with these projects. I think we can all say that to help create the demand. We talked to the trades and unions there. They feel they're confident that they can provide a workforce if there was demand for it and a signal that we were actually building things. So that's going to come.
So I do have then that follow-up question, just because Idaho, I understand why you wouldn't have listed Idaho there, but at some point could we maybe figure out, I'm sure but get information on where we actually do stand when it comes to that? I think that is something to really look forward to seeing that information come forward as far as
right. I think
our
that,
priorities of workforce.
Absolutely, and I think that'd be a good activity for the task force to pull that together. And we're happy to help. I'm not trying to put this off on you.
No, I can
happy to
appreciate
help,
that
but
it's not
I heard a
finished,
lot of great things from Director Keeley. Here's what's available, and we want a Sherpa. You have a Sherpa to help these companies to maybe get that a little documented better, so that we can be aware and also do a gap analysis, right?
No, go ahead.
Wow, Jess, really well done there in terms of putting
I
the work
learned
back
from
to
the best.
task force. Nice job. I did have one question that you may be able to elucidate, and if you can't, that's fine too. As this task force thinks about nuclear in Idaho and what actions to take and maybe what actions not to take and how that all works, I think a number of us watched Wyoming Energy Authority make some investments. Obviously, the TerraPower Natrium project, you mentioned BWXT is doing some work in that area. But you also mentioned that Radiant was going to go there and then did not.
Right.
Is there a lesson that can be learned from that experience that we should be aware of?
Yeah, I want to be a little cautious because I wasn't there in the details.
Understood.
But these companies, like the ones you saw here, want to move very fast. And so the speed at which you can move forward is incredibly important. And I think that more than anything, that was the primary challenge. And it was tied to some state legislation related to bringing spent fuel in from outside the state, which is what they want to do is refuel their reactors. And I think that was the primary thing. Just didn't act fast enough, and they're ready to go.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Co-Chair?
Well, I wanted to drill down into what Wyoming do to scare Radiant, and I appreciate.
Well, I will say,
I appreciate
Wyoming's
the diplomacy of your answer.
Okay.
Sir.
Yeah, Wyoming's done a lot to support nuclear, so you got to be careful singling out one thing. Maybe sometimes the deals aren't the right deals and it doesn't work out, but they've done a lot to support nuclear in their state.
If we were to coronate you for a temporary stint as king for a day or two in Idaho, and you had this group as well qualified as it is across the board in each of the various areas, and you were deploying these resources in a way that was synergistic to what Idaho has, what's the next logical thing in your mind for Idaho to do?
Well, I think, okay, I'm going to.
And you've touched on
Well, there's
them lightly,
some good
but
things like the
the
RFI.
first next thing.
Yeah, I mean, the RFIs are very good. I think we need, you all need to discern that input and really understand from these companies, and you heard from some here what it takes to attract them. But maybe, I'm doing this in real time. I mean, what does Idaho want to be in nuclear? Do we want manufacturing jobs? Do we want to deploy power? There's a lot, we'll see what happens on the data center front. There could be a lot of opportunities there, but we've already got the testing. Do you want to create fuel fabrication? You want, reprocessing? I mean, I'll set aside the RFI that's out. That's the whole campus. But, where does Idaho want to be in that ecosystem of supporting nuclear energy? Is sort of what comes to mind. And then I think a key advantage we have is that at INL we're working with all these companies. Again, they know us, they know Idaho. And I think there's a real opportunity for engagement because of that. So take advantage of that. Once you decide what part of the nuclear ecosystem we want to play.
So you're saying create a task force that decides what Idaho wants to be when it grows up in this space?
Yeah, I mean, on the commercial side, what do we want to do? I don't know if that, maybe you're looking for something more direct than that, but.
I was actually looking for something more direct, but I appreciate your answer as well. Let's say, let me rephrase it. Let's say you're giving this presentation. Let's say Oak Ridge hires you away from INL, and you go there and you get your feet on the ground, and then you give a presentation to their equivalent of a line commission there. What would you tell them about Idaho that will make those policymakers in Tennessee look over their shoulder?
Well, I think it's related to, if you actually look where the reactor experience and knowledge is, it's here in Idaho. As far from the research, development of innovative concepts, our ability between DOE, the state, and the lab to work with these companies and move forward at a rapid pace. I think you heard this from some of the companies that we're learning to move faster, and we're moving as fast as we can. We will have more, we talk about our 52 reactors. We will have more reactors operating here as test reactors than anywhere else maybe in the world. And how do you leverage that experience to move those into power reactors like Oklo is planning to do? All these reactors, if you look at this build out, they're all going to need fuel. So so the fuel facilities are incredibly important. Reactor factories, the micro reactors that we talk about that we tested, those are going to be made in a factory. And so how do where will those go? Again, Allo is in Austin. You see a number in El Segundo, California. Those are all things that I think I said it like this earlier. Those are all things that can easily be done here. Workforce would be vital, but there's no reason why those can't be done here. And that's supporting the ecosystem. Then it gets into power generation and applications of power, whether it's remote power for mining or data centers that could be located here if that was what we want to do. And that could be off-grid power, and so may not put as many demands. It could be exporting power from the state to other states. I think a fair amount of that can happen too.
I appreciate your degree at MIT was not in economics, but is all this going to be affordable? Is this all going to get through? At a certain point, gas.
Yeah.
Coal will find its way back. And I'm just curious about, we haven't talked about affordability. And is this going to be, and it would seem that we have the luxury of not even worrying about how much it's going to cost. That has not entered into our conversation yet. Right. And I'm just, can you allay some of my concerns there,
yeah,
please?
Absolutely. So we know we can produce power from nuclear energy at very affordable prices. We do that with our existing fleet, right? 94 plants, actually restarting plants because of, we need more power at affordable levels. Now, some of these are dedicated towards data centers, which will pay more for those. But, we know we can do that when we get to a build-out. These first reactors, as we've seen with Vogtle, first of a kind is going to cost more, and that we'll have to figure out how that will get paid for. But, there's a learning curve. Every technology has a learning curve. The cost will come down with that learning curve. So I believe we can get there if we can build these pilot projects and start building these things out. There's the reactor factories are very, interesting to me because all of our existing reactors are like built on site. They call it stick built, versus, everything else we do is built in a factory where we optimize. And if you look at manufacturing costs over the last couple of decades, they drop like a rock compared to construction. So there's a lot of good reasons why it should be more economical. I've learned enough by now to say you've actually got to build these to prove that. And the first ones, won't be inexpensive, but the cost will come down.
Hey, we got time. You're here. So I'm interested in these reactor factories as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it was mentioned earlier, 95% of the fab is done at the factory. You go on site and make it into a nuclear reactor. So what and it looks like Texas is well on the way to having one of them. California, arguably.
Right.
And are they just tapping into existing? They've got a lot of welders there. They got a lot of machinists there.
And if you look at where they're located, that's true. El Segundo, California happens to be where, nearby where SpaceX, all these companies are located there because they have all these shops that can make things. So that is true. And Austin, for where Allo is, maybe they should be speaking. Of course, there's a lot of resources there. But it's not unique to there. We build things in Idaho. We weld, we machine, and, so there's no reason why that couldn't be done here. Now, one of the things that enables that is, reducing the size of the reactors and down to what we call microreactors. Even SMRs, if you remember the new scale, their module could be factory produced compared to these large reactors that could not be. The challenge is as you shrink the size of the reactor down, the engineering scale says the per unit cost goes up. So this manufacturing really needs to be effective so those can achieve the low electricity costs.
Thank you.
We got a question over
There is
here.
a question right here. Attorney General.
So a couple of questions. So let's assume you get everything you want, the incentives, the education, the regulatory power. What role does the 1995 settlement agreement have? If you could get everything, you still have the settlement agreement. We don't seem to be discussing that. How do you think that the interplay is there?
Yeah, the majority of what I'm talking about is commercial deployment. So I don't, you may know better than I, but I don't believe that would fall under the settlement agreement.
Okay, so you don't think it applies to keep storage, to keep
Commercial,
nuclear?
for commercial.
Commercial, okay.
That's, again, I'm not a lawyer.
No, that's okay. I just want to know what your take is on that. And then I was a little bit confused by your answer to the mayor.
Okay.
You said you punted, but you were able to categorize what each other state was doing, but then you're saying that we should be the ones who categorize. It seems like you have the data available.
Well,
you could help us by maybe giving us a little bit more information where you think Idaho is in all those areas.
Yeah, so if I'll look at it from my experience at INL. So INL, we have a lot of expertise in making fuel. We can make fuel in Idaho. We have a lot of experience in recycling and recovery uranium from the EBR2 driver fuel. So there's a lot of expertise in that as well. And then, of course, with these pilot programs, we're deploying reactors and getting experience in that. So I really think the whole gambit is open to us. The deployment of reactors will primarily be tied to what sort of demand, you saw this in the RFI, what sort of demand do you have for the power from that, where some of these other states have higher demand, here not as high as Texas, for example. But, the front end of all this, supplying all the technology and the components to support the nation's build out of nuclear energy could be done here. I don't know if that helps, but.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate you moving into the economics and policy standpoint. But I'll tell you what, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, and we didn't have an afternoon break scheduled. So let's take 10 minutes. Mr. Co-Chair, be back at 5 after 3?
Yeah.
5 after 3. Thank you.
Anemic. Well, the hour of 3:05 having arrived, it's time we start back up. Those of you that are following along on the agenda, we are at the point that we referenced at the first of the day on the creation of working groups and next steps. And we've taken some liberty to outline that. And we're going to take additional liberty and ask Callie Younger to come and kind of lead this discussion as we flesh out, red carpet team, policy working group, economic development, workforce working group. I bet I know who's going to be on that one, Wendy. Community engagement, et cetera. Callie, would you do that for us, please? And we'll break this elephant down into bite-sized pieces.
Yes.
And all to the end of being in a good position to advise the governor. We've also kicked off a couple of things, this RFI thing by the 1st of April. I think that ought to be one of our jobs to advise the governor on that. It would be nice to have this group bless your office to kind of be the receiving station, if you will, for that process. So anyway, that's kind of what I'm thinking at this point, Callie. So if you'd go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you can see on the agenda, we have a few tentative working groups, and the vision behind this approach is really that one of the differences between LINE and this new advanced nuclear task force is that we want to be looking to the future, and we want to look at a broad scope of action items, not only for the executive branch, but for the legislative branch as well. And so, and you'll notice also this group is a little bit smaller than the previous task force. And so we'd really like to utilize, and some of the vision behind the executive order for the governor was to utilize these working groups to come back to this group with recommendations for, these kind of subcategories to help us have some discussions as the meetings go on. So these are the kind of starting ones. I think that this group can decide as the meetings go on if we need different working groups, if we want to add some, or one's mission has accomplished. So this is, like I said, a jumping off point to convene. And the idea is that each of these working groups will have a chair from this task force, and then they can assemble that working group with a mix of folks from the task force and from outside of it, because like I said, this is a smaller group than before, and so this is an opportunity to engage others who are very interested in these conversations and want to participate. So the first group is a red carpet team, and this is actually a group, there's been a group meeting about this, kind of looking at what it means to lean in on nuclear and how to really incentivize these companies in a meaningful way, what types of things are helpful. And we've looked at a variety of things, including site feasibility and incentives and that sort of thing. So we've talked with a few folks about possibly chairing that, and so I'd like to ask or confirm that Bobby Joe is willing to be the sort of liaison with that group. And so, like I said, she's been on that team, and so we have kind of a group. So there's the idea would be that this group might give ideas to that group, and they can kind of report back on the work that they're doing as well. So.
Only thing so far that I see wrong with that idea is Bobby Joe hasn't said,
Mr. Chairman, Callie, yes, I would be happy to do that.
Okay, the next working group is just the policy working group, and this is a very broad group. I think, like I said, this group, our task force could give this group some direction. And I've talked to Kurt Marlowe about leading that group with his expertise as well.
Yeah, I'd be glad to help. Thanks.
And so I think this is one where, like you talked about, our office providing some support on RFI. I think this might be an appropriate group to work with our office, if that's something the group wanted to discuss. We could get back to that, so I can go down to the rest of them if that works.
Yes.
Okay. So the Economic Development and Workforce Working Group, no surprise, this one was sort of envisioned having Wendy and Jen co-lead that group, if that works for them.
Yes.
Yes.
Sound like the stewardess, when you sit at the exit row, I need a verbal yes.
Verbal
Okay.
confirmation, yes. And I don't think they need much direction from us on that. And then the last group is community engagement and communications. And so this one is really to, I think there's a lot of flexibility, but to work with communities that are near the INL to think about what kind of public education is necessary, just general kind of relationship, especially in light of all of the things that are going on, and so Mayor Lisa Burtonshaw, I had spoken to about possibly leading that group.
Yes, I would happily do that.
Great. So the idea, again, and we can discuss the scope for some of these, is the thought, from the governor is just to give these groups some flexibility in what they'd like, who they think is appropriate to be on their group, what they think are appropriate things to bring back to this group. But I think we have a tentative May 21st meeting in Idaho Falls, and so I think, very low bar would be to have maybe identified folks on their working group, maybe come up with some things to discuss, and then maybe have a very quick update on that progress by next meeting. Now, you can do much more than that, but it would be great if you'd at least identified who might be the appropriate folks on those groups.
Are there questions or comments from the working group?
Oh, and I think I mentioned this before you go into comments. If there are any of these groups that you'd like to participate on, I would say you could say so now or reach out to the chairs of those groups to participate.
Okay, so then I've got a couple of questions then. So by the 21st of May, we're giving license to the red carpet team to really, so in that specific area, to lean in hard on nuclear in Idaho and what that looks like in the future. And then, but there's going to be some policy overlap there. There might be some economic development
Right.
overlap there, and vice versa between the policy working group, et cetera. How do you kind of envision that interaction so that 21st, the May 21st meeting is worth driving up to Idaho Falls for?
Well, that's a good question. I think that, in my discussions with these folks and the work they're doing, I don't know that there will be overlap, but wouldn't it be interesting if they all recommended very similar things? I actually wanted to add one more that's not on this working group, but one that I've spoken to is a legislative working group that would be led by Senator Lent and Representative Hill. To come up with things that maybe are more appropriate in the legislative branch than in the executive, or to direct the executive branch to do legislatively.
I know that that's what the governor envisioned when he named them, so.
Yes.
All right, well, so if we were going to advantage ourselves from this august group and have a fleshed out idea or fleshed out advice for the governor by the 1st of April with regard to the request for information, then how do you see us functioning between now and then? Or, just kind of walk me through what that's going to look like in your mind.
Okay, I'll try. So I think what might make sense is, like I said, our office is, can help facilitate, but it might make sense to have the policy working group put together a response. We can provide support to that, and then put something together in time to basically, I think, first of all, recommend that we provide a response to the RFI, and second of all, provide a proposed response to the governor for him to review, and then ultimately decide if he'd like to submit that before the deadline.
For a nuclear life cycle innovation campus.
Yes.
Okay. It just rolls off the tongue. Yeah. Okay, committee, this is where we need your input. We've channeled you a little bit here. We feel that, and we need to know what you're thinking. And silence is not acquiescence this time. Senator Lent, can you pull this off from your perspective? And if so, what resources you got from now till the end of the session, which may or may not be that April 1 thing. Anyway, what do you think you'd need from this group to move policy? And do you have policy in mind? What do you think Idaho needs to do in the area of legislation to lean in, as it were?
First of all, I believe we have legislation drafted. If not, it will be shortly for Kelly's department. That integration, I believe it is drafted? Yes. Okay. So that's number one, is to get that organization so that we can have a body to work through there. Secondly, I think with Representative Hill, what comes to mind for me is we take the data that we saw today in some of those graphs and look at those states and start lining out all the legislation, seeing what's going on across the country, and then we start prioritizing that and moving forward in a very aggressive manner, more than we have in the past. So I think we would, with Representative Hill, we'll be meeting probably weekly at least, if not more. And my intent would be to not let any grass grow under us. I mean, I'm serious about putting this in play, getting it going, and by the end of this session, which means in the next 2 or 3 weeks, we'll have to have legislation in the hopper for this session. But I think our intent, and I don't want to speak too much for Representative Hill, but my goal would be that we have legislation moving through this session to move the needle this year.
Representative Hill?
100% agree, and Dave and I talk a lot about it. He's inspirational on what he has, great ideas. And I think we ought to, like at Tennessee and the ones that are doing, really getting ahead of this and see what they're doing. We don't have a staff, so plagiarizing is always the best thing to go with. If they got good stuff, let's go with it.
All right, and I think that same license that is extended to the other, the co-committee chairman to go out and put people on your subcommittee. I think that also envisions you to reaching out to the energy caucuses that exist in the two bodies, or the other Friends of INL. I don't know what they call themselves, but there is a broad friendship there, and those that are willing to take the laboring oar with you two, I think that's well within the scope of what we're talking about here. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Bobby Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for a point of clarification, as we're chairing these subcommittees, what is the process of getting, I'm assuming we are not out moving things unless we get the approval process of this committee. So how is that structure working?
Well, again, this is our first time, so but I would envision, so if I were the subcommittee chairman of the red carpet team, I think that is what we need to do as a state to roll out the red carpet, or we'd have called it something else. And so as you invite talent that is on this committee and not necessarily on this committee to do that. I think that we trust you as the chairman to keep it between the white lines. You're not, but I think we need to report back through the co-chairs. We'll disseminate that to everyone on this committee or the named members, and so we all know what we're doing. And it'll be with that interchange that will trigger other ideas and whatnot. But I think at a minimum, you need to, at a certain point, let us know who all you've got on your subcommittee. And I think it's proper that you have subcommittee meetings called at your volition. You're here, you're on this committee because somebody trusts you. See the executive order and its author. And so I think that you use that license to lean in. And otherwise we start repeating ourselves and we get stagnant. And I think that that's exactly what the governor is looking to not do, and to turn you loose. And he turns people loose that he trusts, and I think you enjoy that trust, as do each of you on this committee. And so that's kind of what I'm thinking. If anybody sees it differently, then this is your chance. Kurt Marlowe.
So my understanding is, Callie, your office would be leading the response as far as actually submitting the response and putting that document together.
Yeah, and then working with you and whoever else you think is appropriate to work on that, yeah.
Great.
I think that's going to be a touchy one, frankly. And I think that we can coordinate with those people over your right shoulder there. But there are things that have been brought up today that I think resonate with all of us in that area of the full life cycle. I would offer my opinion there. I don't know that we need to be worried about the cemetery yet. Maybe we need to get the mortuary. And I think that there are things that we're already doing at INL that in the embalming process or whatever. I'll stop the analogy right here. But I think there are things that are already natural fits in the fuel cycle for Idaho. And so your cautionary statements about the order and the settlement agreement are duly noted, and we all share those types of societal concerns that you bring up, Mr. Attorney General. And it's time to move on. It's time, and I think that we're at that point where we can move on, and the climate is telling us to move on as well, not shortcutting any of our pre-existing commitments. So, all right. I'm trying to be provocative to get you to turn your lights on. Wendy, go ahead.
Well, we'll see. This might be what you're asking for. With respect to the RFI, would we want to consider pursuing that in partnership with Utah and Wyoming? I mean, is there any advantage to looking at a multi-state?
I think we should test the air in that MOU that we all got invited to Salt Lake City to sign. And that envisioned a 3-state approach that recognized that we had different skills that we're bringing to the party, each of us. And it was envisioned that if you're going to keep up with Tennessee and Texas, a coalition will be better equipped to doing that. And so anyway, that's what I think. Callie.
I was just saying, our office is happy to partner and connect with Utah and Wyoming to chat about their plans and see how we can partner.
They're in receipt of the same request for proposal or request for information. So, and I'm betting they're thinking they can't go it alone either. So. Mr. Attorney General.
Just some questions. what is the date for the RFI? When is that supposed to be?
It's April 1 is what we heard here this morning.
And when is our next meeting going to be?
It's at this point, May 21st.
So
Yeah,
I have
there's
a question.
gap.
I hate to ask for more meetings, but shouldn't there be a meeting prior to that deadline?
Well, I was going to, I saw the gap as well. I think it would be proper for, and we've tasked Callie's office to do that. When she thinks we need to have a meeting, I think that we could have a narrow scoped meeting on that issue, not this whole thing here and the panels and stuff that we had, but there probably needs to be a committee discussion at some point,
Yeah, I think that makes sense to share.
like in March someplace,
Yeah.
when we'll still all be here.
Yep.
So
Yeah, that's a great idea.
So if we're going to work with Utah, we're going to have a gas tax agreement there too. Just sorry.
I don't know how that all turns out, frankly, but hopefully somebody pumps the brakes there. Or we find other areas that we can't agree on. Anyway, let's concentrate on the things we're sure of. Is there other, Mr. Co-Chair, as you look at the agenda while I'm talking, what do you see that we're missing? Well, other than with the public comment, but in this segment.
Yeah, in this segment, we might go to Wendy and see whether or not there's any questions relative to her co-chairing of that committee, and Jen as well.
Thank you. I think what occurs to me that if we're going to be meeting again in March, that it may make sense for us to connect, especially given the interest that our legislative representation has indicated they have in moving quickly, that we convene around that as well to make sure that at least our subcommittee and others, frankly, have an opportunity to provide some input and also receive feedback from the legislative body on what their areas of interest might be. I just imagine there's going to be overlap, and if we all are still here in March, which I have opinions about, but it would be a good time for us to connect on those issues and make sure we get the benefit of their feedback and we are able to provide some preliminary feedback on what our working groups are saying about kind of what the issues are and what the most pressing issues are. So that was just my preliminary thought about that.
All right, so we have a hard deadline on April 1, but if we're going to have a meeting to see where we are the middle of March, then it would be proper for the other subcommittees to report on a pretty focused basis. Okay.
Yeah. I think that we can also do a little bit of work looking at, especially with respect to investments in education and workforce. The state has made significant investments over the past couple of years that don't necessarily show up in the slides that we were looking at earlier. And I think being able to articulate that is something that we can pull together and make sure that Callie has available to be able to include in our response to the RFI. But to our legislator friends, those investments are important.
Is that code for we should continue the launch program?
Launch and others, yes.
All right, okay.
Higher education in general.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all part of the package. If you were, states that lean in on education and workforce are going to be the states that prosper in what is turning into some type of, it's competitive. But I think at some point, well, it's kind of like on the State Board of Education, for example. I mean, we have institutions of higher learning here in the state. Now, they have a same general goal, but there is some friendly competition between the institutions, I think is fair to say. I think that exists between the states as well. I think there's defined lanes, but if you're on that honorable mention list as a state, you want something that Idaho has already, or Texas, or Tennessee, or, the other 10 that weren't honorable mentioned. If you're Indiana, you're really leaning in and want to get to the game. I think that we need to be looking over our shoulder, frankly, a little bit there, but also looking, and maybe the best defense on this whole deal will be a good offense leaning in. So, anyway, what else, John?
Mayor Burnshaw?
Oh.
Well, I'm just excited because I think we have a great opportunity to lean in with some fresh eyes when you kind of grow up thinking you know what the INL does, and now it has this expanded mission, and it was INL, INEL, INEEL. I think that this is a really good opportunity with the new slate of elected officials. This is great timing to get some champions in that arena to be able to really push out good communication about the work that's happening.
Agreed. Anything else? I think let's see where it goes. All right, we resisted the urge to micromanage subcommittees just then. And so what we have confidence in these areas, these 5 areas, and the people that are on them at this point. And so let's see. We got a job to do, and let's go see what it looks like as we roll up our sleeves, see what we encounter at that point, see what we learn, share what we learn, share what obstacles we run into. Representative Hill.
Yeah, I had one comment that what I see is the overarching concern or the challenge is educating the people that make them understand for the RFI and everything. Everyone is really uncomfortable with these topics, and we did that education through our summit, and a lot of representatives understand it. We still have to educate everybody else, and we have to get our communities to really understand that we're going to have like a full advertising campaign, but we have to get our legislators ready. The RFI, they're going to believe, we're going to do what? We're going to do, what is that? They don't understand. So it's going to take some real concerted effort. Then we have to get out in the communities and communicate to our people. When we said we want to store something here, they're going to store what? They don't understand. We need a full-fledged campaign literally to educate these people so we can get everyone. If we put this as just a resolution on the ballot, it would never pass right now because we'd have to educate everybody. I just see that as a huge gap. They're all Homer Simpson type. That's all they see. And I think that's the biggest challenge. We'll try to do that. Dave and I will talk about it from what we can do with the legislative piece. I think that's the number one biggest challenge we're going to have across this entire thing. It's going to be challenging.
Does that mean you want to be on the community engagement working group too?
I'm not really good in front of the camera, sure, but I think that I think we could from the legislative piece, I'm trying to see what we can do, and I think we could do that with some resolutions and so forth. And also from the education, I just see that is a huge challenge, and I want to focus on that. And if everybody had any other ideas to kind of peel that back, so we can get the people in Idaho ready to face these opportunities. When you say $1 trillion, throw that in front of them. Billions of dollars, trillions. So when you start to explain what this can do, people will suddenly go, hey, this stuff's not so bad. Kind of like with Alaska and the oil fields. You could convince them this could be the opportunity of amazing opportunity, and we could really push that.
Well, I think that the polling would suggest that you can color Idaho in the yes, if category. I don't think we're the no buts. I think we're yes, if. But I think you bring up a great point. And that's what we're here for, is to take the next step into this area. And we're going to go into it with our Idaho caution, well engaged, but we're also looking to the horizon. So anyway, I don't know what we're going to see there yet, and I'm not going to talk myself out of of it yet either, because we'll see when we get there.
Lieutenant Governor, can I just add
Yes.
that I agree with Representative Hill? I do think that this is a communications campaign, a full campaign it's going to really take, it's more than just, like you said, it's not a few people signing on and saying we support it. It's full community engagement, and what is that going to look like? Because I do agree wholeheartedly. We do not want NIMBY as soon as this task force is ready to go full steam.
Agreed. But there is not a crater where Idaho used to be because of our leaning in the past on these subjects. And I think that we can have a discussion, and that's what I think we're talking about. So, all right. I think that brings us to the next part on our agenda, which is the public comment period. Now, it has been our experience, and we've learned from that experience, that the public testimony, well, obviously is open to anyone and to all of the agenda items that we've talked about. But we would ask you to keep your comments at 3 minutes, please, and state your name for the record. We are in receipt of some written comments, and all of the committee has those. So there's no reason to go back through them or to read them at this point, but we are in receipt of them, each of us. And so we would open the floor now to the public. There is a sign up. Well, this has Jess Byrne on the sign up. Jess, did you want to address the group?
Yeah, just Marty Blair. Yeah.
Oh, you said no, okay. Marty Blair?
Here he comes.
Welcome to this working group, Marty. Please state your name and who you represent, and the time is yours up to the 3 minute.
Well, thank you. I am Marty Blair. I'm the Vice President for Research and Economic Development at Idaho State University. Go Bengals. Happy to be here. Thank you, co-chairs. I want to address two quick things. First, a comment that Mayor Burtenshaw made earlier, which I would like to, I think was important. She was talking about workforce development and the demand signal there. And I just want to, from our experience, share with you the demand signal for workforce is very, very strong. Just over the last 5 years, the Intro to Nuclear Engineering program has increased threefold, from 20 students to 60 students. That's a lot for us to handle, and that's great. Now, not all those students will go into nuclear engineering, but there's an interest, and that's what's, I think, important for us to understand is there's great interest. Jen White said earlier on, at the very beginning, hi Jen, that there is a strong commitment from the education community to these issues. And I just, as a member of that community, want to reiterate that, yes, in fact, Idaho State University and our sister institutions, our 2 years, are very interested and very committed to helping Idaho become a national leader beyond what it already is, to establish and reestablish itself, not just nationally, but internationally, and to help secure our nation's energy security. We are one of the universities in the state of Idaho that has entered into a strategic understanding for premier education and research. Did I get that right? Super agreement. Thank you, John. Because of that super agreement that we and our sister institutions in this state have made, we are making very clear strategic decisions with regard to faculty hiring, to resource allocation, to joint appointments, meaning that our faculty and students are engaged with INL research scientists to be engaged not only in research, but to enhance their education so that they are prepared for what is coming, what is happening, and what is coming. Our workforce development efforts with our Energy Systems and Technology Center, preparing technical staff in our 2-year program is a partnership with CEI, for example. Our research innovation activities looking at advanced construction, materials, safety operations, cybersecurity, all of this accelerated by artificial intelligence. We just want you to know we are committed. We are making decisions now. And we certainly look forward to the recommendations from this committee so that we can continue to be a growing partner with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Yeah, next up we have Richard McPherson.
My name is Richard McPherson. I've been in nuclear energy since 1963. I think this group is great. And I'll tell you why real quickly. 2013, I went into a meeting we had in Washington, D.C. about critical infrastructure protection. Critical infrastructure protection as nuclear power related to electricity. Somebody walks in the room, I think he was from Indiana or Illinois or something. He had about a 12-page document with him. It was signed by a guy by the name of Jeff Sayer. And it was a report to the governor of Idaho about the Line Commission. There were only about 20 of us in that meeting. I lived in California at the time. First time I lived in Idaho, by the way, was 1961. The consensus of everybody in that room was, by far, every state in the union needed to do the same thing. No states have done it, and Idaho's dwindled. And now this is resurrecting it. It's really important what you do. I'd like to share with you from my observations, since 1944, people have sat in this rooms like this and talked about spent nuclear fuel, partially spent nuclear fuel. And as a nation, starting with a government, we've never solved the problem. Since 1944. That was when the B reactor was built in Hanford, followed by 2 more there. Same thing with Shippingport in 1957, the first commercial reactor. Been talking about it from then on, haven't solved the problem. I represented the United States for 4 years at the International Atomic Energy Agency, talking about the problem. Nuclear fuel cycle facilities, the environment, and public opinion. The guy who was the Canadian representative and myself went all through both of our countries and put together a report. We provided it to the Secretary of Energy, and he provided to his. Our report's never been acted upon. We had a complete project, a complete program for the entire United States of America and Canada working together. We divided the 2 countries the Mississippi River. West of the Mississippi River, everything went to Idaho. Once it's processed in Idaho, what's left over as residual that we're not going to use goes to Nevada. What else was left over in Idaho is going to be used by commercial nuclear. And at the time we knew it's cheaper to buy fresh fuel than it is reprocessed fuel. We already knew that. East of the Mississippi, it was going to go up to a place called Argentia, Newfoundland. It's going to come into port there, Deepwater Port. Going to go right up in the mesa. You go up in the mesa, you fly in an airplane up 10 miles, and as far as you can see, there is nothing. I want to tell you that you have another opportunity. And that opportunity is going back to 1953, December the 8th, 1953. President was Dwight D. Eisenhower. Because of Idaho, it finally convinced him that nuclear power was the way to go. And he gave a speech in front of the United Nations called his Atoms for Peace speech. And it was taking American nuclear technology, take it to the rest of the world for peace and prosperity. I have read his notes from that period of time, because one of the things I asked to do before I went to the International Atomic Energy Commission. You all sitting right here with the governor have the opportunity to lead the United States and the world with what you do over the next year, few months. And there's people that live in this state today like me that can help you. But I want to give you an example. I get no...
Our 3 minutes are up.
Okay, I'm done. Just so you know, I've had 50 phone calls from Texas. I've had 0 from Idaho.
Just a word about Mr. McPherson. He has forgotten more on this subject than most, well, certainly than I ever knew. And so to the committee, please look to him as a resource for context, historical context. He is a prolific author, and it all makes sense to me after I read it. So anyway, thank you for being here today. And we appreciate the wealth, the breadth of knowledge that you bring to this subject. And thank you. David Clough, K-L-U-G-H.
David Clough, Executive Vice President, Micronuclear LLC, and a classmate of Richard McPherson at Nuclear Power School. Known him forever. And Representative Hill said something that's really important, and so did the mayor of Idaho Falls. Get to the communities. I could not recommend more highly that the members of this group and the subcommittees, especially economics and workforce development, develop a program that is essentially boiling down to behavioral change and creating awareness amongst the citizens of this state with respect to what you're trying to accomplish here. It's got to start with the PR campaign, changing people's minds, changing their attitudes, creating awareness. And in the context of economic development and workforce development, yes, start with the kids in school. Colleague up here, President and Dr. Lori Barber at College of Eastern Idaho, we've had discussions about this very subject, and we recognize that it needs to start in the middle schools and getting to these kids. Not only does it filter down into their families, but it creates the enthusiasm that a student will want to need to further training and education. My job in the company is to make sure that our owners, operators, technicians, and managers that are using our system are qualified to do it in accordance with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and the Department of Energy. And believe me, having operated a nuclear reactor myself, it is substantial. We, as the companies who are training people, have to have a qualified workforce coming in to our specific training program, okay? And it starts in the schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think to the committee, we don't have to go far to find real experience in the state. And appreciate both of you gentlemen coming and introducing yourself, basically. I have their phone numbers, and if you need them, I will share that with you. I think, Mr. Co-Chair, that brings us to the end of our agenda. Is there any new or unfinished business to come before this group? And you go first, John.
Not from my standpoint.
Okay.
I think it's been an excellent set of speakers and discussion. I think we have a clear path forward, or at least as clear as we can be in certain areas. I like the direction from my co-chair to move on and move forward and feel empowered with the appointments from the governor to this committee, or to this task force, sorry. So with that, I would say, unless there's any comments from individual members of the task force, I would move to just note again that our next task force meeting scheduled in Idaho Falls is May 21st. We will schedule an intermediate focused meeting, date to be determined at this point in time. So that will come later. And with that, unless you have anything further, I would adjourn this initial kickoff of the Advanced Nuclear Energy Task Force.
Turn the light off.
So moved.
Thank you all for coming.